Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
So this video is about the 1619 story and a conversation I had with legendary Top Cats about those first Africans who came to America.
Ain't nothing African about Virginia. You're talking about a European and an Aboriginal situation. You're talking about Virginia.
So they didn't bring any Africans into Virginia?
Well, what Africans made a difference? You had those 19 that came in 1619, and if I was y'all, I'd be embarrassed to pull that because wasn't even the situation of somebody being brought from West Africa in the slave situation. That was the situation that happened with. So that where did they get those people from?
So they came from Luanda, Angola. They was on the San Juan Batista.
Listen,
did
they steal that boat? How did they meet them people? They came from
they was going to Veracruz, Mexico. They was going to Veracruz, Mexico.
Exactly, the boat that took them people. So let's not try to use this modern day story about it where they try to
No. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. So
what happened to those people though?
Hold on.
They freed them?
Hold on.
They got their freedom, and some of them became slave owners. So
yeah.
I'd be ashamed to even pull that shit.
Hold on.
You want to make it especially if you got a slave narrative.
You don't want the whole story to come out. That's what it is. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Was it 3 ships or 2 ships involved in that encounter?
I can't remember right now.
It's 3.
They don't change
2 ships. No. It's always been 2 ships jumped on 1 ship in the Caribbean. But y'all fail to realize that 1 ship that they jumped was called the San Juan Batista. That ship is on record coming from Luanda, Angola, and it was destined to go to Veracruz, Mexico.
Here we have the 1619 story in question. Now, in the conversation I had with Top Cats, I told him that they came from Luanda, Angola, and they was on a ship called the San Juan Batista. So let's read a little bit. The Africans who came to Virginia in 1619 had been taken from Angola and West Central Africa. They were captured in a series of wars that was part of a much broader Portuguese hostilities against the Congo and Ndogo kingdoms in other states. These captives were then forced to march 100 to 200 miles to the coast to the major slave trade port of Luanda. They were put on board the San Juan Batista, which carried 350 captives bound for Veracruz on the coast of Mexico in the summer of 1619. Nearing her destination, the slave ship was attacked by 2 English privateers, the White Lion and the Treasurer, in the Gulf of Mexico and robbed of 50 to 60 Africans. The 2 privateers then sailed to Virginia, where the White Lion arrived at Point Comfort, or present-day Hampton, Virginia, towards the end of August. Here we are on the Slave Voyages website, and they also mention the 1619 ship, the San Juan Batista, and the voyage ID number is 29251. If anybody wants to look it up. Right, and this is just the information I have on it. It was in Luanda, headed to Veracruz, year 1619. Captain's name, Miguel Pinto Moto. And here are the sources, and they mention the 1619 20 and odd Negroes.
Y'all not telling the whole story. You didn't do nothing last time.
You're not telling the whole story by picking the pieces of the story that you want to tell.
Hold on, no. He just tried to tell a story of 1619 and don't know if it's 2 or 3 boats. Y'all not telling the same story. Y'all not telling the whole, because that 3rd boat came from Angola. That's why.
So why nobody know about that then? But
everybody knows about it.
Go get it then.
And there lies the problem within a lot of these conscious communities, specifically this one we're talking about now, the Aboriginal community. Their so-called leaders just don't know the history. They tell half of the story from a biased point of view. as we've seen with Top Cats. So moral to this video, 1619, those Africans that was taken by the White Lion and Treasurer was on a boat named the San Juan Batista that came from Luanda, Angola. That's just the facts. That's it. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
The term African American to refer to all Black people was endorsed only since 1988, but was against the desires of the majority of Black people.
All right, hold on. Let's stop it right there. So she said only 1988. Let's listen again, because this is a big confusion in all these, in a lot of the conscious community. They don't like this term African American. They think it was just made up in 1988, which is ridiculous, right? Let's hear it again.
1988 to what was founded. The term African American to refer to all Black people was endorsed only since 1988.
So you heard him, was endorsed only since 1988. So let's run down a little bit of history. Let's run down some history. Life and life. What you talking about? I'm gonna drop the link. So this article is from the Ottawa Lever, 1887. So here we have an organization called the African American League. It has for its object the protection of colored citizens. So we know colored people are the Black people. Topeka, Kansas, September 24th, about 250 delegates are here to attend the meeting called for the purpose of organizing the African American League for the protection of colored people in their rights as citizens. Kansas is the 5th state in the union to form a league. So there's 5 states who already have this African American League. Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Alabama have already organized state leagues. This is the first general organization of the colored race, and great enthusiasm for the object of the league is manifested everywhere among the colored people. Like I said, this is in 1887. You see African American. And we can go way further. I just want to show the people participating in this. Like here we have an article, and like I said, everything I'm using is in the description. It's in the description. So this is in 1885, the Florence Tribune from Kansas. So it says Friday, January 1st, African American Day. It says African and Emancipation Day. This is intended to be a double celebration of what the colored race have contributed to the material development of America and of the anniversary of emancipation. Fred Douglass and ex-U.S. Senator Bruce of Mississippi will be invited to deliver addresses. So why is Frederick Douglass participating in the African American Day if the term doesn't even come around to the 1980s? How is this fucking even possible? How? I need to know, Dane. How is this possible? All right. So now we have from the Times-Picayune in New Orleans, Louisiana. Right. Another celebration of African American Day. It says Colonial James Lewis, chairman of the Colored Auxiliary Committee, on behalf of the committee, has invited ex-governor PBS Pinchback to deliver the welcome address to the distinguished colored men. So colored, African American, Black, they're all synonymous. Negro, they all go together. They're the same people. Nobody was reclassified. They're the same people. To deliver an address to the distinguished colored men on January 1st, African American Day. African American Day. Governor Pinchback has accepted being heartily in favor of the exposition movement. So we have ex-government officials, black men, who are accepting this, who are going with this. This is not new. This didn't pop up in the 1980s. We've been doing this, right? This is from the Herald and Review, Illinois, Decatur, Illinois, 1884. Again, everything I'm using is in the description. The African American Conference, Baltimore, Maryland, May 8th. The fourth day session of the African American Conference was held today. Reverend W.H. Harder reported a resolution in favor of establishing a connectional mutual aid society, adopted after which the bishop appointed a committee from each of the subordinate conferences to carry out the provisions of the resolution. So mutual aid society. So we got Africans participating in mutual aid, which is to help each other, which is Pan-Africanism, something y'all are so scared of. Shit is ridiculous, right? So right there, I told you about 4 sources of them using African American, applying to the people. You know, people are celebrating African American Day. They got leagues where they're joining up statewide for the benefit of our people. This is all Pan-Africanism, right? But Dane, he likes to use deception. So he fools y'all to believe certain things is not true, or, you know, y'all just don't read, whatever the case is. But
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
all right, what's good? What's good, y'all? I got one more video, 2 minutes long. We're gonna get to Henry Highland Garnet. Peace, peace, peace to the chat, man. Peace, 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 everybody. Hope y'all enjoying this nice day. today we're going to talk about Henry Highland Garnet address to the slaves of the United States in 1843. So my question to these slave trade deniers, or the people who like to say it wasn't black people enslaved, it was white people enslaved, who was he talking about in his speech? That's a fact, Khalil. He's one of the greats. He's right up there. Like, if we had a Mount Rushmore, he'd be on it. Word. But I want to know who he's talking to in this speech, where he's telling the slaves to basically to call to a rebellion. He's basically asking them, to do what they can to get themselves free. No longer waiting for nobody else. Do what you got to do. So let's just jump into it.
To the slaves of the United States, 1843. Brethren and fellow citizens, your brethren of the North, East, and West have been accustomed to meet together in national conventions, to sympathize with each other, and to weep over your unhappy condition. In these meetings, we have addressed all classes of the free, but we have never, until this time, sent a word of consolation and advice to you. We have been contented in sitting still and mourning over your sorrows, earnestly hoping that, before this day, your sacred liberty would have been restored. But we have hoped in vain. Years have rolled on, and tens of thousands have been borne on streams of blood and tears to the shores of eternity. While you have been oppressed, we have also been partakers with you, nor can we be free while you are enslaved. We therefore write to you as being bound with you. Many of you are bound to us, not only by the ties of a common humanity, but we are connected by the more tender relations of parents, wives, husbands, children, brothers and sisters, and friends. As such, we most affectionately address you. Slavery has fixed a deep gulf between you and us, and while it shuts out from you the relief and consolation which your friends would willingly render, it affects and persecutes you with a fierceness which we might not expect to see in the fiends of hell. But still, the Almighty Father of mercies has left to us a glimmering ray of hope, which shines out like a lone star in a cloudy sky. Mankind are becoming wiser and better. The oppressor's power is fading, and you, every day, are becoming better informed and more numerous. Your grievances, brethren, are many. We shall not attempt, in this short address, to present to the world all the dark catalogue of this nation's sins, which have been committed upon an innocent people. Nor is it indeed necessary, for you feel them from day to day, and all the civilized world look upon them with amazement. 227 years ago, the first of our injured race were brought to the shores of America. They came, not with glad spirits, to select their homes in the New World. They came, not with their own consent, to find an unmolested enjoyment of the blessings of this fruitful soil. The first dealings they had with men, calling themselves Christians, exhibited to them the worst features of corrupt and sordid hearts, and convinced them that no cruelty is too great, no villainy and no robbery too abhorrent for even enlightened men to perform when influenced by avarice and lust. Neither did they come flying upon the wings of liberty to a land of freedom, but they came with broken hearts from their beloved native land, and were doomed to unrequited toil and deep degradation. Nor did the evil of their bondage end at their emancipation by death. Succeeding generations inherited their chains, and millions have come from eternity into time, and have returned again to the world of spirits, cursed and ruined by American slavery. The propagators of the system, or their immediate ancestors, very soon discovered its growing evil and its tremendous wickedness, and secret promises were made to destroy it. The gross inconsistency of a people holding slaves, who had themselves ferried o'er the wave for freedom's sake, was too apparent to be entirely overlooked. The voice of freedom cried, "Emancipate yourselves." Humanity supplicated with tears for the deliverance of the children of Africa. Wisdom urged her solemn plea. The bleeding captive pled his innocence and pointed to Christianity, who stood weeping at the cross. Jehovah frowned upon the nefarious institution, and thunderbolts, red with vengeance, struggled to leap forth to blast the guilty wretches who maintained it. But all was in vain. Slavery had stretched its dark wings of death over the land. The church stood silently by. The priests prophesied falsely, and the people loved to have it so. Its throne is established, and now it reigns triumphant. Nearly 3 millions of your fellow citizens are prohibited by law and public opinion, which in this country is stronger than law, from reading the book of life.
So who's the 300 million? I mean 3 million. Who's the 3 million? Is it the whites? Is it?
Intellect has been destroyed as much as possible, and every ray of light they have attempted to shut out from your minds. The oppressors themselves have become involved in the ruin. They have become weak, sensual, and rapacious. They have cursed you. They have cursed themselves. They have cursed the earth which they have trod. The colonists threw the blame upon England. They said that the mother country entailed the evil upon them, and that they would rid themselves of it if they could. The world thought they were sincere, and the philanthropic pitied them. But time soon tested their sincerity. In a few years, the colonists grew strong and severed themselves from the British government. Their independence was declared, and they took their station among the sovereign powers of the earth.
So Abbo, who's he talking about? Is he talking about y'all taking y'all power? Because he's talking about the American Revolution. I mean, the independence, right? From Britain. So he's talking about that. Is that y'all? Who's he talking about? I really want to know.
The Declaration was a glorious document. Sages admired it, and the patriotic of every nation reverenced the godlike sentiments which it contained. When the power of government returned to their hands, did they emancipate the slaves? No, they rather added new links to our chains. Were they ignorant of the principles of liberty? Certainly they were not. They rather added new links to our chains.
So we hear Henry Highland Garnet say our chains. We've seen a photo of him. Did I show a photo of him? We have a photo of him. He's obviously a black man. Obviously. So when he says our chains, why he's not saying or their chains, like talking about the white people? I'm asking the Abbo.
Were they ignorant of the principles of liberty? Certainly they were not. The sentiments of their revolutionary orators fell in burning eloquence upon their hearts, and with one voice they cried, "Liberty or death." Oh, what a sentence was that! It ran from soul to soul like electric fire, and nerved the arm of thousands to fight in the holy cause of freedom. Among the diversity of opinions that are entertained in regard to physical resistance, there are but a few found to gainsay that stern declaration. We are among those who do not. Slavery! How much misery is comprehended in that single word! What mind is there that does not shrink from its direful effects? Unless the image of God be obliterated from the soul, all men cherish the love of liberty. The nice, discerning political economist does not regard the sacred right more than the untutored African who roams in the wilds of Congo. Nor has the one more right to the full enjoyment of his freedom than the other. In every man's mind, the good seeds of liberty are planted, and he who brings his fellow down so low as to make him contented with a condition of slavery commits the highest crime against God and man. Brethren, your oppressors aim to do this. They endeavor to make you as much like brutes as possible. When they have blinded the eyes of your mind, when they have embittered the sweet waters of life, then, and not till then, has American slavery done its perfect work. To such degradation, it is sinful in the extreme for you to make voluntary submission. The divine commandments you are in duty bound to reverence and obey. If you do not obey them, you will surely meet with the displeasure of the Almighty. He requires you to love Him supremely and your neighbor as yourself, to keep the Sabbath day holy, to search the Scriptures, and bring up your children with respect for His laws, and to worship no other God but Him. But slavery sets all these at naught and hurls defiance in the face of Jehovah. The forlorn condition in which you are placed does not destroy your moral obligation to God. You are not certain of heaven because you suffer yourselves to remain in a state of slavery where you cannot obey the commandments of the sovereign of the universe. If the ignorance of slavery is a passport to heaven, then it is a blessing and no curse, and you should rather desire its perpetuity than its abolition. God will not receive slavery, nor ignorance, nor any other state of mind for love and obedience to Him. Your condition does not absolve you from your moral obligation. The diabolical injustice by which your liberties are cloven down, neither God nor angels or just man command you to suffer for a single moment. Therefore, it is your solemn and imperative duty to use every means, both moral, intellectual, and physical, that promises success. If a band of heathen men should attempt to enslave a race of Christians and to place their children under the influence of some false religion, surely heaven would frown upon the men who would not resist such aggression, even to death. If, on the other hand, a band of Christians should attempt to enslave a race of heathen men, and to entail slavery upon them, and to keep them in heathenism in the midst of Christianity, the God of heaven would smile upon every effort which the injured might make to disenthrall themselves. Brethren, it is as wrong for your lordly oppressors to keep you in slavery as it was for the man-thief to steal our ancestors from the coast of Africa. You should, therefore, now use the same manner of resistance as would have been just in our ancestors when the bloody footprints of the first remorseless soul thief was placed upon the shores of our fatherland. The humblest peasant is as free in the sight of God as the proudest monarch that ever swayed a scepter. Liberty is a spirit sent out from God, and like its great author, is no respecter of persons. Brethren, the time has come when you must act for yourselves. It is an old and true saying that, if hereditary bondmen would be free, they must themselves strike the blow. You can plead your own cause and do the work of emancipation better than any others. The nations of the world are moving in the great cause of universal freedom, and some of them at least will, ere long, do you justice. The combined powers of Europe have placed their broad seal of disapprobation upon the African slave trade. But in the slave-holding parts of the United States, the trade is as brisk as ever. They buy and sell you as though you were brute beasts. The North has done much. Her opinion of slavery in the abstract is known. But in regard to the South, we adopted the opinion of the New York evangelist. We have advanced so far that the cause apparently waits for a more effectual door to be thrown open than has been yet. We are about to point out that more effectual door. Look around you, and behold the bosoms of your loving wives, heaving with untold agonies. Hear the cries of your poor children. Remember the stripes your fathers bore. Think of the torture and disgrace of your noble mothers. Think of your wretched sisters, loving virtue and purity, as they are driven into concubinage, and are exposed to the unbridled lusts of incarnate devils. Think of the undying glory that hangs around the ancient name of Africa, and forget not.
So if there's white people enslaved at this time, who is Garnet talking to? Because he's obviously not describing white people. That's obvious. And there's more. But who is he talking to? I want to know. He asking an Abbo. Who is Henry Highland Garnet talking to when he's addressing the slaves in 1843? Y'all like to run with this white slave narrative. So is he telling the white slaves to rebel? That's what y'all saying. That's what y'all going with.
Not that you are native-born American citizens, and as such, you are justly entitled to all the rights that are granted to the freest. Think how many tears you have poured out upon the soil which you have cultivated with unrequited toil and enriched with your blood. And then go to your lordly enslavers and tell them plainly that you are determined to be free. Appeal to their sense of justice and tell them that they have no more right to oppress you than you have to enslave them. Entreat them to remove the grievous burdens which they have imposed upon you, and to remunerate you for your labor. Promise them renewed diligence in the cultivation of the soil if they will render to you an equivalent for your services. Point them to the increase of happiness and prosperity in the British West Indies since the Act of Emancipation. Tell them, in language which they cannot misunderstand, of the exceeding sinfulness of slavery, and of a future judgment, and of the righteous retributions of an indignant God. Inform them that all you desire is freedom, and that nothing else will suffice. Do this, and forever after cease to toil for the heartless tyrants, who give you no other reward but stripes and abuse. If they then commence the work of death, they and not you will be responsible for the consequences. You had better all die immediately than live slaves and entail.
Hold on. So Free Pop said maybe he's talking to niggas. The Second Seminole War, 1835, 1842, usually referred to as the Seminole War proper, was the fiercest war waged by the U.S. government against American Indians. Well, right now, we're not talking about a war. This is a speech at the color conventions. And, you know, he's talking to the people. This is in Buffalo, so we're not in Florida or Georgia in that area. So I don't know why you're saying that, Free Pop. I don't get it. Try again.
Your wretchedness upon your posterity. If you would be free in this generation, here is your only hope. However much you and all of us may desire it, there is not much hope of redemption without the shedding of blood. Like the children of Israel, to make a grand exodus from the land of bondage. The pharaohs are on both sides of the blood-red waters. You cannot move en masse to the dominions of the British Queen, nor can you pass through Florida and overrun Texas and at last find peace in Mexico. The propagators of American slavery are spending their blood and treasure that they may plant the black flag in the heart of Mexico and riot in the halls of the Montezumas. In the language of the Reverend Robert Hall, when addressing the volunteers of Bristol, who were rushing forth to repel the invasion of Napoleon, who threatened to lay waste the fair homes of England. Religion is too much interested in your behalf not to shed over you her most gracious influences. You will not be compelled to spend much time in order to become inured to hardships. From the first moment that you breathed the air of heaven, you have been accustomed to nothing else but hardships. The heroes of the American Revolution were never put upon harder fare than a peck of corn and a few herrings per week. You have not become enervated by the luxuries of life. Your sternest energies have been beaten out upon the anvil of severe trial. Slavery has done this to make you subservient to its own purposes, but it has done more than this. It has prepared you for any emergency. If you receive good treatment, it is what you could hardly expect. If you meet with pain, sorrow, and even death, these are the common lot of slaves. Fellow men, patient sufferers, behold your dearest rights crushed to the earth. See your sons murdered, and your wives, mothers, and sisters doomed to prostitution. In the name of the merciful God, and by all that life is worth, let it no longer be a debatable question whether it is better to choose liberty or death. In 1822, Denmark Vesey of South Carolina formed
Free Pop is literally titled Address to the U.S. Slaves. He's not talking about Florida. He's talking about the whole United States. All the slaves in the United States. He's not talking about a war. He's calling them to rebel, but he's not talking about a war.
Formed a plan for the liberation of his fellow man. In the whole history of human efforts to overthrow slavery, a more complicated and tremendous plan was never formed. He was betrayed by the treachery of his own people and died a martyr to freedom. Many a brave hero fell, but history, faithful to her high trust, will transcribe his name on the same monument with Moses, Hampden, Tell, Bruce, and Wallace, Toussaint Louverture, Lafayette, and Washington. That tremendous movement shook the whole empire of slavery. The guilty soul thieves were overwhelmed with fear. It is a matter of fact that at that time, and in consequence of the threatened revolution, the slave states talked strongly of emancipation. But they blew but one blast of the trumpet of freedom and then laid it aside. As these men became quiet, the slaveholders ceased to talk about emancipation, and now behold your condition today. Angels sigh over it, and humanity has long since exhausted her tears in weeping on your account. The patriotic Nathaniel Turner followed Denmark Vesey. He was goaded to desperation by wrong and injustice. By despotism, his name has been recorded on the list of infamy, and future generations will remember him among the noble and brave. Next arose the immortal Joseph Cinque, the hero of the Amistad. He was a native African, and by the help of God, he emancipated a whole shipload of his fellow man on the high seas, and he now sings of liberty on the sunny hills of Africa.
So, Free Pop, what do you mean? It sounds like he's talking out his ass. He's describing events that happen in history. He's talking about slave revolts and rebellion. He's not talking out his ass. If you knew history, if you knew the things we did, you would know that. Sorry.
Africa, and beneath his native palm trees, where he hears the lion roar and feels himself as free as that king of the forest. Next arose Madison Washington, that bright star of freedom, and took his station in the constellation of true heroism. He was a slave on board the brig Creole of Richmond, bound to New Orleans, that great slave mart, with 104 others. 19 struck for liberty or death, but one life was taken, and the whole were emancipated, and the vessel was carried into Nassau, New Providence. Noble man, those who have fallen in freedom's conflict, their memories will be cherished by the true-hearted and the God-fearing in all future generations. Those who are living, their names are surrounded by a halo of glory. Brethren, arise, arise! Strike for your lives and liberties. Now is the day and the hour. Let every slave throughout the land do this, and the days of slavery are numbered. You cannot be more oppressed than you have been. You cannot suffer greater cruelties than you have already. Rather die freemen than live to be slaves, than you have oppressed than you have been. You cannot suffer greater cruelties than you have already. Rather die freemen than live to be slaves, than you have already. Rather die freemen than live to be slaves. Remember that you are 3 millions. It is in your power so to torment the God-cursed slaveholders that they will be glad to let you go free. If the scale was turned, and black men were the masters, and white men the slaves, every destructive agent and element would be employed to lay the oppressor low. Danger and death would hang over their heads day and night. Yes, the tyrants would meet with plagues more terrible than those of Pharaoh. But you are a patient people. You act as though you were made for the special use of these devils. You act as though your daughters were born to pamper the lusts of your masters and overseers. And worse than all, you tamely submit, while your lords tear your wives from your embraces and defile them before your eyes.
See, he's trying to rile them up right there, right? He's saying all these bad things that are happening to the families. And he's trying to say, like, you're just going to keep accepting this. You're going to keep going on and on and on with this. And yeah, Free Pop, he is from that period. He's living at that time. This speech is in 1843. Again, at the Colored Convention in 1843. What do you mean? He's talking like he was there. Yeah, he lived through it. I'm gonna talk about a little bit of his childhood. He actually is a slave runaway. You know that video I showed with the resistance to slavery. And there's runaways in that video, runaway ads. Not saying he's one of them because there's thousands of them, but he did run away at a young age. So yes, he was there, and he isn't a slave because he ran away and became free. That's why.
In the name of God, we ask, are you men? Where's the blood of your fathers? Has it all run out of your veins? Awake! Awake! Millions of voices are calling you. Your dead fathers speak to you from their graves. Heaven, as with a voice of thunder, calls on you to arise from the dust. Let your motto be resistance. Resistance! Resistance! No oppressed people have ever secured their liberty without resistance. What kind of resistance you had better make, you must decide by the circumstances that surround you, and according to the suggestion of expediency. Brethren, adieu! Trust in the living God, labor for the peace of the human race, and remember that you are 3 millions.
Yeah, so that was that. Khalil, you're right. Never seen a white slave runaway ad. Sorry. Just haven't. So then why was he speaking about the Seminole Wars? Is that not important? He said it's not important to what he's talking about. Who said the Seminole Wars isn't important? It's not a is or thing. There's multiple things going on at one time. He's addressing the black community. That's what he's doing. The Seminoles, they was in war with the United States at that time. It has nothing to do with what he's talking about. He's talking about everybody who wasn't enslaved. That's what he's talking about. I know it's hard to understand, but you'll get it. You'll get it. So it sounds like fraud. This guy's crazy. So Henry Highland Garnet, born December 23rd, 1815, died February 13th, 1882. I'm going to drop the link. Anybody want to come up, pull up, free pop. Come ask your questions up here, man. Yeah, so Chimo asked a good question. Chima Madu said, where are all the monuments to the white slaves? Yeah, exactly. Where's this history? That's what I'm asking. So who was Henry Highland Garnet talking to? You know what I'm saying? He talked about Africa. He talked about our chains. He gave reference to other people that was in rebellion. He mentioned the Haitian Revolution. Are we calling the Haitians white? Denmark Vesey. We calling them white? Free pop. You can't be serious, man. See, this is never seen a slave. I just showed a whole video with them shits on it. So if I show you a slave ad now, then what? Then what? Because you're trying to just distract by asking these silly ass questions or making these silly ass statements. So since you never seen one, would you like to see a slave ad real quick? Yes, no. Free pop, I'm talking to you. Would you like to see a slave ad? I got a nice one for you. Check what he said. He still ain't saying it. Old dog, what's good, bro? Benjamin Franklin was a white slave. Get out of here, man. All right, let me just give a little background on Henry Highland Garnet, and then we're gonna just open it up. Henry Highland Garnet was an American abolitionist, minister, educator, and orator. Having escaped as a child from slavery in Maryland with his family, he grew up in New York City. He was educated at the African Free School and other institutions, and became an advocate of militant abolitionism. He became a minister and based his drive for abolitionism in religion. Garnet was a prominent member of the movement that led beyond moral suasion toward more political action. Renowned for his skills as a public speaker, he urged Black Americans to take action and claim their own destiny. Again, he urged Black Americans to take action and claim their own destiny. For a period, he supported immigration of American free Blacks to Mexico, Liberia, or the West Indies. But the American Civil War ended that effort. In 1841, he married abolitionist Julia Williams, and they had a family. Stella, Mary Jane Weems, a runaway slave from Maryland, lived with Garnet. She may have been adopted by them or employed as their governess. When Henry preached against slavery, he brought her up to talk about her own experience and about her family still enslaved in Maryland. On one such trip in England, Garnet was hired by a Scottish church as a missionary. The family moved to Jamaica in 1852 and soon caught the yellow fever. Stella died and was buried there to rest while sick and boarded a ship for America. After the war, the couple worked in Washington, D.C. On Sunday, February 12, 1865. This is important. He delivered a sermon in the U.S. House of Representatives while it was not in session, becoming the first African American to speak in that chamber. On the occasions of Congress passes on January 31st of the 13th Amendment ending slavery. So he gave a speech about the 13th Amendment. So what King say? Show me a curation. This guy's crazy. But I'll show you this anyway. So it's a slave ad from 1807. It's the Charleston Daily Carrier, Charleston, South Carolina, June 18th, 1807. It says $5 reward absent herself from her owner on the 17th instant, an African girl of the Gullah Nation named Mary, about 15 years of age, 4 feet 9 or 10 inches high, much marked with smallpox. Had on when she went off an Ossenberg shirt, an old black petticoat, and checked apron. She is rather small in person. Any person giving information to the subscriber or lodging her in the workhouse shall receive the above award. All masters of vessels and others are hereby cautioned against carrying her off or harboring the said girl, as they will be prosecuted to the utmost vigor of the law. Again, that's in 1807. And that's a gullah. You know, the ones y'all like to say is aboriginal. Right? What boat she came on. This ad ain't about what boat she came on, brother. The ad is about her being enslaved and ran away. And she's a Geechee, gullah. What else we got? Oh, yeah, we left off with that speech of the 13th Amendment, and there's actually a book to it. They put it in a book. It's called Garnet's Memorial Discourse. So we see a couple things that he did, right? He gave the address that he's famous for in 1843. Then in 1865, we called on him again to give another speech in front of the House of Representatives. You know, to be the first one. Like he didn't pick this himself, right? He didn't just go up there and be like, yeah, I got a speech I want to give. Nah, the community actually nominated him because he was such a great speaker. And you know, his life experiences and everything he did, he was able to handle the situation. Let's go back to a little more. He said, not even original. It is the original. Like, it is a distraction, bro. Like what you need to see for it to be original? You want to see the whole newspaper? What are you talking about? It's an ad in the paper, brother. Right? The Charleston Carrier. This is the paper. Right? We see up here. We got the date with Charleston Carrier. Charleston, South Carolina, Thursday morning, June 18th, 1807. Right? It's on page 3. We got a lot of different ads. A lot of things has happened. And one of the things that are happening is they're looking for this girl. But that's not the only one, right? What else they got here? So this is the one with the Gullah girl, right? From the Gullah Nation. What we got down here? We got another runaway they looking for. Right? Runaway from the scribe on the night 7th instant, 3 Negro fellas. Those 3 of them, Andrew, Monday, and Cuff. That's their names. I don't get it. Right? What else? Oh, over here, look. Prime Africans, this day, the 18th instant, at 11 o'clock, will be sold before our venture store without reserve. 15 Africans consisting of 4 men, 3 women, 3 girls, 5 boys. Conditions, all sums under $300. 60 days all above, note 60, 90, and 120 with approved endorsers. So they're talking about you can basically get loans on or credit. You don't have to pay all of it up front. Yeah, but they got all types of ads in here. They're just doing a lot. It's not just Negroes. It's major shit going on. Well, this day will be sold. Trunk of black Cambridge, Shamrock muslins, Rome, whatever this stuff is. But these are all things being sold. And like I said, one of the things going on, they looking for this girl, Mary, from the Gullah Nation. Free Pop, you gotta stop, man. He said from a curated newspaper in the 1960s. Come up here and show me how this paper's from the 1960s, please. Please show me how this paper's from the 1960s. I would like to see that. You can't because you're just making it up. Right? Like you said, dodge the hijack. What type of corny shit is that? So basically, pick and choose what you want to take out of um, anything you're reading, and you decide what's true and false without any type of methodology. I got it. Good. So earlier life and education. Henry Garnet was born into slavery in Chesterville, then Newmarket, Kent County, Maryland, on December 23rd, 1815. His grandfather was an African chief and warrior. In a tribal fight, he was captured and sold to slave traders who brought him to this continent, where he was owned by Colonel William Spencer. According to James McCune Smith, Garnet's father was George Trusty, and his enslaved mother was a woman of extraordinary energy. In 1824, the family, which included a total of 11 members. Oh God, I lost my place. What's good, Black Power? Hold on, let me finish. In 1824, the family included a total of 11 members, secured permission to attend a funeral, and from there they all escaped in a covered wagon via Wilmington, Delaware, where they were helped by a Quaker and Underground Railroad station master Thomas Garnet. Black Power, what's good, bro?
Nothing. I was tapping in. I was waiting till you finish cooking.
Now, I'm just going over his life a little bit, and going back and forth with Free Pop. He talking about that newspaper I showed was a basically it's a fake paper. It was made in 1960.
Man, they deny everything. Even like the 100 years of lynching, they deny that. They got a book about lynching just across the South. They got books about runaway slaves. None of them are white. I don't understand it.
Yeah, so that's my question. Who is, Garnett addressing if this white slave thing is real? Who's he addressing? Just like you're quiet, I'm quiet too. I'm waiting to see. Like, sometimes you hear Abel say that the cause of the Civil War was to free white slaves. How? When in 1843, we got Henry Highland Garnet telling slaves to revolt. He's talking to black people.
One of the things is, if the whites was really their slaves, what was the whites actually doing when the Wabos claimed to have built the buildings their self with their hands? So what was the white slaves doing?
Yo, say that again, bro. My bad. Ask the question again.
No, I'm saying the Wabos be claiming that they built all the buildings with their own hands. So what was the purpose of white slaves?
Yeah, what the fuck was the slaves doing? I heard exactly. That's a good question. They say, yeah, they always saying they built this, they built that. So, that's a good question. So what was the slaves doing?
Man, I was on Cuddy channel earlier, and Lex was going in, and then I asked him. I said, "All right, I would like y'all just to show me the bow and arrow." Just oh man, that's a whole nother. We get on that later. Boy, you should see the way they kicked me off of the chat panel. Said because I was stealing time while I was at work. Since I was stealing, they didn't want to address it. But who was it? I think it was Root. Was it Root Word? One of them came up and went big. You know what I mean? He was like, y'all was scared to address him. All right. Thank you. I'm over here clocking off of work right now. Let me press
I didn't even know I was on mute. My bad, y'all. I was saying that. So when he's talking about in that speech in 1843, telling these slaves to rebel, you know, he's speaking from experience. His family ran away, right? So he's not just telling them to do something that he didn't do himself, and you know that mentality was installed in him early to fight. And as you see, he fought this whole time, became a revolutionary. He says they take original articles and fake narratives and reproduce curated articles. No, that what they actually do is they take a picture of the actual article. This ain't no recreated nothing. They just scan it. They scan it. Stop with the everything is a conspiracy, because it's not. Slave logo. What are you talking? Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You want to see? I don't get it. What's the logo? You talking about a branding? You just be talking. So, yo, how long was you, Black Power, you there or you still clocking out?
No, I clocked out already.
Oh, how long was you up on that show? What they was
Man, we for about like an hour and a half.
And you ain't getting nothing accomplished, right?
Oh no, I mean, well,
It's
really
hard.
did.
On that channel, it's hard, bro.
So with Cuddy, the thing with him, what he did was he realized that they couldn't answer it, and then every time I asked, they want to debate and argue herbs and what was an actual herb and what's medicine. Then it was like, oh, name something that Africans invented. So that's what I was trying to explain to Lex. I'm like, all right, well, let's use something that they call theirs and prove it's yours. They claim the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
And when I said the bow and arrow is multiple inventions in one, no, how you gonna do that? No, what was the bow used for? The bow was used for the arrow. And I was trying to explain to him, but just to assemble those things, like just the twine itself is an invention. You feel me? To use the bow, the wood for that purpose is an invention. The arrowhead is an invention. The feathers on the stick itself is all different uses, even for one thing. But these are different things that was taken out of nature, used into one. So when we start looking at that, like who did that? Where did it start? Show me the oldest evidence of it. But they know it's gonna take them back to Africa. And the bow and arrow, once the bow and arrow take you back to Africa, now you're placing the Africans, the African thought on this continent.
Mm-hmm.
So now when you place the Africans on this continent, and then you place them here with Europeans at the same time, then that's when we start to converge histories. And then we end up with you reading things like you're reading now that they want to deny.
Exactly. Like he's trying to say, so they want to deny. He said if you go to any slave ad, they have the same logos. So he's talking about like this little, like a little slave picture, but not all the slave ads have that. Oh. Let me see. You probably.
Hey, to tell the truth, if we really just want to smash the Wabos and we just want to end it, we could do this right here. Hold on, let me see. How can I turn this around? Continue. Let me get this camera on. Damn, is it letting it on? It ain't turning it around. All right. Yeah, we could just do this. We could just show books. I mean, all we have to do is show books and authors and tell them to do the same thing. That's all they have to do.
Yeah. So where's the Abos, Henry Highland Garnet? Where's their people at? That's really the question. Where's their people?
And you know what? Lex asked him that. He said, I'm gonna name some of the Pan-African master teachers and this and that. That's when they got on. They tried to deter it, but then here go Chief Goatmouth was like, but they all dead. They all dead. What that have to? I just didn't understand what that have to do with anything. And name one of them that's not CIA. And I try to explain, if the CIA created Pan-Africanism, then that's one thing that we could thank the CIA for, because that means that they came with an ideal.
Maybe that's not even the route to go, right?
I mean, but check it. Why would they, if they are that's saying that they for us, because Pan-Africanism isn't working against us.
No.
It's
I get what you're saying. It makes sense to me, but to an Abo, they're gonna flip that. That's why I'm saying don't even say that. You get what I'm saying?
I see what you say.
You're just saying, thank you that they did it. That's, you know what I'm saying? Then they're gonna flip it. The point is, the CIA was started in 1947. Do you know when the first Pan-African conference was?
1901. It was Sylvester, but it wasn't even in the United States. It wasn't even in Africa.
Yeah, it was in Europe.
London,
exactly. So
but then that's what I told them that.
How did they create that? If they're not even around till 1947. That's the way to go about it.
You know what? I didn't go that way.
You feel what I'm saying? Real simple.
I got you.
It's real. Don't even play. I know what you be doing.
I'm playing into it. Yeah.
Play with your food. I know you like to play with your food. Certain things you can't even play with. You feel what I'm saying? Because they'll drag.
I got you.
Because once you say, "Well, thank the CIA," they're gonna stop you right there and never let you talk again. And they're just gonna leave it at those words when you have way more to say. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. You know what? That's exactly what happened.
You feel me?
That's exactly what happened. You know what?
I know. I wasn't even there, and I know.
Hey, man, I want to look for the Kapinski. Man, look. Hold on. I got some heat on this shelf. I'm looking for that book. 100 Years of There we go, man. Check baby out over here. Check baby out. Look at her. She fly. That bookshelf thick, boy. She got some heat on her.
Yeah, that's nice.
She got heat. And this is what I be trying to explain to them. Where y'all at? Look, we got African all on my shelf. I want to see their books where they say Aboriginal. Where that's at? You feel me? But that one right here. This kills them. They can't get past this.
Nah, they can't.
100 years of lynching.
Free Pop in the comments says that I'm just regurgitating fraud. Like, okay. Don't make no sense.
Hey, but you know what? I got to keep it all the way 100. And I know let's not go that way, but going by the Wabo's logic, going by what they saying, if they're slaves, if they freed their slaves, which is the Europeans in 1865, that would make the European the greatest race of people on the face of the planet.
Ever.
Because from slavery of 1865 to 2023, they built an empire.
A global empire.
A global empire? That mean that these are Jesus' sons.
So, but these are the same people they like to say just crawled out the caves. We taught them English. We taught them how to bathe. But it's not like they saying we did that 1,000 years ago. They saying we just did this since 1865. You get what I'm saying?
From 1865, Brody. These are the greatest people on the face of the planet.
They have to be if we go with the Abos logic.
And that's one of the directions that they just don't want to. Then they want to say they not great. They not. We really. I even heard them. That's why I wish BAP old channel was up because it was so much heat on there that would have just destroyed everything. Their whole house of cards. When they said that they just loaning and they renting the United States to them. They actually pay rent. They actually work for
To
them
who?
and they
To who?
control.
To the Avo said that?
Yeah, that they loaning it out to the white people
Who
for now.
exactly said that? Who exactly said that?
I was in a debate. I don't remember exactly who said that, but I know one that said it
Oh,
before, and I sent him the link. He regurgitated. I don't know. I know he gets stuff from other people, but he like to regurgitate those talking points. I know he said it for sure, but he got it from somebody else. You know what I mean? But I sent him the link because I wanted him to come on.
that's crazy. So look what Real Rap says. He says the white man is the greatest. Y'all can't stop using him as a source. He got to be the greatest. Now check this out. I showed a speech from Henry Highland Garnet. Right, that's one of my sources I use. He's a black man. When I'm gonna tell you this, what I do, and what I see most black people do is when we talk about our history. I'm gonna tell our history through our people. I don't need to go to. I'll never show a white man talking about our history. When it comes to science, science is universal. What's right is right. What's scientific is scientific. History, it comes from the perspective.
You messing up. What
No.
about the greatest white teacher that ever lived that was 5 years old teaching our master teachers?
I forgot.
Melville
Melvin J. Hurt.
Herskovitz.
Yeah, he taught. He was able to teach Henry Sylvester Williams about Pan-Africanism from the time he was born in 1895 to 1900 to 1901 when they had the first Pan-African conference. I
When he was
forgot
about
about
6?
that. Yeah, 5, 6 roughly. Yeah,
5 or 6? Whew.
yeah.
Hey,
You know,
boy, the Webos, boy, they got this thing figured out, man. I don't know how I missed that.
But you you feel what I'm saying though? Like, this shit don't make no sense. Like, I didn't show nothing about a white man yet. What I showed a newspaper ad that was probably created by white people, but it's an ad. There is no perspective to it. It's somebody looking for some stolen or lost property. That's it. And he gives a description of his property. It's not a story being told.
I remember one of the Wabos would be like, the experts say, and all the experts was European.
Word. Yeah, that's definitely their shit. Like this is from a speech Garnett gave.
Hey, come get this smoke, man. I just sent you the link. Get on Not a Coincidence channel. Where you at? Bring some Wabos with you. We need some new Wabos.
I ain't got none. Bring
who that? That's app. Yo, listen.
Solo Bolo.
Okay, come solo.
Smith scared of me, man.
Hey, he said Aboriginal Smith scared of me. He know your voice.
He's scared of me. I've been trying to get him up here for the longest.
Hey, he know your voice. He said Aboriginal Smith scared of me.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him up here.
Not a coincidence.
What am I scared of? Not a coincidence, bro.
I ain't seen you yet.
Pull up. Hold on. He said, I ain't seen you yet. Oh man, look, pull up right now. We live right now, waiting on you. We tell about Melville Herskovitz, 5 years old, teaching grown men. You feel me? When he was 5, and how he made Pan-Africanism at 5.
The leader of men at 5. That's crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, look. I'm gonna send you the link again.
Tell him to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that arguing. We could have a conversation.
He coming. Oh no.
I like him though. He's real. He's stubborn as a motherfucker.
Yeah, he's stubborn as fuck. We be going at it. That's my
I can tell he's a good dude though.
Yeah, he with the shits.
Oh man, he's stubborn as fuck. We be going at it. That's my
I can tell he's a good dude though. Oh, you got it on a double.
Yeah, I can tell
Oh, this is my other phone.
Oh man, he's stubborn as fuck. We be going at it.
Hold on. Let me
Well, why they was sitting outside?
Who?
The beer.
I don't know. What?
And they gave up this.
fuck his number at? There you go. Let's see if he pull up. He said he pulling up. But yeah, Melville Herskovitz, 5 years old, the lynchings. So when we know lynchings actually took place within the United States, and they like that they don't want to. Anytime they go against it, they actually shitting on the memories of all the brothers and sisters that actually went through that atrocity.
Yeah.
And the whole Wabo ideology is erasing the atrocities and allowing it to get swept under the rug. Now, if this was the Holocaust, if it was some Jewish folks saying the Holocaust didn't happen, and a group of them, no, we not gonna give the Germans that and make them seem like they put us in concentration camps, and and I even
It
watched
wouldn't
some
be
of the videos.
acceptable.
Oh, it wouldn't be acceptable. And they move as a whole unit, in their ideology. Now, another thing, if you go type in Aboriginals versus Pan African on YouTube, you will see it on their channels that they creating a divide amongst us, but they make it seem like we're attacking them. But it's only them promoting and pushing it. So, so I told them the first war that they ever had in history was against Pan-Africanism. They don't have no wars on the books. The Aboriginals of America first war is online versus Pan-Africans. And if they want to prove otherwise, they have to source up, because I could go to all their pages right now, and they are my primary source. Top cat, Mr. Meow voice. You know what I mean? He talk like a fighting kitten. Like he, how them cats sound when they fight? That's how Top Cat sound. What's the Cuddy? Man, I know Cuddy to be something else in the streets. When cats say they about to go get some Cuddy, but I guess this cat want to put something different to that name. Unless you're talking about a cutlass. Amp power.
Freeze in your room.
You know what I mean? All of them. Even 111 Truth going at chopping down the ancestors. Talking about Marcus Garvey was an agent.
Yeah, they just try to, Marcus Garvey was a separatist, right? And with that mind state, we got to understand where he's coming from. You can agree or disagree with his tactics, but if he aligned himself with other separatists, right, he wants black people to stay away from white people. So he might have aligned himself with white people who want to keep black people away from white people, right? They wasn't buddy, but they agreed on, they had the same sentiment. Let's stay the fuck away from each other. You get what I'm saying?
We could look at it like this too, because this is they don't keep things in context. And there's in a book, 7 Habits, it says, seek to understand, then seek to be understood. First, try to understand the mind of a man that he's seen in his time. These motherfuckers put these hoods on, go in the police station, the police stand down, they take a person out of a cell, take them in the street and kill them, and nobody go to jail. Where would you think the power of that nation lies? So Marcus Garvey mindset was and it's also called the Invisible Empire. I got a book on them too. The plan was cold, the Invisible Empire. So he felt like they was the government. So he felt like he was the leader of a nation. So he went to that nation and sat down with their leader.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's this book right here.
But yeah, real rap. When it comes to telling Black history, never. I'm going to what we said ourselves. Y'all abos have to go to what the white man said. Everything y'all got is from the white man. Y'all have no history. Y'all have nothing. Show me a abo orator. Show me an abo abolitionist. Show me an abo anything before y'all create.
See, now Damn, you know what they gonna do? See, aboriginal abolition. See, you it's right there in the word. Do the etymology of abo. The abolitionists are aboriginal. That's what they gonna do.
That sound like root words to say some shit like that.
Hey, look, if you go to their early videos too, they got mayonnaise all on their channel. The mayonnaise was one of their big dogs. Cormeo.
Yeah.
He was one of their big dogs. And what's that? It was somebody else that was one of their big dogs.
Who that wasn't basically black?
Nah, they wasn't black. It was a lot of non-black folks. That's one of they be they big dogs, and all of a sudden now they want to shy away from Corey Mayo. They go listen to him lightweight. If you go listen to Corey Mayo new videos,
they all still repeat the same shit, even the new shit they say. So it's coming from somewhere. Who are they all getting it from? Right? They getting it from each other. It has to be.
Man,
they still all say the same shit.
Check this. All right, there we go. AP he just did one about Chicago. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen some of it.
He has never in his life
uttered
the word Chitalago.
Hold on. Is it him doing it, or he just showing a video?
He was showing a video
of a white person talking, making
a white and he never said the word Chitalago, and none of the Wabbos ever said Chitalago. To the white dude said it. Now he said Chitalago.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. They gotta show me a Wabbo saying Chitalago before AP uploaded that video. I guarantee you will not show me that of them saying that, and they can't do it.
Never.
They can't do it. So that lets you know that they're getting led by outside forces.
Yep. They the one being led by the CIA, if we want to keep it. Or the FBI, something. They being led by, or maybe Russia. Right? Who knows?
Hey, one of the bros, he was like, man, he said at this point, and he was one of the brothers I went to. I was like, man, look, we're gonna start calling Wabbos. And he was one of the ones that said, all right, bam, and just immediately switched up. He said, man, at this point, I don't even think that we're arguing with actual people. I think we arguing with bots.
Mm-hmm.
When he said that made sense, because a lot of them don't show their face. A lot of them, you don't even know if they're real people. And those that you do,
we had this conversation. So this is what I say.
Mm-hmm.
So the people we talking to, they're real people. But do you see how they all seem to get their source to be an Instagram? It'll be a YouTube video. They were like, yo, go to this YouTube video. Go to this. You know what I'm saying? That's where they're getting it from. Those is where that bot shit is coming in at. You know what I'm saying? Or outside. And they're watching videos from people they've never seen before. They don't even know the name of the channel. They just know it's this the video. Right? And this the video they like, and they got this XYZ in it. And that's what they're going with. So that's why I think that the outside influence is coming in, and just this random shit that they're taking as information with no sources that they're receiving it. That's what I think it is. Yeah, Big Chief, jump on. Real Rap. I put the link in the chat. Yeah, because I want to talk to you about your presidential candidate anyway, Big Chief. I see Aboriginal Smith pulled up here in the chat. Why I ain't hit the link? I need to pin the link. I'm gonna pin it. Let me see. Let me pin that shit. Word, but I still want to know, from what Henry Highland Garnet was saying, who's he talking to? Who's the slave? Big Chief, we could talk about Rico. I got some questions about his candidacy.
He called you French Montana.
Who called who French Montana? What French? Yo, pull up, man.
Hey, come on, Abbo Smith. Where you at? Pull up.
We talking about these who y'all say, you know, the white slaves. So what happened was I read a speech from 1843 from Henry Highland Garnet. Let me show you a picture of him, where he's addressing the slaves in the United States. This is from another speech, but I showed a speech from 1843. This is from 1865. I'm just showing you this for the picture.
Hey,
Right?
no,
So,
no, hey, look, hey, Indian River, real talk, homie. You get more, it's more respect over here than on other channels.
nah,
You feel
definitely,
me?
bro.
We don't be calling nobody bitches and all that. That happens. Chief Goatmouth like to call other men bitches. You know.
Nah, we have a respectable conversation about Rico Dukes. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
Hey, now check this out with Rico, right? So presentation when you run it for president is everything. Presentation is everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the way they walk, the way they stand when the camera, he don't understand media presence. That's why he wanted to be taken serious. While he was on a live, I think it was Sonetta. This dude pulled a cigarette out, had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth while he was talking. Now,
I mean,
people
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I get it. I get it. This is supposed to be his pre-campaign run, right? Like he's supposed to be riling up the grass level people.
And he got a slouchy ass shirt on. Man, go
And
put a real.
every opportunity has a chance to be on camera. Should be an opportunity where you can clip something for later to use as material for anything. You know what I'm saying? As far as your campaign and promotion. So you are supposed to be doing that at the best, at your best at all times, especially now, since once you say you're going for that, you're running for president, from then on out, you're supposed to be like you're saying, shouldn't be no cigarette. I smoke cigarettes, but
And then not only that, but the thing is, Obama smoked cigarettes too. But you didn't see him on his campaign run with him hanging out his
that's
mouth
the
while he
point.
talking
That's the
and it's
point.
bouncing. Yeah. Another thing is this too. If you notice, what's her name? She was a black woman when she was talking to sisters, and she was an Indian when she was talking to Asians. So she understood how to play the both sides. No, this dude right now banging on Pan Africans, he joining the melee. If he going to be a leader, he step in and say, right now, this is what we got, and this is the best way, and this is the peaceful end for everybody. So all of us have success. Mentally, he don't have that. He don't know how to run a crew.
All right, hold on. Let's save some of that in case Big Chief come up.
Oh,
Right?
okay. All right.
We don't want to give our whole hand away, right? Real rap,
No
what's
problem.
going on, real rap?
Real rap be going in, homie.
Yeah.
Between real rap and Wabo Smith, I wonder. Oh, there he go. He still ain't came up yet. Man, get about that background. Come front
Oh
line,
wait, that
Wabo
that makes
Smith.
me remember. Hold on, real quick. My bad, I don't mean to cut you off, but he
No,
asked the
go ahead.
question
Go ahead.
what we was talking about. We was talking about Henry Highland Garnet, his speech in 1843 at the color conventions in Buffalo, where he's telling the United States slaves to basically rebel. And he gives a speech about that. He gives some history, and he's telling them, he's a very religious man, but he's also he uses, so you know how there was people that use religion to enslave people. He's using religion to get you free. He's telling you, listen, Jesus don't want you in this. God don't want you in this situation, right? He even gives an example. He said if some heathens came and enslaved some Christians, God would want them to fight. And if some Christians went and enslaved some heathens, God wouldn't be mad if the heathens did what they had to do to get free. You get what I'm saying? That's his side of things. I'm not with the religious thing, but at that time, it would be hard pressed to find a atheist amongst the black community, right? So we ain't even gonna go there. All our grandmothers was in that church, great grandmothers, all of them. We
Hey,
ain't
now,
even gonna
Quinn.
do that. What's
Hey,
good,
my
bro?
great grandfather. Not to cut you off, homie. Just on that, my great grandfather didn't know how to read. He had a second grade education, and he memorized the Bible through audio books.
Yeah, I believe it. Yep. When my great grandmother died on my father's side, so my father's mother, in our area, she was the oldest living member of the AME Church. She was a member for about. She died 90. I think she was like 92. She was in the church her whole life, right? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we have a long tradition now. What's good, Real Rap?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I wasn't sure if my audio was messing up or not. I was about to jump on my computer. What's good with it, bro?
What's
What's
good?
good with it?
I seen you last night, man.
What's the deal? Real rap,
I hope you
real
told me
rap
this
raw.
morning because I said some very controversial, provocative things this morning that I went live on my live on. You can go and clip that if you need. I want
As
to tell
usual.
you.
I seen it.
I want to tell you one thing. The work that you did on Smoke needs to be commended. All right. The fact that you and YK have simultaneously, and I think you've been doing it by osmosis. I don't think y'all set this up or planned this. I think it was just something that was right for men to do, especially men that have children, especially men that have daughters, to weed out these degenerates. All right. I commend you on that. And I support you in the movement to continuing to talk about these Aboriginal degenerates. That's why I remove and further myself away from their talking points.
Well, let me say this. Hold on real quick. Let me say this. So Smoke Signal, he is an Aboriginal, but he's an individual. And that individual says some foul shit, right?
He does.
I'm not gonna put that on the whole Aboriginals, but what I will put on them is that when it was brought to their attention, they accepted it.
Facts.
Right? YK, he brought it back out, which was it was good. I'm glad he did it. And then we talked about it after. And then I seen you talked about it also. People need to know, like, yeah, we have these fighting matches. We say a lot of shit to each other, foul shit. But one thing we shouldn't say is shit like that. I got 3 daughters, right?
Hey, not to cut you off, but I gotta point out what you just did, bro. You said not all of them, this one particular one, and that is respectable and commendable. That is not happening on their side. When they putting polite on a whole Pan-African movement, and you took the right path. But my bad, brother.
No, but that's another reason why. That's why YK brought it to the attention, right? So an individual who they call Pan-African, who I don't call Pan-African, because for him to help you out, you had to be part of his organization, right? That's not Pan-Africanism. You had to be what he is to get any resources or whatever he was offering. That's not Pan-Africanism. The Black Panthers, when they said we're feeding children, they didn't say, oh, we're only feeding Christian breakfast. They didn't say we're only feeding Muslims. They said, no, if you're a child, come eat. You get what I'm saying? That's what it is. So Polite's not even a Pan-African. He's somebody who has African descent. He has African ancestry, but he's not a Pan-African. Pan-Africanism is an action. It is not something you are. It's something you do. That's it.
And look, I'm learning this because, I was in the mindset that it's dead. All right. But if that's what Pan-Africanism is really about, then I support that because I support family. You know what I'm saying? I support the reconnecting of knowing who your family is through, history and however you can. Yeah, like we spar and all that. That's cool. But yeah, like you said, in places like we don't go to. And that's how who's foul, bro. Like I don't have to say certain things to you, not a coincidence, to get my point across.
Yeah.
Certain
and real rap. You don't have to say certain things to disrespect me, right? You could say mad shit to disrespect me instead of saying the worst, the lowest shit you could possibly say about somebody's daughter. You feel what I'm saying? There's a million things you could say to disrespect me, but come on, bro. Like I got 3 daughters. My oldest is 19. My youngest is 6. Well, she'll be 6 months on the 19th.
You got a brand new.
I thought it didn't work. It still works. So I fucked around and fucked around. But my middle daughter, she's 12. You know what I'm saying? So I got babies at basically every level: preteen, pre-adult, and an infant. Somebody talking like that, I'm not. Nah, nigga, I'll kill you straight up. And I'll tell anybody that online, anything. I'll kill you, bro. Even like if we was face to face and you said some shit like that, my nigga, like, come on, man.
You get choked out. At the minimum, you're getting choked out, if not stumped out. Like
hands is being put on you. That's it. And in the course of action, however it goes down, it goes down. You feel what I'm saying? But you're not what? Like that's just different, man.
So now we could speak to that, right? Now imagine they actually had a town. And this is what when they have something that's foul, obviously foul, and they like scared or don't check it, that mean that foul shit will run rapid in that town because they don't outright check it. That's one thing about on the side when you go to any brothers that's representing being of African descent in our channels. If we check it right there, they be like, oh, see, they arguing amongst each other because iron sharpen iron. The reason why when you go over there, they start getting disrespectful because yes, iron sharpen iron, but you end up cutting too deep because they iron plated. You think they iron, they really plastic, and you cutting too deep.
Y'all talk.
So they feel like you attacking them.
I gotta walk away real quick. Y'all do
all right, we got you now. The coincidence. Hey, look, bro. I guess you've been seeing me move around, and you're gonna continue to keep seeing me move around because somebody has, number one, to put out this issue that we have known as the Aboriginal fake ass community. Look, there is no community, my bro. It's just a couple niggas with YouTube channels that have cult followers. That's it. Like if they was to put up an event, less than 40 people would show up. You know what I'm saying? They have no movement. They have no juice. They have no real pull in the streets. So you got an idiot in the chat right now. I need you to either type, all right, Twitter finger your life away, or come up here and be a man and speak. But you are a supporter of Aboriginal Powderhead, all right? And not only do they say vulgar things to people's children, but they also promote drug use. So at the end of the day, I'm not surprised Aboriginal Smith is another degenerate, and they leader over there, A1, all right, was on the panel multiple times and said nothing. All right. Aboriginal Powderhead was on the panel multiple times when these degenerate things were said and did nothing. Y'all got the nerve, and I'm not a supporter of Polite at all. You know what I'm saying? But y'all have little Polites over there too. So it's a huge hypocrisy. Everything that y'all about is bullshit. Go ahead, bro.
One thing I do want to say, like when it comes to the whole Polite situation, right? And if people were to say, hey, Black Power Banging, do you feel like Polite, like if been found guilty, everybody know he's guilty, he admit he get on the stand and say, yes, I plead guilty, you know, do I feel like his life should be took, right? I'm gonna tell you no. I ain't gonna, because I won't be the one to do it. Now, if that was my children, then yes. But I can't make the law for the father of that child in the way he should react. Because I'm seeing too many black folks forgiving when they babies getting laid down and they want to hug the motherfucker that killed their folks. I'm seeing too much of that. So what I'm not gonna do is be the one to jump out the window and make it seem like I'm gonna jump out the window for somebody I don't know if they go bust. So I'm not gonna be the shooter of their community.
Hey, Black Power Banging, you know I got videos of A1 defending Dr. York, bro. Like
I seen that.
I got it. This nigga was just defending Dr. York, bro. Because Dr. York speak all that space alien bullshit that A1 love, bro. He was just defending Dr. York on fucking Top Rat's channel. That's why I call him. He a top rat. Because anybody that say the best that ever did and got away with it, that's a rat statement.
What y'all talking about? Nothing.
A1 was just defending Dr. York on Top Rat's channel.
Yo, let me ask you a question, real rap. Let's transition to something else.
You talking to me?
No. Real rap. Let me transition to something else. So when you was on Pew Butter channel, right? There was a point in time when you was going in about who's more African and
facts, because those Pan-African are anti-African. Facts.
So you were saying you was more African, and also
True African.
I'll leave that to another thing because I got another point I wanted to point out from that. So when you say more African, why are you saying that?
Well, let's just get to let's just get to it, not a coincidence. Because you want to talk about me calling them hard R niggas, and that's what they are. Because anybody that has something against Africa and you are anti-African and you want to play this FBA shit against me when I know FBAs are complete trash and they got their whole talking point from Tariq Nasheed. All right, I'm not gonna go in because it's your channel, but it was my channel. I lay out all this shit on Tariq.
Wait, who was you saying was the FBA? I didn't see that FBA. So I don't.
Well, no, they had FBA talking points, so they were upset at me, right? And the way that the conversation was going. Number one, I'm banging for Bloodline, and I mean I got the video. I did the video today. Like one of the little chicks, she was using FBA talking points, and she was trying to, because I said that I'm African, then I said that I also have lineage to Jamaica. She was like, well, she was saying that because I traveled. I'm like, well, number one, lady, I've been traveling since I was 19. I've been a world traveler since I was 19. Then she was going to go to route, oh, because you're African, you think you're better than us. She didn't know that I'm from Louisiana, got bloodline here, all this. But that's the route she was going, oh, because you're African, you think you're better than us. So I cut her off before she could say, go fix your homeland, go back home, to where you left. I cut her off before she could.
But no, real well. I actually was listening. She wasn't. So you kept saying because you found it. Let's get it all in context. Because you found someone in your genealogy that makes you more, and because you didn't have to do it through DNA.
Oh no, not just that. No. They were trying to make it seem because I've only had the knowledge of my genealogy
that
for the
also,
last
yes.
month. Wait,
Yeah,
hold on. Because Q's part.
I was just saying, yeah.
No, yeah, I got you. Because Q's part and Q started this. So because I've only had the knowledge for roughly 6 weeks to 2 months, 8 weeks, you know what I'm saying? I've always been in the blood African. I've always had African in my blood. I'm always going to be that. So for me, they want to downcast me because I went through a colonization process of not knowing exactly who my bloodline is and was. And now I'm proud because I'm able to find that and niggas in their feelings.
No, that's not. All right. So to me, watching, mind you, I'm watching. You're in the conversation, right? So you have your own perspective. I'm watching two sides go at it, right? You can't see yourself, correct?
I can't see myself, no.
All right. So I got a different perspective, right? So for what I'm getting is you was kind of taunting it with people. You was trying to like taunt people and saying, look, you can't find what I found, a slave narrative, right? Meanwhile, we had this conversation about slave narratives and how rare it is, didn't we?
We did.
So compared to how many people was actually enslaved and how many slave narratives there actually is, it's a very small percentage.
Yeah, last time we talked, you told me it was like 4 million to like roughly 6,500.
The most. You get what I'm saying? So you got 4 million slaves, but only about 6,000 narratives. So to find one in your ancestors.
Yeah, take your time, not a coincidence. You're a family man. All right, you got family stuff to do. Not mad at that. Cujo, what's good, Cujo? Big up Virginia, right? Big up.
All day, big up Virginia.
Hey, Cujo, let me tell you why.
I'm back. All right. No, but hold on, quick. Do you understand what I was saying? My point I was trying to make.
Yeah, like reiterate your point again one more time, because like yeah.
So the point is that your slave narrative is very rare compared to the actual how many slaves it was. So for you to throw that in people's face it doesn't even make sense, because not everybody's gonna be able to trace back to a slave narrative. Now, if that was possible, where everybody can be like, oh, every Black American has a slave narrative where they interviewed every slave, then it'd be like, well, you didn't do the work. So you're lazy, you didn't find it. No, it don't work like that, bro. It's just not there. I don't know what the percentage is, but what's the percent of 4 million out of 6,000?
Give me a second. Let me grab my calculator.
Hey, you gotta get the party making without the actual percentage.
Yeah, but Cujo, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yes, sir.
So it's not fair to throw that. Fuck fair. It's not even smart to throw that in somebody's face and be like, "Look, I have this and you don't."
I mean, and then what are you doing? Are you trying to like just prove that you're better than somebody, or are we really trying to have some type of revolution?
That's what Americans do. As soon as watch this. Watch this, big up.
That's awesome.
Watch this. Let me answer the question. As soon as an American, a black American, all right, say I was African, they would have went the fuck in and I stopped them. I played the bad guy. But most black Americans at my age range, I'm not talking about your age range, big up.
It's the same. It would be the
I can only speak from my perspective. I can't speak from a 45 plus, 50 plus. No disrespect, because there's nothing wrong being that age. But I can speak from that vantage point. Hold on. My age range, they're going to say you're dirty, dusty. You need to take your black ass back to Africa and go fix your homeland. That's what most black Americans say. That's
brother. Listen, look.
Hold on, no. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, what problem we all have? I mean, like, don't think that the shit that you're hearing now is new. We hear the same shit. This shit ain't new. The dirty African and all that shit. That's something we all grew up with. I mean, when you get my age, you'll understand how you sound now. Because I can't explain it to you. Because yesterday is just like that to anybody. You know what I'm saying? But nah, bro. When you make it like it's about you, it's not about you. Like you said in the thing, it's about you.
It's about me. It's about
our problem is no, it's not. It's about our families collectively.
That's what I said. Our family
is our story overall. That's important. We can study the intricacies of who we are, but to be arrogant about it and talk about just because you did this and you did something, so fucking what? What are we doing as a people? See, that individuality shit, that's that white folk shit. That's what we got a problem with. We got a problem with that because the whole thing with this old Aboriginal shit, none of them niggas descended from slaves. All of them related to goddamn Pocahontas. You know what I'm saying? It's always a bunch of shit. Everybody's Powhatan. Everybody's kin to the dude to the one that means Black Knight. Everybody's kin to Tecumseh. Everybody's kin to the goddamn Black Europeans.
Hold on, hey, look, real quick.
Everyone wants to be special when all of our black asses descend from fucking people who were enslaved between the states of Maryland and goddamn Georgia, and that's the truth.
Can I say something real quick? I understand what he's saying, but I understand what both of y'all are saying. But it is about individual and it's about us collectively. It depends on if you're in a battle or if you're planning for a war. So collectively, it's the war. But he was in a battle. So for him to just embrace that and put it out there with him is no different than a rapper talking about his cars and his. So basically, intellectually, he was intellectually banging. So I fucks with it. Let him rock. Let him rock.
I didn't hear the conversation, but I'm basing it on what I know about him insofar as the conversations I have had with him. You know what I'm saying? And I think that is a problem when we make it about ourselves, because of course there's going to be something interesting.
Hey, look, hold on, bro. Hold on. You've been around a long time.
You're damn right. I've been around quite a while.
Hold on. I want to give you some credit and honor. You've been around for a long time, so you know how many people like me come to the understanding of who they are, and they get zealous. I'm in my zealous moment right now. All right, let me rock. Okay, yeah, I'm zealous with it, and I'm gonna be overly African because I talk shit about Africa for years, and nigga, I gotta swallow that. That's me and my.
Let me ask him a question. So
hold on, fam. Why can't I just land my plane on that?
Slave owners and shit.
Let me rock on that, because for years I didn't study Africa. I said, ain't no motherfucking way I'm African. Like people used to tell us we look African, but I was like, until I prove it one day, nigga, it is what it is. And now the fact that I could call all my African ancestors, you know how powerful that is. When when I do my rituals and shit, I'm gonna let my play on this, not coincidence. When I do my rituals and shit, I got one of my oldest ancestors that I can physically, like, spiritually call on, and I feel that power, bro. So if I'm overzealous about being African, so the fuck what? Because that Abo shit fake, and I'm here to destroy that shit, and I'm here to bring black people together and stop all this name banging. Go ahead, not a coincidence.
Real rap. So why align yourself with people like Ling Ling, who say that the slave trade didn't happen? And he told your ancestors' story wrong. You heard him up there saying that, well, real rap shit is different. His people came from Africa. They wasn't enslaved. They was free, and he actually owned slaves. Is that your story, real rap?
It depends on what ancestor you're talking about.
No. We talking about Senegal, Maurice. We're talking about Charles. Did they come over and was free?
Her name was Francois, and Charles was born in America. And
listen to me. When Marie, what was her name? Mary?
It was Francois Marie Senegal. She used the Marie as her middle name.
Got you. So when Marie came to America, was she free?
Can you call her Francois? Her name was Francois.
When Francois came to America, was she free?
No, she wasn't.
So when Tyron said your family came to America and they was free, is that true?
It wasn't accurate.
So why didn't you correct him?
I didn't hear that, and I wasn't on the panel for that. He had to have been in the chat when he said that.
He was on the panel saying that. No, he was on the panel.
All right. Well, look. Yesterday I did have some issues. That's why I asked, like, could y'all hear me? Because when I was on my cell phone, my shit, like my voice wasn't going through, so I had to switch to my computer.
So when you see Tyron again, are you gonna correct the story on your ancestors?
I'm gonna give him my story.
No. Listen. All he needs to know is that your ancestors came to America.
I don't know for 100% true if he said it the way you said it, because I don't remember him messing it up like that.
Bro, do you remember? All right. Do you remember when they was
pointing
the video
out proof? If you have the video proof,
I don't have the. I didn't clip it, but I'm gonna tell you this. You remember when they was asking you why you aligning yourself with Tyron, and he doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, when me and Q was having a conversation.
Yes, and Tyron does not agree with you. So if you're all about what you just said, shouting out your ancestors, why are you aligning somebody who's denying your ancestors?
He's not denying my ancestors. Like, he has a story not similar to mine, but he has a story where he claims all his ancestors, African and so-called non-African.
Bro, he didn't get up there and talk about. He didn't talk about his ancestors. He was talking about yours.
Yeah, that nigga Tyron is making pictures of us on his page right now, man. He weird, bro. Don't align yourself with him, man.
Well,
I mean, he told your family story all wrong.
Come on, bro.
Hey, he's young. Tyron, my dog, and at the end of the day, I rock with his passion and I rock with his knowledge. All right. I'm not gonna be swayed.
All right, no, hold on. Look, real rap, you're not making any sense to me. Pause.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Cass, I'm gonna let you get in. You was up here, my bad. I'm gonna let you get in. I'm gonna just say this real quick. Real rap, you're not making any sense. The point is, your ancestors came over here from Africa enslaved. They even talk about being sold on the auction block. They say that. And Tyron says that is bullshit. Whether you say it, whether I say it, whether anybody else says it, he's going to say that's a lie. It never happened.
Why don't I call him and we let him speak for himself? How about that? All right, why don't I get him over here? He can speak for himself.
All right. No. This is what I want you to do. Get him over here and ask him this question. Tell him to tell you the story of your ancestors that he told last night. I don't want no influence or nothing. I just want him to answer that question, to repeat the story he told last night about your ancestors.
All right, hold on.
Tell me if it's true.
I'm gonna try to get him over.
All right, but go ahead, Cass.
Peace. Yeah, man. Don't align yourself with that dude. He weird, man. He got us as what does he got us as Star Wars characters? Like he got all the Pan Africans and Star Wars characters on
He
his
got me up
page.
there too. He got me up there. Oh
Some of
God.
them I can't tell. I know he got like Brandon, Dinah Samir, one person look like me and stuff like that.
But
So
so look, it's niggas like that I, you know what I'm saying? I don't be wanting to show my face because niggas want to make memes and shit. Like I ain't got time for that shit.
yeah, because Tayshawn was doing it for a minute, but something
And them niggas do weird. They do weird gay shit, man.
Hey, I want to say this. I want to say this one thing. The one thing that Wabbos do a lot. This is how you know that they ignorant. When they say you're not African, that's a broad statement. Now, if they say you're not Yoruba, I can understand that because Yoruba is specific. It's an actual tribe. But to say African is a worldwide family, and that is a hard claim to try to pull off. Just they don't understand. That's just like they never say Mexicans or the Native Americans are not Asian, but they're saying they're Asian, and they're over here. You know what I mean? Let's say the white people are no, the white people not Europeans no more. White people are now Africans. But yeah, but y'all get the point. You feel me? That's another point that locked them in on.
Hey yo, I just saw a clip of Israel Asanye getting in that white boy face about him claiming Africa. That shit was funny. Like, but Tyron said he on his way. He said he making his last one of his last posters or memes or whatever, y'all. And he said he on his way right now.
That's the funniest sounding dude. The dude that talking to me like, oh my god.
Oh, it get worse, bro. He aligned with some dude named Eugene that got like this real long face. That he attacks dudes.
I know Eugene. I know Eugene.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah, he's an absolute clown.
Oh look! He jumped right in. He dropped the link.
Yeah, him and Tyron.
So hold on, real quick. When he comes up here, nobody say nothing. Real rap has a question to ask him. Real rap, do you remember the question?
Tyron, did you tell my story?
No. We don't need to ask him if he told. We don't need to ask him if he told a story. Just tell him.
No, I was gonna get there.
Just tell look real quick. Repeat the story you told last night about my family coming to America from Africa. Just ask him that. Simple. No, there's no persuasion in that. No leaning to one side or another. Just tell him to tell the same story he told last night. What's good, Sean? What's good, I am?
Well, I'm sure he could hear you, so.
Yeah, yo, I dropped the link and it's pinned. The link is pinned. Ling.
Yeah, peace. Let me say this one thing because I forgot. Not a coincidence. And you're gonna stop calling that man Ling. His last name is Leon. But
I got introduced to him as Ling.
All right, watch this.
That's not his real name anyway, but go ahead.
Hold on. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, look, I want to tell you, you didn't have me blocked. YouTube is doing some weird shit with my account and your account because now I could see you in my comments again, but I can't respond to you.
Yo, look, he's saying, he's not on my blacklist, nigga. He's saying the same shit. Yo, send him the link. I don't know why he's in the chat.
Hey, look,
you can't see that the link is pinned.
But I gotta switch accounts to be able to get the link. Like for whatever reason, it's weird. But I want to tell you now, you don't have me blocked. YouTube just doing some weird shit with YouTube don't want the real Africans and your real American self to come together.
I don't think it's a conspiracy.
I don't think YouTube gives a fucking shit.
Stop the real.
YouTube don't give a shit what you do on those.
Hold on, let Sean get in. Let Sean get in, yo.
Stop making up shit, man. Stop the real African shit. You don't know shit about Africa to say real African, bro. So
hey, bro.
You used
to worship Clement. I heard you was all about Clement about 2-3 years ago.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't.
Fall back.
You don't know any. You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about me.
Fall back. You used to be a pharaoh worshiper. Now it's all West Africa.
I studied Egyptian language.
No, you didn't.
And culture.
You were all about Kemet.
And history.
You thought you were from Kemet.
I was never all about Kemet.
You was all about Kemet.
No, you don't know anything about me.
It was all about Kemet, sir.
You don't. This show you how much you know about me.
Sir, you was all about Kemet, sir.
All
Stop.
right. Now watch this, Odyssey. Prove it.
All we gotta do is go to the old videos. I got you. Old videos.
Go, no. Share your screen. Prove it.
I can prove that you Black Lives Matter right now.
No.
I can
Share
share
your
my screen. For that.
screen.
I'm on my
Prove it.
cell phone. I'm on my cell phone.
Whatever you
I
claim.
got you.
Prove it.
I can prove that you part of Black Lives
Prove
Matter
it.
and that you're agent. I can.
Prove it. Prove it.
It will. Videos on
Right
the way.
now.
Yo,
No, we don't need no video.
I don't work for you. I don't work for you.
Prove
I
it.
do things in my own time. I will. It's
Prove
already
it.
done. Your life
Prove it.
your life is an agency. You are
Prove
agent.
it.
You are
Prove
a
it.
commission agent.
Prove it.
You work out of Kemet.
Evidence, please.
You're a fake ass out. You're a fake West African.
Evidence, please.
Sean, can I ask you a question, Sean?
Go ahead.
So where's the Masi from?
West Africa.
Can you explain a little bit of that?
All right. So the Masi is north of Ghana, Ouagadougou area. They used to do raids on the
hold on.
in Ghana. But the Masi prophecy has everything to do with like the as soon as the first white man come into the land will die. But the Masi withstood Islam, the conversion of Islam and all other foreign religions for as long as they could.
Yeah. Yo, hold on, my bad, Sean. Yo,
Yeah, 'cause
somebody, one of the mods. Hold on, real quick, Kev. Yo, somebody, one of the mods, can y'all copy that link and paste it again so Ling get him in? But Sean, I asked you that for a specific reason because he wants to attach you to Kemet, right? When you literally have a channel that's called Masi Warrior Clan, which means you're attaching yourself to what? West Africa, right?
Correct.
So that's why I pointed that out. That's all. Nothing crazy.
Nah,
it's just real simple. You can see it in how you move. Your channel is literally named Masi Warrior Clan. Right?
Yeah, but that's why I said people don't know nothing. Because I'm a member of the Seshu Mani Metanetric, which is a group we studied the Egyptian language. Through learning the language, you learn about the culture. Through learning about the culture, you learn about the history. Doesn't mean you're trying to be a damn Egyptian. It doesn't mean any of that. So what it does is it gives me the ability to be able to substantiate things that common folk claim over here. What I mean by common folk is they like to say that the Egyptians said this or said that, did this or did that, but they wrote about the things that they did, their travels and so forth. If you don't know how to read the sesh or the glyph, you can't substantiate that shit. So this is one of the reasons that I target Jabari and a lot of other people in the community because they be faking the funk. That's what he don't know. You see what I'm saying? Now he running around saying somebody tried to be a pharaoh. The guy never professed to ever be that. But I did study the language, and I still study the language, and I still listen. In order to understand the fall of Africa, you have to understand the fall of Egypt, because it was the first. It was the first one that failed, that led to a catastrophic event that crossed. That led to the shit crossing the country. The continent. Yep. And if no one believes that, just look at the history. That's what I'm saying. You got
not to cut you off. So, do you mean to tell me that the Carthaginians didn't fall before Kemet?
No, that had no relevance.
Nah, hell no.
Well, actually, they didn't fall before that. They didn't fall before
they didn't.
Kemet fell.
Right. Hold on, real quick, y'all.
Well, there was a Carthage. They weren't us.
Hold on, real quick. Juju, Callie, or Sean, one of y'all, can y'all repost the StreamYard link in the chat for me? And you too.
Hey, I tried to do it. I tried to do it, Shad. I don't know how to do
Hey, look.
I tried.
Check your DM, bro. I already sent the DM to you, Tyron. Check the DM. Hey, look. He's not lying. All right. So to those, we have an issue with being able to see, not a coincidence, comments and channel for whatever reason. So it's not. He's not lying. But not a coincidence.
No, I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying. But I don't have him blocked. I don't block nobody. I got one person blocked, and it's
look, I got the same issue, not a coincidence. And like I said, until I saw you shit again on my channel, then I was like, oh shit, he don't have me blocked, because you would drop the link. I would have to go to my second channel to be able to see it.
All right, but hold on, real quick. We got a couple new people. I want to let them say something.
Yeah, but I still want him to run that whole whatever scheme he think he got.
To the brother saying that Carthage fell. Carthage fell after Egypt fell to the Ptolemies. Just for the record, you know what I'm saying. We
What was
don't always
that?
have to
300
start.
BC? Was that 300 BC when it fell?
No. 300
Let's
BC
not.
Yeah,
when
I don't
Carthage
study
fell.
Egypt, brother, so I don't know that. I
I'm
was
not
just
good with
asking.
numbers, but I know that the
Hold on.
Ptolemaic Egypt
Let's
was
not make
Ptolemaic
this no
Egypt
Egypt talk, please.
before.
Yeah.
I mean, but the Ptolemies controlled Egypt before there was a Carthage. Straight up.
Yeah. Hold on, real quick. In this order, Cali was first, Juju, and then we do got Tyron up here. Cali, what's going on, bro?
The Enigma, you're low if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Cali, get your audio together. Juju, what's going on?
Yeah, I hopped on because I wanted to make a statement.
Go ahead, sis.
It's a trip how, we could be demonized for trying to understand, not so much our culture,
You
but
summon me? You Pan-African summon me?
No, Tyron. You're
continent
next. Hold on,
that
relax,
Yeah.
Tyron. Please,
weird.
Tyron, do not interrupt the
Hey,
sister, bro.
Tyron, chill, bro. Hey, chill, bro. Hey, let her get a little diatribe out, and you next. Chill, Tyron. Hold on.
To want to demonize us for want to understand the continent which we all came from, but particularly African Americans, being that the African Holocaust took place and we've been displaced. It's nothing wrong with us wanting to understand the whole of Africa. I know some people always wanted to criticize me because I too was studying the Medu Neter. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean I want to be Commission, a Kimitu, or anything like that. It just means that I think the culture is beautiful and want to know more. What I've been taught is that to really understand the people and really understand this context is you must understand the language. So we could stop with that already. And to Sean's defense, as long as I've known him, he's been part of the Masi warrior clan, period.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
people stop spreading lies, on my homie, because he's always advocated for us, particularly in these YouTube streets, to be more vigilant in understanding our West African heritage. Always, since day one. And it's been a while since I've known him. So I just want to set the record straight. And I also will be heading to Egypt in October. And nothing about me screams me wanting to be, commit to you or wanting to be something that I'm quote unquote not. No, it's just a beautiful culture. It's one that the world revels at. Everyone revels at the Empire of Kemet. Everyone knows about it.
the
So
entire world.
the entire world. So for us not to get a grasp on it makes you the stupid one. So I just we can stop that. Let's put it
Well,
into
I
that.
think we all had our place where we was just very interested in Kemet. I was too at a point in time.
Right. So
you know what I'm saying?
Shit, I had a comedic name.
I see.
Like
Before
before I actually got into I was about to try to learn the language, but then I just didn't get
Which
into
is
it.
awesome. It's not that hard either. But
Yeah, I didn't follow through.
That's
I
fine.
never cared about it because I just like fighters.
That's fine, but for me, it was never that. I don't know. I've never been like the cliquish type. I just always been one to stand on my own, but I've always wanted to know. Like, I want to know about things. I want to understand certain elements of it, and I've always been into history. And archaeology and things of that nature. I got to see the Ramses exhibit when it came to the United States. I know people got to see Tut, but I got to see Ramses the second, which was mind blowing. So since I was about in my preteens, I've always wanted to go to Egypt, Kemet, and I get to. So
So like my uncle, he grew up in that time where with Dr. Ben and everybody else. So he was big on that. And so me just watching him going through his whole thing, I was always interested into it. When I got old enough to read up on it myself, I did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I remember him taking me to the museums, well, taking all of us to the museums and showing us all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
And the
it's not a
artifacts are
big thing.
everywhere, you know, and then you have to ask yourself, then why? Then it's for me. So, you know, when I was younger, white people don't care for black people that much. Then why are they so obsessed with Egypt, Kemet? And I had to understand that. So I made them, you know, my business to understand why. That's all I have to
Thanks
say.
for that. Thanks for that, Juju.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Callie, and then Tyron, I got you. Because I'm just getting to them first because I know you're gonna be the focal point once you start talking. All right.
Yeah, respect, Yolanda. Respect. Big up,
Hey,
Virginia.
can you hear me now? Hey, can you hear me now? No.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so my whole point is, like I said, I was on the panel when Tyron said that, but I'm gonna let him answer the question. Or I'm gonna let him say what he wants. Yeah, I'm gonna let him say what he wants. But I will say this at the end of the day, like I said before, man. I will say this to real rap. Yeah, man, you have to stop that I'm the real African stuff, right? I don't understand that stuff. That stuff's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that's what Q Butter was trying to tell you yesterday. It's like real disrespectful because we already knew that we were from Western Central Africa because everybody else, you know, some of the other cats, we had already been reading and studying about West Africa. So it's not new to us. That's why we were able to tell you the whole time. And then when I told you that you were likely to be of Senegalese heritage and ancestry before you even found out, before you even found a yeah, you got to stop that. We know where our ancestors come from. We know about the Afro Latinos. We know about Afro Caribbeans. You can see all the Africanisms throughout the Americas. We understand what happened, how they were brought over, why they were brought over. We know about the sugar plantations. We know about the sweet tooth that was developed in the UK, especially in Europe. We knew that Brazil was the prize. When it came to the Americas, Brazil was the prize because it was resource rich. So we understand these things. So that's why you got to stop that whole African stuff, because if you study West African history, if you study the history of the Americas, then you will know that black folks that you see throughout the Americas, not the ones that came directly from Africa recently, those descendants that we say the Afro descendants, those people are from Western Central Africa. Yes, all of them, not some of them, all of them. We know this for a fact. The historical documentations that are archaeology, anthropology, you can see the culture. When I'm talking about the culture, I'm talking about the foods. I'm talking about the spiritual practices. I'm talking about oral traditions that's been passed down. We can see it being practiced today. The stuff that we read about in the 16th century, in the 17th century, we can see those practices today. We could now, of course, they created their own culture, but you still see the heavy African elements today. And in some cases, like I said, Yoruba spirituality is still being practiced. The Nanti story, even though it has changed when it came to the Americas, but you can still see that, you know where it comes from. We know the origin of it, because it's not just it's an Akan story, but now it's told all across West Africa now, right?
Shit.
So you got to understand these things.
Hey, let me do this for real rap real quick. Hey, don't turn down real rap. That's what they talking about. Keep banging.
Nah, don't do that.
Keep banging.
Hold on, let me address the chat real quick.
I told y'all real rap was gonna come around though. I told y'all a few shows ago, and now he's throwing up the
that nigga ain't came around.
He taking one step forward, 2 steps back, man. But hold on,
right.
let me address the chat
came
real quick.
around.
Let me address the chat real quick. Yo, Big Chief Indian River.
They got here. They got a came around. They got Big Tom. Big up Africa, not just Virginia. Big up Africa, nigga. Big up. Oh, my bad.
Yo, Big Chief Indian River.
Big up the homie.
If you want to endorse your presidential candidate, you need to come up here. All right? You said you was going to come up here and won't be no arguing. I just got a couple questions. You can say what you want. You know what I'm saying? You can get out of here. Nobody's going to press you. Like, it ain't going to be nothing stupid. We're going to be respectful. And that's it. But if you want to endorse your presidential candidate in the chat. I just have a couple questions, but hold on. I got Ling Ling up here. I really want Ling Ling and Real Rap to have this quick conversation, and then we can move to something else. So, Real Rap, go ahead. Ling Ling, you there? Or Tyron, you there? I don't need to
Just
Yes, I am. I'm getting food right now.
just ask them the question because just ask the question in my
All right,
essence. Go ahead.
Tyron, can you give us the history that you gave last night about Real Rap's history coming from Africa to America?
His ancestor was an indentured servant turned slaver. He's from Cape Verde.
Thank you.
He was an indentured servant. First of all, you didn't say that last night.
Yes,
You
he
said,
was an
hold on.
indentured servant.
You didn't say that last night, bro.
Turned
Tyron,
slave
hold on, real
owner.
quick. All right, real quick. Last night you said he was a slave master when he came to America.
Yes, he was a
And-
slave
hold on.
master.
So how can he be a slave master and an indentured servant at the same time?
You do not realize people work their way out of being indentured servants and then they became slave owners, right?
That's not what you said.
You do
Hold
know
on,
that,
that's not what
right?
you said, though.
Aloda
That's not what you
Equiano, for
said.
example, Gustavus Vasa,
Stop.
he was an indentured servant.
Bro, stop. You said he came from Africa as a slave master. Stop with all the bullshit. Let's start from there. How did he come from Africa? Was he enslaved or an enslaved master? Go ahead.
He was never a slave. He was an indentured servant.
Okay, so Real Rap, that's
Do
true.
you not know the difference between a slave and an indentured servant?
I'm not listen, you're lying, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
How am I lying? That is an indentured servant. His
Stop. Last night you said he came to have a slave master. Did you say that last night?
That's exactly what I said. He's an indentured servant turned slaver.
No,
You didn't say indentured servant last night, bro.
That's still wrong. It's still wrong. It's still wrong.
How is a slave making money? How's a slave making money?
He's still wrong.
Answer me this. How is a slave making money?
You're still wrong.
Easy. A lot of slaves make money. A lot. They was able to make money.
Now, where's your proof of this West African stuff within the culture?
No. It's not your question, Tom. It's my question.
That nigga's slow, bro. That nigga's.
You bitch niggas call me up here.
Yo, his
so
special
answer the
needs
question.
slow.
Answer the question.
I bet you this nigga
did he come
DO9
over-
slow, yo.
I just answer your question. Answer mine. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I just did.
Listen, last night you said he came as a slave master. This night
Did I not give you an answer?
So which one is it? Last night was a different answer, motherfucker. What don't you get?
How is it a different answer? It's the same shit.
No, so a slave master and indentured servant is the same.
So here's what Pan Africans like.
Indentured servant and slave master is the same, y'all. Y'all hear that?
Last night he didn't even mention indentured servitude. He just said he came directly. He said, hold on. You said he came directly. You said he came directly from Africa and became as a slave master. That's what you said. He came directly from Africa as a slave master yesterday. You never said indentured servitude.
He basically did.
No, stop. He said, yeah, Real Rap. Is that true?
What's true is my family did come here.
So you're not trying to hear his story? Are you not trying to hear his oral story?
Anti-African. Exactly.
Yeah, they are.
Anti-African.
Yeah, y'all are anti-African.
Y'all hate Africa.
Now, where's this West African stuff over here?
Hold on,
Peace, Ty. Peace, Real Rap.
I'm telling you right now.
What's good with it, bro?
Hold on. Look. Y'all can play all y'all want. If I
Plain Negro, you a plastic.
Listen, I'm telling y'all right now. If I gotta say stop multiple times, I'm getting y'all the fuck out of here. Now, this ain't the biggest show or whatever. I don't care. But I'm not gonna keep saying stop. I'm just not gonna do it. I'll just get you politely the fuck out of here. So Real Rap, Matt Lotus, y'all could act accordingly, do what the fuck y'all want. I'm telling you, you won't make it past 45 seconds.
Bro,
we can have a
respect what you
conversation.
talking about.
We can. No, I'm telling you. Listen,
I respect what are you talking
Real
about.
rap. I'm asking you a question. How did your family come here? Was they enslaved or not?
Can I speak without being cut off? Because I got cut off
Absolutely.
by.
Absolutely. No, that's for everybody. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. My family, the way I interpret it, came here as indentured. Now, did all of them get out? Hold on. Did all of them get out the year 1755 to be exact?
No black people came. Nobody came from Africa as an
No,
this
but
is
look,
Thursday,
watch this. Watch
1755.
this.
Hold
None.
on.
Not
Hold
zero.
on.
Watch this.
Hold
Watch
on.
Zero.
Hold
Read his
on.
source. Read
Hold
his
on.
source. It's not
I just
coincidence.
asked.
Can y'all let the brother
Wait,
talk, or y'all gonna keep
Real
being
rap go.
bitches?
So, Ling, don't not butt
They
in.
cut me
Let
off.
Real rap go. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Bro,
You being
Ling, that's the last
disingenuous,
time.
nigga.
No, I got it.
How,
Y'all cut
bro?
me off. Sean.
Ling. Yo, Ling. Like, you're not even supposed to be here. Yeah, we told you to come
Actually,
here.
you invited me here.
You said what I fucking needed you to say. I don't need you no more. Literally, I do not need you no more. That's it.
Really, whole trick asshole.
I don't need you no more.
Just get him out of here, bro. You can't have no rational
Yeah,
conversation with that
Tyron,
dude.
shut the fuck up, bro.
You wanted the beef. You wanted the beef, so here I am.
Yeah, but all you got to do is just sit back and chill, bro.
Yo,
Just
Real
listen
Rap,
to
go
what you're
ahead. Say
spoken
what you was
to.
gonna say.
All right. So what I was gonna say is, because my oldest ancestor also freed herself. All right, y'all didn't read the context to what her grandson said, because he said when he left his grandma to go to another plantation, his grandma was already free. So what I was saying is,
No,
yes,
pull it up. Pull it up.
yes, it did, nigga. All right, bet, bro. You owe me.
Real
You
Rap.
owe me. You owe me $20. Hey, when I
Real
show
Rap.
you, you're gonna cash out me $20.
Real
Put
Rap.
$20 on it, not a question. No,
Real
put
Rap.
20
What's the
on it.
name? So you saying Francois Marie Senegal got free before the Civil War?
Yes.
And it says that in there.
Her grandson said she was free already.
No, that's
She
not
was
what he
free.
says.
Yes,
No,
he did.
How
Put
does
20 on it. Put
Real
$20
Rap, let me-
on it.
Real
Put
Rap,
20
let me ask
on
you-
it. Put
do
20
not-
on it. My
Real
nigga,
Rap,
put 20 on it.
Yo, bro, answer this
Bro,
question.
don't tell me shut up, bro. I'm a grown
No, I
man.
didn't, bro, when did I say shut up? Listen, Real Rap.
You
Check this
started
out.
to say it.
But I didn't.
Hey,
So
you
I
tripping,
didn't.
Real
I
Rap.
didn't. Though.
You
What the
tripping,
fuck is
Real
wrong with you? So look.
But you started to say, so you thought about telling me
listen,
shut up,
stop,
and you
bro.
said just
Real
shut.
rap. Shut the
Right.
fuck up.
You shut
Yo,
the
listen.
fuck up,
Real
Sean.
Rap. Real
Your
Rap.
grandmother
Listen.
was a cock eater.
Yo, look, Real Rap, stop. That's it. Don't do that again, man. Yo, look, Real Rap, back to the conversation, because you know I'm about to catch you. That's why you're doing that shit. So back to the conversation. How would the grandson know about the grandmother when he didn't get in touch with her until
That's
after
a lie.
slavery?
That's a lie. That's a lie. He lost contact after he left. He grew up with her. Don't be dumb. He was
No, did you hear
14
what
when
I
he
said?
left.
No,
Don't be dumb.
Yo, not a seed. Not a seed. Not a seed.
Yeah.
Quit playing with him. Hold his
I'm pulling up the record right now. Shut up,
we got the whole
your
slave narrative.
Your grandmother was a cock
We
eater.
know them.
You don't have
We
my
got the-
story. Shut up. Shut
We
your
got the
shut-
whole slave narrative.
No, Real Rap.
Yeah,
Hold
don't
on,
be dumb all your life. We got the whole slave narrative. We ain't gotta
Real
run
Rap,
nowhere.
Don't say that shit again, man. I'm being dead ass. Don't say that shit again, man. Like, this shit is crazy. Niggas can't have a conversation without saying some just stupid shit.
Now
So
you know
the
why you're on
question-
that type of time.
So the question is, he's trying to act like, because we all
Bro,
read
you
it,
let him disrespect my grandma. Stop
my
it.
nigga. He never said nothing about eating no cock. You dumb mother.
Yes,
like,
he,
come
yes,
on,
he
bro.
did. You dumb mother.
Yo, listen. No, he didn't. So listen. Real Rap's people's the one that got free and ended up enslaving people. He came back and he never seen his people till after the Civil War. So Real Rap, how would he know about information on them before that time? That's the question. Come on, I got you, man.
Like I said, your man was talking about my grandmother being fingered on the auction block and all kind of weirdo shit.
But
And you
that
never
wasn't the show though, Real Rap.
Yo, stop, Real Rap. That wasn't even this show. This is what I'm talking about, bro.
We on some new shit today, bro.
Like, stop being corny, my nigga. He
no,
didn't say
no,
nothing
you
like
stop
that.
being corny. You
Yo,
stop
bro,
being corny.
Yo, bro,
you bringing all this emotional shit. Like I tell you every time, we grown men. Deal that emotional shit. Keep that with your girl, homie. For real, we all grown men. You want to be emotional? Log off and go lay up, nigga. That's it. We not doing that here, bro. The fuck, I don't get it. Niggas just want to be emotional on YouTube. So
Sean
real
needs to
rap.
apologize.
Nigga, you coming out your body. Nigga, look at you out your body right now. You emotional. What you talking about?
No,
All I did was state a fact. I
Man,
stayed
listen,
fact.
you know where, listen, you're distracting. You don't want to.
And we can prove that
I'm
you a
about to
plastic
read it right
gangster.
now. I'm about to read it right now,
shut up,
stupid.
bro.
Nah, I'm about to show you how corny these niggas is. He will allow Tyron to disrespect his family story just to be against us.
Yeah, he just want to be right. You know what I'm saying?
Just to
That's why
be
that shit
nothing in the
disingenuous as hell.
story. Nothing in the story says anything about indentured servitude. It said they was brought here as slaves and sold on an auction block. His peoples didn't get free until the Civil War. One of them was sold away, and he ended up getting free before that time. He had children; those children were free, but not the other 7, 8 people that he left behind. Me and Real Rap already had this conversation on live, so I don't even know why he's doing this. He just wants to be against us. So who's the real anti-African?
Yeah, he want to side with Tyron, bro.
Y'all.
Hey, stop being corny. So look, when
Exactly.
I give out 14,
hold on. I'm gonna let
See
you
how
don't mute my
Pan-African?
shit. I'm about to read it. Don't mute my shit.
Hold on, brother. I'm about to share your screen. I just said that. Don't read it before I share your screen. But Lotus been sitting up here. Sue Tech been sitting up here.
Bro, it ain't gonna take but 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Hold on.
Not a coincidence. Killed it already. It's dead.
Nothing is 10 seconds.
It's right here. What are you talking about? It's wrong.
I'm about
It's
to
right
give you
here.
2 minutes. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Just give me 2 seconds.
Sneak
I'm about
on
to
his
give you
period.
the floor, bro. So
Hey,
Lotus,
Real Rap got phone books taped on his stomach right now.
so
That
Lotus,
nigga on his period.
Lotus, you can say what you need to say real quick, and Sutek.
Hey, Sean, you a whole ass nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you won't
I
treat
would
me
like
like
to
one.
say salute
I'll
to
beat you up for
Tyron
real
You ain't
life,
gonna
John.
do this.
Hold
and
on,
Real
y'all.
Rap
Real life.
Lotus Pumpy, y'all.
for breaking down the information and history of Real Rap. I feel that's dope. All these anti-African, Pan-African dudes. Pan is Greek, so I don't know why y'all keep calling yourself that. I'm still waiting. I'm 8 years strong, bringing real Africans.
That's why his mic messed up.
Nah, keep cooking. Keep cooking, my nigga Lotus.
His mic
Y'all like he move.
fucked up.
He moving around getting money.
Nah,
He'll be
he
back.
He said that's
He'll
why
be
his
back.
mic messed up.
Yo,
Yo, Real Rap. You claiming
hold on.
African now, bro. Why you keep siding with these pseudo niggas and shit like that?
I've
You
always
Ethiopian,
been
Because
bro.
he's an Indian and an African. Y'all ain't. Y'all
Thank
don't
you.
even know what Bantu tribe you come from.
Thank
And
you.
you can't even find it in your genealogical
I
records
don't
either.
care
You
about where
rely
I
on a
came from. I
DNA
care
kit.
about what I bang, homie.
King
It's about what
Kaz,
I
you can't
bang.
even show us your Bantu ancestors. Stop.
I
Yo,
told
look,
you
this
about
how. Wait, hold
Ibrahim
on,
Suri, the Fulani.
real quick, y'all. This how dumb they are. They know that we disagree with them, right? So we want to have these disagreeable conversations. They don't even understand that I'm trying to go to somebody real quick, and I'm coming back to them because they are the focal point right now. Am I wrong? Like, can you not read the room?
No, you're not wrong, but you're not wrong. You're dealing with immature people, bro. This is what this is dumb. They don't want to have a mature conversation. They just want to argue and insult and troll.
Like, obviously, I gotta be the host. Somebody comes up here, I need to let them say something, and then I'm getting back to what the focal point is. The focal point is attacking these abos every chance we get. That's it. On every topic, they think they know something on. So
Wabo
why are they in
smash.
such a rush? There's no rush. We are focused on y'all. Y'all need to act like y'all are the superstars y'all think
But
y'all
you
are.
know what though? Not a coincidence. You know what though, fam? Like they keep trying to say they're not apples, but you guys got act just like them. You have all the talking points. It's the same
But
thing.
hold on.
No difference.
Let me get the Sutek. Sutek, you got something to say before we go back?
Yeah. Just real quick. So I get on TikTok. Since I've been fighting these eyeballs. Native Americans, they congratulate me But when I turn and say that Native Americans' ancestral populations come from Asia, they have a big fuss about it. And that's cool. But OHF, my brother, you are doing the same thing that they are doing when you say he needs to stop. He says Native Americans come from Asia. Can you show me? I give you $100 if you can show me ever saying Native Americans are Asian. Do I say they are Asians or do I say that they descend from Asia? Do the same thing that they do, and I have to correct these dudes in my comments because the same ones that was congratulating me be the same ones that try to disrespect me when I say what I say. And this is not me saying this because it's on the evidence on my page multiple times. Then they say I misrepresent the data. Then I show these geneticists and these anthropologists directly saying that Native Americans' ancestors come from Asia. Then they say, oh no, it's the haplogroup say something different. Then I show them the mitochondrial haplogroups of Native Americans, A, B, C, D, and X, all coming from Asia and Eurasia. Then they say, oh no, it's not out of Africa. We don't descend from nobody. Everybody popped up independently. The multi-regional theory or hypothesis. Then I showed them that the out of Africa theory still stands. Then they say, oh no, the Bering Strait theory has been debunked. Then I showed them the Bering Strait theory is still in effect. Not only is it still in effect, but we've added to it with the Kelp Highway. Like, what is the problem, yo? You want me to kiss Native? I don't care. I don't give a fuck about what their oral traditions say and all that. I'm focused on science and what we can prove. If they don't like that, if they don't have if they have a problem with that, that's their problem. That's personal. Now they mad because they thought they felt like they had an ally. They do in the fact that I'm going to attack fake abos every time I see them, but I'm not going to dismiss the science for their feelings. I'm sorry. If I got to do that to get to 1,000 followers to go live, then fuck that shit. I'm not doing it. I don't sell ass like that. No disrespect to you. No disrespect to nobody else.
Yeah, you do.
But I don't.
I'm
I
not
don't
racist shit too.
Hold on, y'all. So I was Tutek, I was reading y'all comments. I was trying to figure out like what's the problem, you know what I'm saying? But you laid it out. Maybe I could talk about it and figure it out. But I want to say this. Truthstorian, he said he's looking for Sean, right? He said he want to argue. But the reason I am on the Abo's ass like I am is because of Truthstorian. I seen a video of him going at them, and that is why. I seen it some years ago. And so y'all could blame him. Even though I don't know him. I never met him, never talked to him. But the way he was laying out the history and arguing with them, that was the reason I started following the Abos. And yeah, I've been here about 4 or 5 years later.
Hey,
so
somebody
Then
said
why you get your ass whooped by me off your little controlled environment echo
Hey,
chamber?
Ling Ling. Hey, Ling Ling. Somebody said that you sound like local off of South Central,
I
homie.
get you out of body
Danny, you
on
don't
Real
want to
Rap's
smoke, Danny.
last show. Explain this.
Not a coincidence, bro.
Hold on.
I put something in the back chat. I put something in the back chat, not a coincidence.
No, that's loco from South Central. They say Ling Ling sound like loco from South Central.
So let's go back to Real Rap's narrative. He's supposed to be showing us where they're called indentured servants.
Yeah, he a fucking liar, yo. I got my Andy shit on right
If he's
now.
lying, then let him show his evidence. If he's a liar, then let him show his evidence.
We done went through this shit like 10
the
times.
last thing we settled on was that my grandma was free pre-1865, and it says, hold on, let me put this blunt down. Hold on.
No, hold on. Can we go in? Can we go in chronological order? Can we go in chronological order?
It says it right here that actually, because you got it wrong. You don't know my story better than me. All right, Francois actually, hold on.
Nigga, we
Francois
read the
and
book
Charles.
before you read the book.
Oh, shut the
You ain't
fuck
even
up.
read the book, nigga.
Fancy P silence.
Francois's father left when he was young. So he actually
Go
moved
tell your
closer
cousin to come here,
to
nigga.
his grandma when he got sold. So when Eyes gets about 14, I sold to Master Renee near Vermilionville. That's Lafayette. You don't know that area. All right. Near my grandma, Francois. She be free by then. Hold on. She be a free woman by then. What
That's
the
an
fuck
indentured
are you
servant.
talking about?
No.
I
This
told
nigga
you
don't
That's an
my
understand
fucking
by
indentured
grandma
then.
was
servant.
free.
This
My
nigga don't
grandma was
understand.
free, dummy.
She wasn't
My
free before
grandma
that.
was free, you
She
dummy.
would be free by then.
Nigga,
She wasn't
That's
this
free
is
an
before that.
indentured
1814.
servant.
This is
She was not
1814,
free
dummy.
before that. She
She
was
was
not
free in
free.
1814, you dummy. You
She
fucking
was not
idiot.
free.
Shut
Listen,
up.
read it
Shut
again.
up,
Read it
nigga.
again. Yo,
Read it
Shut
yo,
your
hold
again.
on.
stupid
When
ass
I
up.
get to
Read it
about
again.
Yo, let's
14,
go.
I
Stupid
sold
ass up.
off
Hold
to
on.
Master
Everybody, yo,
Renee.
Read
stop.
it
Near
again.
Stop. So, like
This
I
nigga
said earlier,
slow.
this is
You
let me
slow,
explain.
nigga. She
No,
was
no,
You
no.
is.
Hold on, real rap. Tell me when I'm wrong. Just tell me when I'm wrong. That's it. I'm gonna look. Just tell me when I'm wrong. So Francois is Mary's grandson. He's talking about when he
It's
left and
two
came back.
Francois. It's the
I know that.
grandson Francois and it's the
God
No,
grandma.
damn.
I
Stop
just
calling
said
her
that,
Mary. No, stop calling her Mary. All right,
brother.
that was her
Oh,
slave name
all right.
that was given to her.
A
Her given
motherfucking
name
name
was
Mary, nigga.
Francois.
Stop. Let's stop.
They
Her
named
name
her
is
Hey,
Mary,
Mary.
nigga.
Listen,
shut your cocksucker eating ass up, Sean.
yo,
You a
real
cock
rap.
They
eater.
named her
Stop.
Mary,
Yo,
nigga.
You know what?
Man, why you
That was
gotta
her
talk like
slave
that?
name.
He's doing this shit on purpose. He's doing it on
He
purpose, yo.
does. He get all extra
He,
vigilant and nasty and shit so you
Stop
can put him off.
so
disrespecting my
look,
grandma, nigga.
yo,
That
No,
was her
stop.
I
slave
was
name.
inviting
Your
niggas to
Sean,
his
this
grandma,
dick,
being
nigga.
yo,
disrespectful.
brother, you
That's some
didn't
faggot
even
ass
know
shit.
about her a month ago,
Man,
nigga.
shut the
Stop.
fuck up, nigga. Stop. Shut the.
All right. So look, it's this simple. It's this simple, right? Like I said, Francois, who's in that narrative, is the grandson.
Yep.
The grandson is talking about by the time he comes back, they're free after the fucking Civil War. He
That's what
don't
he
know
said.
what the fuck happened before that. Like I told Real Rap, because he didn't have contact with them till after the Civil War.
He
So
said
he's
by
talking about
that
all this
time
other
they were
dumb shit.
free.
Yeah, by that time, which means, and the time that they're talking about is after the
Civil
Civil
War.
War.
Yep. That's why I don't get it, man. How you don't understand context, bro? She was not free before then. She wasn't
Why?
free.
Because he's trying to run away from the chattel slavery part.
She was clearly free. You're an idiot. When he
After the
moved,
Civil
when he
Oh,
War.
hold on.
moved
No.
near the Vermilionville area, near my grandma Francois,
How this
she
nigga
be
getting
free.
high and
Nigga,
getting stupid?
Real rap. Stop. Go to Francois Mary's narrative then. Go
I
to
thought
her.
you niggas was like Red Man when y'all smoke weed.
Or
I thought y'all
Charles.
smoked weed and got smart.
He full of shit. Like he really. This is what I'm saying. But he slid. But he's saying that his people was African, came here enslaved, but then he wants to switch it up. It makes no sense. None at all.
nigga, they came here slaves and bossed up. Did everybody free themselves?
Okay.
Time
Yes.
out.
No. Time out. Stop
Were they
right there.
slaves?
Did everybody?
He said it.
No.
He said it. He said they were
They
slaves.
bossed up. Nigga, I'll say
All
it
right.
again. I'll say it again.
They were slaves.
I
Say it.
had some ancestors that came
No,
here as slave masters, and I had some
Stop.
ancestors that
The
came here
people
as
that you
slaves.
So was Tyron wrong?
This nigga, yo.
Tyron was not wrong. They came here as
Oh my
indentured. That's what
god,
he said.
damn, bro.
He was
No,
not
they
wrong.
did not.
They
Bro.
came
They
here
did
as
not
indentured.
come.
He was not wrong.
Real rap.
I
Do
never
indentured
seen
servants
it.
have contracts?
Yes, agreements and contracts, verbal
So
and written.
where in that does it say she had a contract?
Not
told you, he
she.
making
It
pictures of
says
us,
she
bro.
freed herself
Look at this.
because she was working in the kitchen. She was getting paid. She was the head cook.
So
It
she
said it
bought
in
her.
her
No,
story.
hold on, stop. So she bought her freedom.
It didn't give the
Indentured,
context. It said she's
indentured
free
servants don't
when
He
buy
said
her
her.
grandson
he said
was
it
14.
No,
did.
stop.
He said the
Stop.
interview.
Stop.
Hold on, not to see. He said the interview did not give context.
But so how does he have the context then?
Because it says it right here that she's free
All your
by
information is coming.
1814. By 1814, she's free.
No, it does not say that. Where?
Yes,
Show us where it says.
she's
By
free.
1814, she was free. Show us.
Well, he's
1814.
14. He's born in 1800. All right, so simple math.
You trying
He's-
to
in
this
1814,
nigga don't know you.
I sold off to Master
So he
Renee
was sold.
near
No.
Vermilionville
Stop.
area near Grandma Francois. She be free woman by then.
No, stop. You tripping because you're trying to skip
But you're
lines.
tripping. Ain't
No,
nobody
it says-
skipping nothing. I'm
Listen,
reading
man.
line for line.
Hold-
I
Can you
sold
just-
off to Master
She calling
Renee
somebody
near
real rap.
Vermilionville
Calm
area.
down,
That's
real rap.
Lafayette.
Calm
No,
down.
I am calm.
Put it
I'm
back on the
walking this
screen.
down.
Put it back
Bro.
on the screen. Put it back on the screen. Listen real closely. It says when I get about means about 14. He was sold off to Master Renee near Vermilionville. Is that what it not
Vermilionville,
say?
nigga. It's Vermilionville. All right.
Okay, an
Say it
area.
correctly.
Listen. So when he gets about 14, he's sold. Do you agree that when he gets about 14 years old, he was sold?
He sold to near Vermilionville.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Near Vermilionville, he sold.
Area.
He sold off to Master Renee
Was
near
he
Vermilionville area. That's Lafayette, where I'm from right now. Near my grandma,
Was
Francois.
he a
She
slave?
be
Yes
free
or
woman
no?
by then. That's
No.
past tense.
No,
That's
man,
past
listen.
tense. She was already
Past
free.
tense,
Why you skipping by what
Because
I'm saying?
he's coming
Why
from
are you?
he's
why-
coming from
hold
Point
on.
Coupe. He's coming
Listen,
from Point Coupe.
Why are you? Listen,
He's
do
coming
not fight
from a
this.
different area.
No,
He's
real
coming
rap.
from Point Coupe.
Real rap. Do you
Hold on.
agree that
He's
he was
coming
a
from Point
slave
Coupe.
around 14 years of age? He was a slave and was
Coming
sold.
from Point Coupe. Hold on.
Was
He's
he a
coming from
slave
Point-
and was
he's
he
coming from
sold?
Point Coupe.
No,
I mean,
fuck that.
I know.
No, you
Hold
can't get to that point.
Hold on.
Was he a fucking
I
slave
know.
and was he
I know he
sold?
bought land. He bought land. I mean, he was a
Nigga.
slave.
real rap.
He was a
real
slave
rap,
master
real
that
rap,
bought
real
land.
rap,
He was
real
a
rap.
slave
You're being-
master that bought land. I know.
Real rap. You're being very disingenuous.
He was a
That's
slave master that
after-
bought land,
After
and
he
his
got
grandma
free.
was free.
After he got free.
His grandma was
14
free.
years of
1814.
age.
1814,
years
his
of age.
grandma was already free.
He was sold at 14, bro.
His grandma
So
was
prior to
already free at 14.
No.
She was already free.
No, it does not say
Yes.
that.
She was already
It does
free.
not. It
He's
does
speaking
not
in
say
past
that.
tense. By the time he
It
moved close to his
does
grandma, she'd be a
not
free woman
say
by
that.
then. Yes, it
It
does
doesn't say that.
Yes,
Why
it
are you
does say
lying?
that. You're
Why
not.
are you
I'm
lying?
telling the truth. Why are you lying? I'm telling
Why
the
are
truth.
you lying?
It does
It
say
does
that.
not say that.
She'd be a free woman by
No.
then. Yes, it does. She
When is by
be a
then?
free woman by then. By
All right, stop.
1814, dummy.
Hey,
You
Nate,
idiot.
now to see, mute him,
Idiot.
mute him,
I'll
mute
mute.
him, please. Thank you. All right. So now,
Shut
can
up,
we please look,
idiot.
can we please look up what the word by then means, so we can gain an understanding of what by then means.
You're a clown. Go ahead and look it up and be wrong.
The
A
expression by
pseudo-
then means something will happen no later than a stated time or event.
Thank you. So at the time, 1814, she was already free, you idiot.
No.
Yes,
That's the
yes, yes.
definition
You will
of it
never be
by
right.
then.
You will never be right. You're wrong. Just
This is
admit you're
why,
wrong.
not a
That's
coincidence.
your
This is
ego.
why I asked you
That's your
to
ego.
share to put it on the screen and share the screen, bro. Because
That's your ego.
this disingenuous nigga, and it's cool because you can do all the
She
talking
be
you
Can
want.
I hear the
free
definition of by then?
by then. She be
No.
free.
I just
woman
Shall I
I
read
just
it
need you to be quiet.
again?
She be
I just
free.
need you to be quiet. I just need you to be quiet. That's all I need for you to do is to be quiet. Because it says when I get about 14, I sold off to Master Renee. That lets you know that the nigga that you're talking about is a slave.
I'm talking
He
about
was
his
not
grandma,
free.
you idiot.
No,
That's an indentured
stop.
servant,
No,
Sassy P.
stop. No,
We've been talking
stop.
about his
That's an
grandma,
indentured
Francois.
servant.
She
No,
be a
I'm not
free
finished.
If he getting
woman
money,
by
No,
then.
if he
not a
getting money,
Grandma
that's an indentured
Francois
Let me
servant.
know when I
be a
can. Let me know when I can
free
talk.
That's
Madison.
woman by then.
Let me know when I can talk. I'm gonna be quiet so I
No,
can talk. Yo.
you try to change the
I'm
narrative.
gonna be quiet.
See,
I'm gonna be
you see
quiet
how
so I
you
can
try.
talk.
You see how you
Nah,
trying to
I
switch
know how to read. I
We've
know how to
been
read.
saying
I
we've
know how
been
to read.
saying Grandma
No, I know
Francois
how to
the whole
read.
time.
No,
You trying to switch it up.
I know how to
You
read.
trying to switch up. No,
I
shut
know
up,
how
Sean.
to read.
You're trying to
I know how
switch
to
and say
read.
that we're talking
Not
about
a
him.
coincidence.
We've been
Let me
talking about the
know when I
grandma
can talk.
the entire time. The Grandma Francois, she be a free woman by then. All right?
She was a
So shut
slave.
your lying ass up.
She was a
Shut your
slave.
lying ass up. She was free
She was
already.
a slave.
She was
She
already
had to
free.
get her
She
freedom.
was
No, she
already
was
free.
not.
She
She
was free.
obtained her freedom
She was
by
already
then.
free.
She
Grandma
she
Francois,
obtained.
she be a free
No,
woman by then in
yeah, nigga, she was a
1814
slave.
when I
She was a
sold off
slave.
the Master
She
Renee
was a
to a
slave.
Louisville area.
Admit it.
My
She was a
grandma
slave.
Francois,
Admit
she
it.
be a free
Admit it.
woman by then.
She
All right?
gained her freedom by
No, she
then, nigga.
wasn't.
Meaning before that, she was a slave.
She was already free, you idiot. She came here a slave
All
and
right.
she earned her freedom.
I know not a
Stupid.
coincidence
That's
I'm
an
on the mic,
indentured
so that's why
servant.
this shit
She was
flying like that,
already
yo.
free.
No, it's not no
Nigga, she was
indentured
in
servant, you
indentured
dumbass
service.
nigga. Y'all don't
Yes,
even
she
know what the
Yeah,
was.
fuck that is.
it is.
Yes,
It's
she
telling you
was.
it is
Sassy P,
Yes, she
check the
identified.
back
was.
chat. Check the back
Why you
Not a
channel,
mad?
Sassy.
coincidence.
Why
Where
you
the fuck
mad?
you at, yo?
Why you mad? Why you mad?
Where you
Check
at?
the
Why you really mad?
Stop, yo, real rap. Stop.
Why
I'm
you
muting
mad?
you for real rap. Do it
Sassy
again.
P.
Like these niggas is crazy, bro. Yo, Sean, what's the name of the
Yeah.
book? Do you remember the name of the book?
Hold on, man. I gotta go back
Oh
in my
no,
thing.
I know the
It's
name.
the
It's
slave
the
narrative.
book. The book is called Up from Slavery.
Yeah.
It's not up from indentured servitude. The book is literally called Up from Slavery. But they're trying to act like these people aren't enslaved. This shit makes no fucking sense.
Listen, man. It says it. There's two things that's going on right here. The first one is his grandfather is identified as a slave who was sold by the age of 14. So he was a slave somewhere else. He was sold off where he was still a slave. And then he sold in the same area where his grandmother was. But by the time he get there, she obtained her freedom. So she was a slave before she obtained her freedom. It says it. It says she be a free woman by then.
Then what's this?
So Ling, you're pulling up to prove what? What is that supposed to prove? Could
So
you make
you said there were no free blacks that were indentured servants. Yet how do you have slave owners in 1790 and 1860?
Nobody said that. Nobody said
And
that.
Sean, you trying to make my argument, Sean. I said she came in as a slave and freed herself.
Okay, cool. But that's not
That's
what
my
Tyron
argument.
said. Tyron said she came as an indentured servant and freed herself.
Same
That's
shit.
what Tyron said.
Yo,
Yeah, it is. Would you like to see the definition of indentured servant?
Let me finish. Let me finish it now to see. Let me finish it real quick. All right. Okay. So it says, my paw tells me to be brave and hold my head up on the inside. We're not allowed to look at our master, but be humble. He's speaking from the perspective of a fucking slave. My paw says we can still be a man on the inside and look for even the small ways to do better for ourselves and our families. He's telling us everything
My
in the
grandpa
very.
was respectable. My grandpa was a real man.
Why the fuck can I not get this shit out? What are you scared of? What are you scared of?
Because you suck.
Sassy, what are you scared of?
My grandpa freed himself. One of my grandpas did. One of my
Your grandfather was a slave. You said he freed himself. He was a slave. He was a slave that freed himself.
He freed himself. He sure
so,
did.
Okay.
What's the problem?
What about yours, Sassy P? Can you show us your Bantu ancestor? Can Can you give
He
us a
gonna tell you
Bantu
a state.
name in your
Real
genealogy?
rap. Sean,
He gonna
why
tell
you
you
Oh,
what
really mad?
state the nigga tired.
wait.
Sean, why you really mad,
Everybody
Sean?
stop. Everybody stop. Everything stops right now. Chill out. Because y'all are lying. Everybody bullshitting. We got somebody new up here. I think it's Truthstorian. Who's that?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How's it
What's up,
going?
bro? I appreciate you
Oh,
pulling up.
oh,
No.
salute to you, True
Oh man,
Story. What's
this
happening,
nigga.
bro?
Hell nah.
My bad. What
This
I do?
nigga.
I didn't.
Nah,
So,
big up, nigga. Big up, Danny. What's going on, nigga?
hey, what's going on? What's going on, guys?
What up, Danny?
Hey, what's up? Is that Sean that said
No,
what's up?
yeah, it's me. It's me.
Hey, hey,
I
you
know.
ain't gonna come
I
up
just
on. You
really
ain't gonna
came to
come up
start with
here
Sean
fucking
for
with
no
Sean.
reason
Get
at
mad.
all.
You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna come here fucking with Sean, dog.
Why? Because
These,
I always
Hey
have
yo,
to.
not a C.
these niggas is nuts, Danny.
Yo.
Yeah, but
Not a C. I dropped something in the
but I mean,
back, bro.
I like how, to be honest, how you guys try to slow down the conversation, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the way I think more people can understand how it makes sense or how in some cases it doesn't make sense, right? And I think that's the key. What you guys are doing. I was just curious, like, and I have no idea about the brother's background or whatever. Is this Louisiana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like a Frenchie? Well,
Well, I got Creole heritage as well, but
wait, hold on. What do you mean Creole? I'm just curious about where the. No, I'm serious. I was curious about where the Francois part came from.
well, Francois was her name. Like she's from Senegal. That's her like that's her real given name. That's not her slave name. Her slave name was Marie, and that's why I keep telling these
Uh-huh.
people, these gentlemen, allegedly, stop calling her that. Her name is Francois. It's not
But
Marie.
hold on, let me interject real quick. So
Okay.
she's half Portuguese. So I don't
No,
believe that.
Wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
real
wait,
quick.
wait.
She's three
Wait.
quarter Portuguese.
Okay, so she's
How is she from Africa?
Portuguese named Francois from Senegal.
Now he said
Yeah,
she's from
I
Cape
think.
Verde. He said she's
she's
from
from
Cape
Cape
Verde.
Verde.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, why would her
her,
name be
her
Francois?
ancestry is from Senegal. Her grandfather and her great grandmother was from Senegal.
Her
And they
grand.
moved to Cape Verde.
Wait, her
She
grandfather and
is
her great grandmother is from
was from
Senegal, and
yeah.
then they moved to Cape Verde.
They escaped to Cape Verde because she said the white face was coming and trying to enslave motherfuckers. So they ran and escaped to Cape
Well, okay,
Verde
I
to the
just.
island.
What?
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
hold on. I just have a
from the
question
frying
about
pan
that.
into the fire. Hold on, real quick,
Right.
y'all. No, just let Truth ask the question. Just let real rap and Truth talk,
No,
cause
I was just curious,
we
brother.
can't
That's
hear it.
all. But you just said something. So, and I think somebody just said in the background, which was actually excellent. What you call that? Background, because now we're
Analogy.
not background, but yeah, they just ran into the fire. Isn't that the
Well,
case?
that's my
Because what? Wait,
grandfather's story. Like,
wait,
if
hold on,
look,
bro. I just wanted to
hey,
say
look,
this
hold on.
part. Wasn't
I'm about to
Cape
turn my
Verde
camera on.
like 90% lightly melanated, to put it nicely, at
I
this
mean,
time?
my family is light skinned. Like on my mom's side, they very light skinned.
Wait. I think somebody said the same thing. Just for my sake, I'm just curious. What time period are we talking that they ran to Cape
Hey,
Verde?
look, hey, look, put my screen on the big screen. Not a coincidence.
Wow.
All right, so
What's
look, here
up,
we
True
go.
Story?
All right,
I
hey,
see
look,
Peace.
hold
you.
on,
Peace, y'all.
hold on. This for him. He's never heard this. So this is her son giving her firsthand account of my oldest ancestor I found smoke on. So he said, hey, can y'all mute up real quick?
That
Somebody
might
got
be
some
me with
background.
the. That might be with the wind. Go ahead.
All right. Um, he said my mom, first given the name Francois, was born in Cape Verde Islands near Senegal, West Africa. She said, quote, I only remembers a little about my folks over there. My grandpa, who was from Casamance, Senegal, was with his mom when she was washing clothes at the Casamance River when the white faces come.
Can you? What years is this? This got to be. This is the 1800s. Yes.
No, this is the 1600s. She's talking about.
Okay,
She's
now
born.
let's slow down. Now we can slow down. So you saying
She's
that
born.
this story was passed down from the 1600s when
Yeah.
at
She's
this
born in
point most
17.
of the people in Cape
She's
Verde,
born in
uh-huh,
1730. She's born in 1732. Yes,
right. But at this time, most of the
she's about
people
to
who,
tell you how
uh-huh,
grandfather in 1687. She's giving you like the story that her mother told her from the 1600s. Yes,
right, I
because
got you. But that's
she
walking
was
right
20.
into
She
whiteness, like
wasn't
the
a little.
background brother
Hold
said.
on. She wasn't a little girl when she got here. She was
Go ahead.
25 when she came to America. She wasn't a little girl. She was 25. So it's not like she was 6 years old when she came to America. She was 25. So she had her
Wait,
language,
wait, wait,
her
wait, wait.
culture.
I like to understand the timeline that you're talking about. So
She was
what?
born in 1732.
Okay,
She
okay,
came
brother.
to
Okay,
America in
okay. Oh, so in
1785.
1732, she was born in Cape Verde
Yeah.
and given the name Francois.
Hey, you can listen to her
No, hold
story
on,
if
hold
you're
on, hold on.
patient.
I'm just
If you're
asking you. It was,
patient, if
it
you're
was
patient, she'll
Yo,
tell
hold
you
on, real
herself.
rap,
You don't
real
have to
rap,
ask me.
okay,
real
We
okay.
can
rap,
I
read.
got it.
real
No
rap,
problem.
real
We
rap.
can
Just hear
read.
me out real quick. Hold on, real rap. He's not saying what you're saying is wrong. He's asking you questions so he can understand the story.
Yeah, he's not
Don't be
trying to
so
antagonize
defensive
you.
or he's not
Just answer the
asking
question.
you. No, he's
I'm
never
not
heard the
saying
story.
he is. I'm just saying
All right.
instead of
Look, you
asking me,
respond.
we could just
Nah, but the
read the
way you
story. I'm
but
not offended.
all
No,
right,
the
but he
reason
don't
the
have
reason
to
I
be
was
the thing to
asking,
get it, but
I was
I'm
go ahead,
not
go
asking,
ahead.
defensive either.
I was just asking for like history's sake because now
Because we could
you're
just
saying,
read it.
go ahead.
Yeah, like all your questions are asked if we read it. So look, I'm gonna make it big. Hold on. All right.
Okay, what is
So
that right there?
that's the oral history. That's the oral history written down in a book that was taken as an excerpt. All right. So
In what
once
Tell
book?
them the
again,
Wait,
name of the book.
wait, yeah,
Tell them the
what
name of
book?
the book.
up from slavery, pages 64, 65, and 66.
Up from slavery? The Up from Slavery, or another book named Up from Slavery?
It's another
It's a
It's
book.
slave
it's
narrative.
another book. It's another book.
Yeah, it ain't
It's
book
Because
another.
two.
it's not
It's not the
in
book
the
of T. Washington.
slavery that you're talking
Is
about. It's
what?
not in that one.
Um, okay,
It's not the book of T. Washington book that you're thinking of.
okay. So it's just who wrote this book?
We don't know.
Excuse me.
We
We
don't
don't.
know.
We don't know.
We we tried to find it. I couldn't find it personally. He actually found this on Ancestry from somebody posted it that is supposed like is on his family tree. That's his cousin. That's where he found it from.
Excuse me. Let me just interrupt for
His
1 second.
yeah.
You guys are known for being the book writing Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
And you telling me you sitting up here reading a page from a book and none of y'all found the book?
Nope.
And you
Oh
know
my!
what?
This is
That's
why I
some
come up
hell
here
of
to argue with Sean. Y'all know that, right? This is
that's a hell of
exactly
information.
why I
No,
come. What the hell are
But
y'all
hold on,
talking
truth.
about
slave.
right
Yeah,
now,
I
y'all?
mean
It's
seriously.
slave.
Truth, look.
Listen, it's
But,
slave
but
narrative.
that's
It's
not
just a
that's
slave
not how the
narrative.
conversation started. The conversation started because somebody else was telling his story and they tried to tell it with a twist and try to say that these people came here as slave masters.
Telling whose story though? We don't even know the book.
You're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
I
real
mean, I
rap.
don't mean to laugh, brother. Like,
No, we got to go back. We got to go
No,
back
no,
to a
no. No,
genealogy because
laugh.
it says the
No,
author's
laugh.
name on there.
no,
Real
about the
rap.
book
Did
itself,
you ever
though. So
find
now,
the book?
if you're reading from a book, which is fair, it could be family history,
He didn't
whatever
know.
it
He
is.
didn't know it. He didn't know it was from a book though. I had to. I had
So
to tell
how do
him.
you know
I had to
now
tell
from
him
it's from a?
because
We
because
don't.
we argued about it, and then we went back into genealogy, and to the right side of it, it tells us it's a fucking slave narrative, and the person who did the interview of the slave narrative, and yada yada yada. So he didn't know that.
Pull that up, Sean.
Yeah, can we do that? This is the part I like. Like I like the not to like this is interesting because if
Pull
somebody
your
is
It's on the
genealogy
documenting
up.
oral.
history like this is dope.
Pull your genealogy up.
Go to Ancestry, a real rap.
Go to ancestry, nigga.
He
Don't hide from
I
it.
can match up with all this.
Oh my goodness. God
So
damn.
let's
I'm
be
trying to
clear.
read
What you're
Testament.
reading now, no one knows where it came from.
Nope.
Is that correct?
It
Nope.
comes from a slave narrative from somewhere.
How do you know it's a slave narrative?
Because it's
Well,
in his ancestry.
I'm in contact with my cousin,
They
and
added it.
she just
In
responded.
all honesty, that's a lot of information for somebody to know.
She just
No, but
responded
look,
back
I
to
but
me.
agree
that
with you
is
too,
Let's do
Jill.
this.
that's a
Let's do
lot of
this.
information.
I know. So look,
She just responded back, and I'm in contact with the person that posted this that's got the book, and she just
This nigga
responded
lying. He
back.
ain't in no
Yeah.
goddamn country.
No, he is. Nah,
Just
he
shut
is.
up,
He is.
gang. Let him talk.
That's what I was gonna say. The person he got it from is an actual person on Ancestry, and he is talking to them. He showed the messages. He did show it. But yeah, pull it up
Okay.
though.
See how he's
Yeah, but
stealing
Okay.
for
Sean
you?
always think I'm a
He's not
liar.
just making
Because
it
you
up.
are
You
He's
lying.
are
not just
lying,
making it
yo.
up.
You are lying.
No, no.
Does
Well,
the
But go ahead.
Sean, you
does the
come from
person you
liars.
talking
If
to
you
have
come
the
from a
book?
lineage that is a fucking liar.
Hold on.
Does the
Look, the question. Go ahead. Too.
does the person you talking
Hey, hold
to
on,
on your ancestry have the book?
hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. She just
Give me
look.
the
I
page.
just got a.
The page. What was
I
the
just
page
got a
number
break.
again?
Hold on. Morning.
What was the page number? 60?
See, look, we
Hold on.
did this. We did this about 2 lives ago, and then he tried to act like we was personally attacking him because we're trying to figure out where the book was.
No, I'm just
You remember
curious.
that,
I
Sean?
like I
Yep.
like all types.
And
I'm
then
interested.
All right.
true,
So
no,
look.
because you're right.
So look.
You're going about it the right way. We did this the first time, and then he
So
turned
look.
back. Oh, he took it all personal, cursing everybody out. Oh, y'all trying to disrespect my ancestors. Y'all saying they fake and all that. No, we were just trying to find out where the book came from. He turned it
Well,
into
look.
like, oh, we saying his ancestors fake. So we kind of fell back from where the book came, and we just focused on the story. And now the
Well,
story
look.
turned into they came as slave masters, and then they came as indentured servants when it doesn't say none of that. That's what we was really talking about. You get what I'm
Well,
Okay.
look.
saying?
I'm
From
not going to
And
expose.
then,
I'm not
I
going
mean,
to expose the
Hold
message,
on.
but
Hold on, real rap. Hold on.
wait, he got a
just let
message?
Sean know that I'm not lying. That's the
No,
person
we know. I'll
that
co-sign.
not a
That
point.
is
And
the
look,
person.
Bro,
she just
hey,
responded back.
okay. All
She
right, I'm gonna
just
tell you
responded.
some holes in the
Look, she
story.
said look, no, hold on, stop. Look, she said morning. I bought the ebook on Kindle. I guess she says she has it. Because he
okay,
was
then
asking
what
her
is
about the
But
it?
book.
I'm gonna tell you how
Yeah.
nonsensical it is for
So what's
somebody
the
from
name of the book?
Kumasi.
What's the name of the book so we can look it up?
She didn't say it.
Like, see this
Yeah, but
what?
That doesn't raise a question to you, real rap? Because you remember we was
Go.
asking you
He
about
got
this
to go back
before,
to
right?
his. We need him to go back to his ancestry. If he pulls his ancestry up, I can pull the author of the book up per the slave narrative. The interviewer, I can get it.
I mean, to be quite honest, that's a lot of information for somebody who was kidnapped to know. And to come from the Casamance area, that's like 400 miles from Dakar. I mean, you
Oh,
literally
so
went
What was his
around
name
the
hold
whole
again?
on,
Gambia.
Squanchy Raw. He said it was Francois and Cape Verde.
Yeah,
Pause.
come on,
That's
man.
yeah.
That's just completely nonsensical. I mean, I get it. It's a good story, but I doubt it very seriously. It lacks credibility. I don't care who wrote it.
Those
Mm.
were Iberians. So a Catholic name, yes. When you
That's what
go
I tried
that
to say
specific to
before.
Francois, now you're going to something more specific. This is why I
Yeah,
initially asked about the part about Louisiana, because that made more sense if they
yeah.
either come over from Haiti or in that area down there where you would have a name like that in your line or whatever. That is more plausible. But to have a Catholic influence in Cape Verde, hell yeah, the whole shit was Catholic. But French
So somebody
Yeah,
be
name
named
like a
Marie.
name like
No, hold
Lopez
on.
would have been more than likely the original
Or
name or something like that.
what about Marie?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would have worked.
facts.
That's what I was trying to tell him. So when I
Yeah.
keep calling her Marie, he gets mad. Her
Yeah,
name is Marie
Francois
Francois
literally,
Senegal.
Francois
I'm
literally
saying,
means French woman. That's what the word itself means. It means
Yeah,
French
but
woman.
that Senegal Cape Verde connection, Yeah, it's there early, but ain't nobody got them
Very early
narratives
on.
like that
Yeah,
that
very
early,
early
dude.
on.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
it was more of a French
Hey,
enclave
fam.
than a British enclave by that time. The British ran the goddamn Gambia River at that point. You know what I'm saying? Most of the stuff come
Share
out in the
the
late 1700s would have been
ancestry
coming through
real rap.
the British.
Real
Pull up
rap.
the
Go to
ancestry.com.
Ancestry.
Hey, fam. Hey, look, check this out, fam.
It's a
Y'all
good
don't know
All
story
right,
shit
though.
about.
I
This is
You
already
why
know
don't
what
y'all
know
he
be
shit
doing.
about it either. You don't know shit about it
This is
either.
why
You
y'all
just
be
learned it.
getting beat
You
up.
learned it
Hey,
with
look,
us.
put me on the big screen. This is why y'all be getting beat up. Put me on the
So,
big screen.
You can't beat us
So
up.
you
We're
got
trying to figure it out. We not making any
That's your
claims.
damn problem. You're trying to beat somebody up, nigga. You need to be trying to
no,
learn.
I'm not trying
Cause
to
you
beat
don't know this
nobody
shit.
up.
You
It's
just
just
said
too
it.
easy. It's just too
Go
easy.
pull up.
I'm
No,
not
no, no.
trying, but
Go
y'all
No,
go
get beat.
click
back and
on it.
pull the narrative up. Go back and pull the narrative up, bro.
No, go to Marie and pull it, or Charles and pull
Oh,
the narrative.
my
Why are you
bullshit.
going back there? All right,
Pounding me.
you did a little genealogy. Go to go to Charles and pull his narrative up.
so Marie was born in the 17s, huh? That's
Yeah.
okay. Got that.
He ain't
Check.
trying to pull it. He ain't trying to pull it up, yo.
It's right here.
No,
Which one you want?
no,
I
man. He
agree.
just asked you through
Nah, that's Charles.
ancestry.
Oh, no, but look,
He,
go through it.
I
Go
just
to it
had it.
through ancestry. No, through ancestry. Go to your cousin or whoever that is, and she
Man,
has
I'm not
she
about
has
to be
all the
showing
links.
on my phone. Like,
Oh, you
see,
don't
I
want to?
told
what
you.
y'all,
Yeah, because he know I'm gonna catch his
what y'all
ass
want?
up. That's why I'll go back and watch the goddamn show where we pulled the shit up.
I came to the conclusion that he's a
What you
grifter,
want?
dude.
How am I a
Nah, I
grifter?
don't.
Like, I don't
Nah,
ask
you
for fucking
scared,
money.
nigga.
Like, fuck out of here. Scared of what? This my family.
Pull the
That's my
shit up.
grandma.
Pull the
That's
shit
his
up.
mom.
So go to
Pull
the
the little
source.
note up.
He
You
don't. He
sound like
got
a
one
cop
too
right now.
many. No, we
Pull
sound
what
like
note up?
somebody looking for the source.
I just had it.
This ain't the streets, my nigga. We on
But
YouTube.
That's
What are you
not
talking about?
it.
that,
That's not
bro,
it.
every time I
No,
pull it
That's
up, you get mad.
no, stop. No, you're not. Listen, real rap. We
What is
understand.
it that this
Stop.
cock eater
Let
wants?
me. Yo, stop
What is it that
talking
this
like
cock
that.
eater wants?
See, you
He's a
want me to
cock
kick
eater.
you off. Look, you want me to kick you off because I told you that earlier, and now you keep doing it because you want me to get you up out of here. But I'm not
listen,
going
yo.
to.
Go to
He's running.
ancestry.com and pull up the narrative from
Yeah, we want you.
ancestry.com.
We don't want you to pull up the narrative from what you say. We want you to go to where it's actually listed on Ancestry and pull it up there where your cousin posted it. The same
You pull
cousin
it
in
up.
that message. So you're
All right,
admitting you're scared.
give me a sec. Hold on, no. You're not gonna
There
get
he
into my
is,
personal
man.
information.
See, man, it's personal
That's
information,
her.
nigga. You showed the shit the other
Her.
day.
That's
You
her.
showed the
That's her right.
same shit the other
That's
day.
her right here. I'm about to pull it up. Shut up.
Disingenuous motherfucker. We wouldn't even be here, yo, had you just told the
Shut the
truth.
hell up. Shut the hell up, nigga. Cause she not
Priority.
here.
Now his shit ain't pulling up all of a sudden. Now he don't know how to get back to the screen that shows the stores that he's trying to put on the screen. Like, what the
Nope.
fuck is we doing?
Shut up. After you deal with real rap, we need to get sentient beings on there. He said that Florida is full of Ashanti Indians, so we need to
Man, we
get
ain't
him on
listening to
after you
that
deal with
nigga.
real rap.
That's stupid is and stupid does. Yo, listen, real
Shut
rap.
up. Shut
Nah,
up.
don't tell us to shut up. Pull the shit up.
I'm
What you
about to pull
scared
it up.
of?
Stupid. I'm
What you
pulling it
scared
up.
of?
I didn't want to
He's
show
scared
her
that he might be
personal information.
exposed for being a grifter.
Yeah.
I didn't want to show her personal information. I'm pulling it up right now.
Bro, ain't nobody
Hey,
looking at her motherfucking shit. You ain't even on the big screen.
No personal
shut the fuck.
information. She's been dead for 100, 200 years, bro.
I'm talking about the one that's living right now, the one that's messaging me,
You
stupid.
can't see none of her personal information.
What is
That
Lotus
nigga,
doing, man?
that motherfucker scared as fuck.
Scared of what,
Yo,
nigga? You
yo,
niggas are
Sentinel
bums.
B, you not gonna pull up? We wanna know what you talking about.
That nigga scared. Look at him. Any other
Nigga,
day, he'll try to
I'm
pull that shit up quick. He'll try to pull that shit up quick. If there's any other thing that he feel like he got control of, he'll pull that shit
shut
up
the
quick.
fuck up.
That
Nigga, just
motherfucker
pull it
bitching
up
out
right
right
now.
now. That nigga
Cause
bitching
I'm
out
not
right
showing
now.
my cousin. I'm not
But
showing
look,
my cousin
Sean, remember the first time we tried to bring this up, like we tried to track down a source, and he turned it and flipped into we're saying his ancestors is fake,
His
and
records. Yeah, his records and
he
shit.
tried
How you
to
got my
flip the thing and
records?
turn it into a personal attack. It's
No,
not
y'all
that.
made it personal.
No, you made it
Yeah, how you get my
Look,
records?
that's it right
You
here,
ain't got my
clown.
record.
That's it right
Pull
here,
it
you
up.
fucking
Pull it up
clown.
now to see.
That's it
We
right
don't
here,
see
you
it.
fucking clown. Sean, you a
Nah,
fucking clown.
nah.
Now,
I
that's
told
her
you he
page,
can't pull it up.
We
because you a
know.
fucking
No,
clown.
listen.
That's her
Look, he
shit
still
right
ain't
here.
did it.
Shut up,
Pop,
you
we
fucking
know
clown.
it's on
Shut
there,
up,
He
you
bro.
still
clown.
ain't did it.
That's it
Are
right
y'all
Real
gonna
here.
rap,
continue blurting over him?
That's
real rap.
He
We
still
know
ain't
it's
did it.
up there
Sean, you
already.
a fucking
You're
clown.
missing the
That's
point.
it
Stop
He
right
being
still
here.
ain't
homes
did
and
it.
let the man talk. Shit.
Clown is a
He
fucking
still
hoe.
ain't did it.
You
He
don't
still
want
You
ain't
a
did it.
fucking hoe. That's
He
it right
still ain't
here.
Shut
did it.
You
up,
fucking clown.
He
Tyron.
still ain't
Charles,
did it.
that's all
Click on
Charles
it.
shit right
Click
here.
on it. Click on
Clown
it.
ass nigga.
Click on
click
it.
on it. Click on it.
Clown ass nigga.
Now go to the right. Go to the
Clown
right.
ass.
Go
That's
to
his
the right.
grandchildren.
No, nigga, go to the right. Go to the
To
right.
the right.
Shut up, nigga.
Nah,
I'm
he don't.
going
No,
there.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no, no,
The right
no.
on the
You know what we
screen.
talking about. You know what we talking about. No, right on the
No,
screen, nigga.
go to the picture. Now don't click the screen. Move your camera to the right. Right
It's
there.
right here.
Right. Now go in closer. Go in
It
closer.
don't say the author, Sean.
Charles.
It just say
Yeah, no.
Charles
Hold up. Hold
Senegal
up. Hold
is
up. Hold
the
up. No,
person.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Hold up. Hold up. Just hold up, hold up. Put him back on the screen. Put him back on the screen. All right. I'm good.
Yeah, we're good, man.
All right, show him about he's on it now.
Fuck
He ain't
out of
gonna
here
stop
talking
till
that
we find
grifter
out.
shit. Shut up, Andy.
We just
Why are
trying
you
to
being mean
find
to
the
me?
book.
Go play with
We
your
just trying to
pussy.
find the book. Yo, real rap. Can you stop talking like that, bro?
That's what a cat is
Listen.
called. A
No,
cat is
stop.
called a
I ain't
pussy.
gonna front. Lately on my channel, my last like 3 lives, right? They keep hitting me with this age restriction shit. And it's because y'all niggas keep saying dumb shit like this. Stop saying dumb shit. There's no reason to be like pussy, suck my dick. There's nothing that we all grown men. There's no reason for none of that. Lotus, first of all, Lotus, how much you got on there?
What it do, man? I'm over in the
Oh
gym
wait.
getting buff, making money while y'all
Can we
argue.
can we see
Pseudo Africans.
can we see what you pushing right now? What you on right now?
Oh, not much, not much,
Oh, that little light piece of change?
not much, not much. It's my second
That's
time at the gym today.
Are
It's
you?
light right now.
all right. It looked like you gained a little weight though. I ain't gonna front. You all right.
Chest day.
But you got it.
You already did an hour and a half on the chest. I gotta get another hour and a half in.
All right, yo, since real rap bullshit, and
Since
anybody
y'all shit
wanna
ain't working like that,
jump in?
you know what I mean?
I do.
We see you, Lotus. Get that money, Lotus.
Y'all hairline could look good as mine, know what I mean?
He's in Planet Fitness.
Lotus,
Yep,
that's
I'm at
that
Planet
that
Fitness.
French in you. That's
Yep.
that French in
Pay
you, man.
expensive Planet Fitness fee every month. That's right.
Now that's a good thing. He's a Planet Fitness master. Salute to you for that, bro.
Nah, yeah, get that money. That's what I said. Get that money. Health is
Yeah, I go to
wealth,
the gym
brother.
6 days a week.
I'd rather go to
Trying to catch
Venice
up to
Beach
Rob
than
Bourne,
Planet
man. Trying to
Fitness, my
catch up
dude.
to Rob
Health
Bourne
is
so I can
Man,
wealth.
get
I
my
don't
first
give a fuck what gym you go to, Andy. That's dumb. It don't matter what
Hold
gym
up.
you go
How
to.
much?
Get the
How
workout
long
in.
you been there, Lotus? How long you been there just now? How long
Wait,
you
how
been
long
there
I've been
so
what?
far in the gym today? Like not today, but this session. How long you been there?
I just came back right now about 20 minutes.
So you been in the gym 20 minutes and ain't break a sweat? Get out of here, man.
Shit, I'm sweating like a
I don't
motherfucker
see
right
no
now.
sweat. I don't see no sweat. You got on a gray shirt too. That shit should be. It would change colors, bro. You not sweating, bro. You ain't sweating, man. You
Bruh,
just
what is that?
bullshitting. You walking around looking around and shit.
But
You in the gym looking
yeah, I
around.
don't like getting sweat all over the equipment and shit. That shit is disgusting. So I always wipe my sweat. But I'm sweating right now.
Nah,
What are you
I'm
talking
just
about?
fucking with you, bro. I was just fucking
Yeah.
with you. I was fucking with you. I was fucking with you. All right,
Bad
so
ones in here too. What? Bad ones.
I
Not too
know
many
that's
sisters.
what you really in there for. You looking for the women. That's it.
You trying to take
looking
something
for
home, bro?
women.
You trying to take something home?
That's all he trying to do.
Like you got something at home.
I
That
wouldn't
don't
doubt
mean
it
shit.
though.
That don't mean nothing.
He
Man,
trying to
Just
buy
because you got
somebody.
something at home,
I
don't mean
got
you
I
ain't trying to
got
take something
nine
else.
different area codes,
He
man.
trying to buy somebody a shake. That's what he
I
trying to
come in
do.
your city and take the girl that you would like.
All
You
right,
got a
but yo,
crush
look.
on.
All right, hold on real quick.
Please.
So hold on. Let's get back to something real quick. So Tyron, I'm gonna allow you to address something. I'm gonna allow you to address one thing you want to address, bro. I do not want you to go and say 10 things. I want you to address one thing. So I want you to be able to make your claim and then support it with evidence. But you have to make the claim first. If you're not ready right now, you need a couple minutes, cool. I know you got plenty of things to say. Pick one and we can talk about it. All right? Real Rap should be looking for that book before he say anything
Well,
else.
what? Man, look, bro, y'all ain't never gonna be able to find it. I'm gonna find it before y'all, cause I got the person that got it. So when I find it, y'all know.
But my thing is, why are you pumping it and you don't even have
Is that a Superman comment? What's his name? Tyrone?
Could you prove your West Africanisms amongst the Americas?
Is that a Superman comic?
That's dumb as fuck. Yo, who in front of a computer? Can
Prove your
somebody click on
West
the link? Can
Africanisms.
somebody
Either you, Sassy
can
P,
some,
or Enigma made the claim that you got some West African shit over here. I want to see
yeah.
you show some
Yep.
evidence.
Yep.
This is an
I want to know if
example
that's a
that I got on
Superman
my
comic.
The
screen.
cultivation of rice.
Cultivation of
Carolina
rice.
gold.
You do realize there's wild
Carolina
rice that
gold.
grows within the Americas, right? And they were
Carolina
already
gold.
utilizing Indians
Carolina
to
gold.
Black
Carolina
eyed
Sassy
gold.
P,
peas.
Wasn't
Sassy
no rice
P,
growing over
Sassy
here, yo.
P,
Some
Sassy
motherfucking Africans
P,
goddamn put it down.
Sassy
Hold on.
P,
What?
Hold
Sassy
on.
P, Sassy P.
Where you at? Hold on. Ling Ling.
Hit
Didn't
this link. Hit the link.
look.
Not a seed.
Nah, this is important, Sean. Remember, they was like, "Yo, that's not his name, Ling Ling. That's not his name. Don't call him out his name, right?"
Yeah.
So why he calling you out your name?
Cause he's suspect.
So if
Cause
you
y'all
want
some
to,
hoes, that's why.
look,
And
There
you a
we go.
plastic gay.
you want to
Your
continue.
cousin like
I
it. Your cousin like it, nigga.
We're not doing that. But go ahead, Sean. What you want?
What's my cousin
Yeah,
name,
your little
nigga?
light skinned cousin like it, nigga.
What's my cousin name, nigga?
The one
Sean,
in Brooklyn. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Brooklyn? I don't live in
Yeah.
Brooklyn. Come
Nah,
find
she
me.
do,
Come
nigga.
find me like
She do,
Silk
nigga.
Team 6, nigga. You
All
ain't
right,
not a
so yeah, so
coincidence.
not a
Find me,
seed, not a
nigga.
seed.
Come
Look,
find me.
I put the book in the back, yo. You got to download the ebook.
which one is it?
IP address
It's
hackers.
all the same book. It's all the same book.
Oh, hold on.
Slave Narratives: A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews. It's hold up, I think I might get the wrong one. It's no, that's the Alabama version. Hold on, let me go back. Dan, Louisiana.
Screw Louisiana, man. You can't trust those guys, I'm telling you. So, Tyrone, what are you into?
Bro, I got family from Louisiana. Don't say that shit.
Man,
No, I'm
I
talking
ain't
about the
listening,
KKK,
man.
man.
I ain't listening
The
to that.
KKK is
KKK
an
live in
exclusive to
Louisiana.
the Louisiana. What are you talking about, Dr. Andy?
But don't the Jim Crow laws used to exist there in Louisiana?
Jesus Christ. Do you not know
Andy,
history?
Andy,
Shut up.
Andy, don't let them get you, bro. Just stay in a safe place.
I am in a safe place, dude.
That's what y'all do. Y'all do love staying in the safe place. Now answer my question, Sassy P. Where's this West African shit?
I already told you. I
Where's
just
it
told
at?
you.
Where's
I just
that?
said rice. The language.
You do realize there's
Rice.
wild rice
The
that grows
language.
within the Americas,
Villages.
right?
No. There's no damn no.
You do
We talking
realize
about
there's
North
wild
America,
rice
nigga.
that
You,
grows
you're
in the
not from no
Americas.
other
Would you
place.
like to see the
You're not from no
evidence?
other America. You're not from no other America but the United States
You
of
do
the
realize
America,
there's
nigga.
rice that grows all over the planet, right? There's different species of rice.
Yeah, we got
Wild
bro, we got the
rice.
Nazi stories. We got Yoruba
This nigga,
spirituality. We
A
got the
Nazi
Ao
stories.
Khan
There's
in
fucking
Suriname.
there's
Yes.
Ictomy the
Hey, we got a
Spider
drinker
Man.
symbol.
There's
We got a drinker symbol.
Grandma
We got
Spider. What
African
are you
names.
talking about?
We got African graveyards. We
What
got
was
we got
African
burial
graveyards
Yep.
you
for
got over
Africans.
here?
Sankofa birds.
Man, we got
Sankofa
African burial
birds. Where's
grounds
that
every
evidence
goddamn
at?
where all over fucking
Where is that
motherfucking this
amongst
motherfucker.
you? Where is it? Nowhere.
Bro, they're everywhere, yo.
So you
They're
said it
everywhere.
didn't rice
Why are
didn't
we
grow in
talking
America.
backwards?
What's
Why are we
this?
talking backwards?
You said rice did not grow in America.
No,
What's
why?
this?
No, I told
Wild
you. I
rice.
told you Carolina
Wild
Gold. Did you? There's
rice.
no wild rice.
Yeah,
There's
there
no wild
is.
rice in
Yeah, wild
America.
rice grows in the Americas.
There is no
Yeah,
wild
there
rice.
is. Northern wild rice is an annual plant native to the Great Lakes region of North America.
There is
Aquatic areas
no
of the boreal
wild
forest regions
rice.
in
There
northern
is
Ontario,
no
Alberta.
wild
Stop,
rice
stop, stop,
in
stop,
North
stop,
Carolina
stop it,
or
stop,
South
stop,
Carolina. There's
stop.
none in
Yeah, there is
Florida.
wild
There's
rice
none in
in
Louisiana.
Carolina.
No, there's
There's
not.
wild rice in Florida. Do you not see
No,
the shit,
it
nigga?
is not.
Do you not see it? Say
There is
Florida.
no. Pull up the history
Florida.
of rice in America.
Florida.
Pull up the history of rice in America, bro.
Second.
What the fuck are we talking about?
What are you talking about? There's rice in America. What are you talking about,
Oh
bro?
man, you don't know how
Wild
dumb you
rice.
sound. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Pull
it
up the
is.
history.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
is. Are you a
So why the
botanist?
history of rice?
Sassy
Why the
P,
history
are
of
you a
rice is telling us
botanist?
something different than what
Are
you're
you
talking
a
about?
botanist? Are you a botanist? No, you're not. I
He
know
just
you ain't a
trolling, bro. He
scientist
just
either
trolling. He
because
ain't
you
trying to
couldn't
be.
even tell me what
He not trying to
you
have
couldn't
an
even tell
actual
me what
Yeah, he
discussion.
is
He just
trolling.
a
photosynthesis
troll.
was, nigga. You couldn't even tell me
He's
what
not even
photosynthesis
indigenous.
is.
You're not even
Where
indigenous,
does
dude.
wild rice grow, Sassy P? We can Google it right now.
In Africa, in Asia too.
Wild rice grows in Africa? No, it doesn't.
But it grows in Asia too.
No shit, rice grows in Asia, dumbass. I'm talking about American rice. Why would they need Bantus to harvest
Because the American
their
rice was
own plant?
introduced there,
Hold on.
dumbass.
I'm not finished, Andy.
Okay.
Because are Indians suffering from drapetomania? Explain this shit.
What again?
How did Indians get free out of slavery? Did they get free by drapetomania?
No, they
How
got
do
free
they
out of
receive a
slavery.
Bantu great replacement if your people are literally picking the world's entire produce within Latin America? Explain this shit. How did they get a Bantu great replacement if your people are being used primarily to pick modern fruits and vegetables for the entire world's grocery stores?
So they can make a living.
Why would they need
full.
Bantus? Why would they need Bantus? And if they needed Africans, how come you had Indians already cultivating cotton thousands of years before the European came in? They made arrow-proof vests out of cotton.
Dude. Okay, you're
So
right.
what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that you're full of shit, dude. And you always
I'm full
have
of
been
shit.
full of
Then
shit.
what are the Aztec jaguars wearing on their torso? What is
Andy,
that?
do not say shit. No one is
No, I'm
interjecting.
debating this fool.
No, Andy, do not
Yeah,
listen to me.
let Andy go. Let him put his head on the chopping block.
Andy, do not
Quit
say
trying to say
shit. He
your
needs
Mongol-centric
to
sidekick.
answer my
Let his ass
question.
get buried.
Where in the United
Already
States?
heard Sutek
Where
just sit
in
up
the
there
United
and say that
States
Native Americans
does
are claiming to
wild
be a
rice grow?
multi-generation regional theory.
Listen, he's
This
doing
is who
this
y'all
on
niggas
purpose.
caping for, by the way.
He's doing this on purpose.
Doing what
Where
on
in the
purpose, Sassy
United
P? You
States?
can't even fight
Where
me.
in the United States does wild rice grow?
All over, dumbass nigga.
Where, no,
Florida,
listen. Be
Florida,
specific.
the Great Lakes
Where?
region, Ontario,
Where?
Canada. I just
Where?
mentioned them, nigga.
Where?
Would
Are
you
you
like me
sure
to
that
drop
is
the link
wild
so you
rice in
can
those
read it?
areas?
Would you
Are
like
you
to?
sure
Would you like for
that
me
there
to
are
drop the link
it's
for those
wild rice in
regions?
those
Let's drop the
Wild
areas?
link, dude.
rice. All right, Sassy P.
Why are you bullying Sassy?
Share your screen, Ling Ling. Put it on the screen, Ling Ling. Everything you just
Why are
said,
you
put it on the
bullying her?
screen. Andy, stop.
I'm trying to be
Please.
your sidekick,
Because
dude.
I love to
No,
take the
bro,
souls out of Pan
we don't
Africans.
need a side. We don't need a sidekick. We don't.
Yeah, you do. Because apparently you need Native Americans to help your ass.
No, where in North
Yeah, you
kind of
do.
right,
America?
You
though.
need Native Americans to save you.
Where in North America did wild rice grow?
I told you, clown. And check the back chat while you at it.
Now, when was it
Wait, time
identified?
out. Y'all didn't know that African rice is a hybrid made like within
No,
last
man.
150
Come
years?
on,
African
man.
rice ain't
Ain't no goddamn hybrid, bro.
African. It's
Listen,
Asian.
Yeah,
listen,
it's a hybrid,
listen.
just like your
Lotus,
And
shut the
second,
fuck up.
Bantus don't even say that they come from Africa. They say that they come from Asia.
Where in the United States of America is wild rice cultivated? Where it come from?
Florida.
Are you sure
No,
that
it
there was?
doesn't. No.
Absolutely.
Look,
There's all types
no,
of
Florida does not have
wild rice. There's Texas wild rice. There's
Oh, it's my friend.
No, he don't understand what he's
northern
talking
wild
about.
rice.
Bro, you
What
guys
are you
claim
talking
you're
about,
Southeast
dude?
Indian, so
There's
wild rice is in
Manchurian
your culture.
wild
They wouldn't
rice
even know
that
that.
grows in Asia.
You don't even know what
Is
wild
used
rice
by
is
Native
way
Americans and
different than regular
harvest
rice.
wild rice by
He never even
canoeing
seen wild
into
rice in real life and
into
ate
a
wild rice.
stand of plants
She has a
Not a
and
C.
bending the
too.
right grain
Hold
heads
on,
with
not a
two
C.
small
Not a
wooden
C.
poles.
Can we hear from Truth?
Dude,
Can we hear from Truth?
Ling Ling, you don't know nothing about
Pass the
wild
mic.
rice. What are you talking about? It's
He
more
said there's
freaking
no
than
wild
regular
rice that
rice.
grows within the Americas.
Dude,
And he claimed that
if
Indians
you
will
and
replace
look, you claim that's the Southeast Indian. There's no wild rice in the Southeast, so that's off your culture range. I had wild
So
rice
why are you
before. I used
trying
to
to
put power
please,
on there too. Look, dude, wild rice don't even look like regular rice. That is way different rice. You don't even know how it's cooked and how it's
Wild rice
made.
is rice, dumbass nigga. What are you talking about?
You never had wild rice
That's
in your
rice,
life.
dumbass
I had
nigga.
wild rice. I
It's
had wild
rice,
rice,
coon.
idiot. No, coon. Wild rice is
No, man. He
way
don't even
It's
different
know.
than white
rice, you
rice and brown rice.
retard. It's
Look,
rice,
he don't even
moron.
know. He don't know.
Listen,
Oh my
dude.
goodness
But Lotus just
gracious,
Man,
said
you
what
these
he
why
said.
can't
You
you?
morons.
Why
never
can't you?
seen
Why can't you
wild
have a
rice
normal
Yeah, he
in
said
your
what
conversation,
he
life.
bro,
said.
without insulting? Why can't you just have it back and forth without
He
Because
insulting?
doesn't
Why you
I
gotta be
love
know.
to
immature
take
like
your
a kid?
souls. I love to get you out of
Man,
She has
body.
you got
Stockholm
the question,
syndrome,
but
though.
Yeah,
How does
yeah,
that
I
become a
know you would
doctor?
like.
look,
I know you're trying to redirect the conversation.
wild rice,
That's
you
wrong.
don't
Your
cook
soul,
it like regular rice.
all of your
You
souls,
don't put it in boiled water.
He
That is
thinks cooking.
different
y'all
than regular
hotep
rice.
souls are mine.
And the
And
people
I want
that
y'all to
who
be
eat
like
wild
SEAL
rice
Team
are
6
the
and come.
Ojibwe people
No,
and the Cree people who lives in the lake area. So you don't even know nothing about wild
and not a
rice.
coincidence. He
And
doesn't
wild
want
rice
to
is
do a
not
back and
grown
forth with
in
Truth Church.
Florida.
He just wants to insult.
Hey,
Yeah,
That
I
is
want to take
true.
your
wild rice
soul out of
doesn't
your body.
grow in Florida.
You're
It's
not
not
taking.
even
You're not doing
south
shit.
certain indigenous
Actually, it
culture.
does,
No,
Chata,
you just want to
and you're
blabber.
a
You just want to
Zambo,
blabber. You
right?
don't want to have a
You ain't even a
conversation
full-blood
because
native,
you don't
nigga.
have
Hold
the
on, bro.
And you
intellect to
got
go into the
clowned by
truth.
Choctaw Mac, nigga. You
So,
can't even speak the
real.
language, bro.
Hey, how old
You
are
guys
you?
can't even speak the
How
language.
old are
You
you,
guys
bro?
read a few words off the
Yeah.
internet and don't even understand
How old are you, Tyrone?
it. You guys,
How old are you,
you
Tyrone?
guys are
How come
retarded.
How
my
old are you?
boy Choctaw Mac got in your
Hey,
ass
Tyrone.
with your own
Tyrone,
language?
how
Choctaw
old are you?
Mac
He
never.
replied to
Choctaw
you in
Mac
your
don't even know my
language,
language.
Chata.
Yo,
Yeah,
hold
he
on.
You
How
can't
old
even
are you,
speak the
brother?
language right, you fucking idiot. You're a dumbass.
yeah, he
You
did.
don't even
He
you don't even
replied
know
to
the
you in your
dialect. You gotta
language,
grow up speaking
boy.
that shit, you idiot.
He replied to you in your
You can't
language,
even speak the
boy.
words right. You
He
can't even
replied to
understand it, you
you in your
fucking idiot.
language, boy.
Ling Ling, you need to learn something real
Boy.
quick because you don't even know what you're talking about. I
You
know
a
you're my
clown
boy.
ass boy, nigga.
I
You a
talk to my
half
my
breed. What the
bitches.
fuck is you talking about, nigga?
I don't give a fuck.
You're
I'm
one
South
The
too.
fuck?
African. What's up with it?
You
I
a
love to be
half-breed.
black
You
and
a
brown.
mutt.
African
You
power.
a
What's up?
fucking
You don't
mutt.
like
You
that,
a
huh?
Maramut, bro.
African power. You don't like that,
You a
huh? Native
Maramut,
pride,
bro.
African power, homeboy.
You in a
I
Maramut.
like it.
Real
You fake
choppers.
ass Indian. Hey,
Fucked your
hey,
ass up
hey.
last live stream.
Ling Ling,
No,
Ling
we
Ling.
Explain
Where
didn't.
you
that.
from, Ling Ling? Ling Ling.
Where
You
you
Indian, Ling
from?
Ling? No,
Shawan, where you from?
I'm asking you, you Indian? You
This
from an
was
Indian
retarded.
tribe?
South Carolina.
I
Real
agree with
chocolate,
you,
we know
real
you
chocolate.
special
He is
needs, bro.
retarded.
Real chocolate, we know you special needs. Stop
Dude,
it.
you double
Who?
retarded 3000. Get the fuck out of here with
Bruh,
that shit.
we know you're
Nigga,
remedial,
you
bro.
Yeah, dude.
We know you took
Yo, yo,
EC
yo,
classes,
yo,
bro.
yo. Hold on. Stop. Let's pause real quick.
and your
Hold
wild
on.
rice is raw. You don't
Decorum,
even know nothing
decorum,
about wild
decorum.
Yeah, hold
rice.
on. That's what I wanted to get back to. Hold on, stop. This is what I want to get back to. That wild rice or the other rice. The basically the rice that the Africans was growing. True first, say what you gotta say. Ling Ling, do not come up off the mic. You could talk right after he is done. So you don't have to rush it. You don't have to interrupt him. You got the mic right after him.
Alright.
Go ahead, True.
So this guy's trying to talk about some wild rice. Wild rice is different between all the other rices. You don't boil it just like regular rice. It's way different than that. I had wild rice before, and it's not actually real rice. They just call it wild rice. So I don't even know what this guy comes from, knowing, thinking he knows it all when he doesn't. I feel
Is
stupid
that my
as hell. And
Methizo homie right there? What's cracking, fool?
Choctaw Mag don't even know my language. First of all, you got to know the dialect. You got to grow up speaking it, or somebody teaching you who knows the dialect. You can't get a few words off the internet and thinking you know you're speaking. Because when they try to speak my language, I couldn't understand what the hell he was
So
saying
can you
because he
read the
couldn't even
back
say the
chat?
words right. You idiot.
Can you read the back
So,
chat, real chocolate? Can you read the back chat? What does that say? You boil it. So why are you teaching misinformation on Not a Coincidence Live? You
Is
a
it the same?
clown. So
Is
now
it the
let me
same
read
guy?
off your Native American history. Native Americans and other harvest wild rice by canoeing in the stand of plants and bending the ripe grain heads with two small wooden pole sticks called knockers and flails, so
yes,
as
they
to
use
thresh the
that.
seeds into the canoe. One person vans or knocks rice into the canoe while the other paddles slowly uses the a push pole. The plants are not beaten with the knockers, but require only a gentle brushing to dislodge the mature grain. Some seeds fall to the muddy bottom and germinate later in the year. The size of the knockers, as well as other details, are prescribed in the state and tribal law. By Minnesota statute, knockers must be most 2.5 centimeters diameter, 30 and 76 centimeters long, and 1 pound, 450 grain weight. So, several Native American cultures, such as the Ojibwe, consider the wild rice to be sacred component to their culture. The Ojibwe people call the plant manumin, meaning harvesting berry. Commonly translated to Goodberry in 2018, the White Earth Nation of the Ojibwe granted Manumin certain rights, sometimes compared to the right of nature or the granting it legal personhood, including the right to exist and flourish. In August 2021, the Ojibwe filed a lawsuit on the behalf of Wild Rice to stop the Enbridge Line 3 oil sand pipeline, which puts the plant habitat at risk. Tribes that are recorded as historically harvesting the Zizania aquatica are the Dakota Menominee, the Meskwaki, the Ojibwe Cree, Omaha, Ponca, and Thompson, and Ho Chunk, Winnebago. Native American people who utilize the Zizania palustris are the Ojibwe Ottawa, Adawa, And the Patawomi ways of preparing it varied from stewing the grains with venison stock and maple syrup, making it into stuffings for wild birds, or even steaming it into sweets like puff rice or rice pudding sweetened with maple syrup for these groups. The harvest of wild rice is an important cultural and often economic event. I can't pronounce this word, but the tribe were
Yeah, you
the
couldn't
owner.
pronounce germinate either.
Yeah,
Can you
Good.
can
You
you
don't need
shut
to
up
read the
and
right.
listen? Can you shut
And
up
let
and
him
listen?
read.
Because
Let him
this
read. Let him
proves.
read.
No, I can't shut up, but I can be
no.
Quit
quiet for a
run,
little
quit
bit.
running, quit running, quit running.
Nobody's
Because
running. You're
this
not.
He's
proves
trying to
this
point right now.
proves your
No, it
West
He's
doesn't.
bugging
Africans
him.
didn't teach to plant rice.
No, it
So
doesn't.
stop it. And you can't even claim that paddle.
He just read all those
Come
Indian
That
tribes
on.
that they're
Let
not
him.
even black.
that paddle that you claim is West
And
African
this is
is
because
not
I'm
even
Native
West African.
American.
It's a universal tool. So what are you
And
talking
you think
about?
I eat wild
You
rice
brought
now for
rice
about
over
my
here.
culture.
They didn't need Africans for that shit. Really?
Can I say something,
That is
please?
plain different rice.
Go ahead.
Um, what
You
does
just
that rice
lied
have to
up
do with the
here,
rice that
real China.
brother? You said brother. Come on now. What does that rice that you read about just now? And it was pretty interesting. What does that have to do with the rice that your grandparents harvested in South Carolina? Because the rice that your grandparents harvested in South Carolina, which is the reason you eat rice all the time
What
now,
kind of rice, bro?
is an African strain of
You
rice.
don't even know
The
the
way they
species
planted
of
it
rice.
is the West African way. Like
Is
the
this
people in
West
the
African?
Senegambia
No, it
region,
isn't.
the Mindi people, they call that the rice coast. They call it that for a reason because those people cultivated rice. South Carolina farmers wanted people from the rice coast after a while, after indigo fell off.
Are you
Rice
sure
wasn't
about
the
that?
original cash crop. Rice wasn't the original cash crop of South Carolina. It wasn't until these African strains of rice were brought into South Carolina, along with the African farming techniques or agricultural techniques to produce the rice, was brought into South Carolina. Did rice become the cash crop in South Carolina that your grandparents picked? But you acting like that's some Indian stuff.
Yeah, it
You
is.
South Carolina imported more
No,
Africans
it's
than
not.
anywhere else.
No, it's not. Because in the
South
South,
Carolina didn't even
Native
have
people
any
did not eat
Africans like
rice.
that. So I'm gonna walk it
What?
down
Natives from
culturally
the
because
South
I'm
did
a
According
not
to South
eat rice,
Carolinians, they
and they
did.
never grew rice.
That's African rice. The rice that we eat today is
What is
African
this
rice. It's
woman
not what
right
the
here?
Indians did.
Isn't this a Seminole woman? What's that in her hands? Is that African? Did she learn it from a
What
That
difference does it
Bantu?
make
that's
what's in
not
her hand?
black.
Did this
He's
woman
counting
learn it
Your ass
from a
corn.
from South Carolina. You
Bantu?
ain't got
No,
shit to
she
do with the
didn't.
You
Senegals.
know what that
Who are
is?
these
You
Seminoles.
know
people
what that
right
is?
here? Who are these people right
Those are
here? These are
that's my
so-called
people.
Not
Maroons,
you.
right? But guess what?
They're not you.
Aren't
See,
the Bone Impact mural showing these people doing the same exact culture as the
Nope.
Maroons?
No,
No, it's
no,
not.
Hmm.
No,
no,
they don't.
no, it's
What's
not.
he's
this?
Hold on, yo.
he's
These
showing
are
you
the
he don't
people
even know
from
anything
Hold
about the
on,
South.
stop. Everybody stop. Listen, Tyron, you have to give somebody a chance to respond. You're just blabbing on. All right, you told us how to cook wild rice. That's it. You showed us how to cook wild rice. That's all you did.
Actually, I didn't. I told you the cultural significance of it.
Which has
And who are
nothing to do
these
with Black
people?
American culture. Hold on, it has nothing to do with Black American culture at all.
Actually, it
You
does.
have to
Not a coincidence.
no. So would you stop
Yeah, it
jumping
No, it
in,
does.
doesn't.
bro? Yo,
It has
listen.
everything to do with Northern Native
And who is this I'm
Americans.
showing?
Yo,
Hey,
stop
the
jumping
tribes you
in.
Who are
name,
these
are they
people I'm
black?
showing?
Yo,
These are
Ling,
Cherokees.
do you want to be
Yeah.
up here? You have to let somebody else talk, just like everybody let you talk. You was able to read all that shit. Nobody interrupted you. Somebody has a response. Stop.
I was wondering, all those tribes you read, are they black? Are they black? The
Hell no.
Ojibwe?
Yeah, they are. Who
Oh,
are the Bunga
No, they're
the
not.
brothers
Ojibwe's
and
are
who's
black?
Edmonia Lewis? They are a
So,
part of
so,
those tribes. So
um,
what are you talking about?
they don't look black to me. I've been to those reses too.
Would you like to see what Edmonia Lewis looks like?
What, a half breed? You gonna show me a half breed?
She's not a half breed. I know you are because you said it. You were. So
I am.
Edmonia Lewis.
Hey, all those tribes you name are not black. And all those people on the
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold
reservation
they
on.
from
are
those tribes
actually.
ain't black at
Ling
all.
Ling, Ling
Yeah,
Ling.
They're
Can
they
I ask
not.
you
are.
one question? Can I ask you one question, Ling Ling?
Go ahead, Shaw.
Okay. So Ling Ling, this was a couple of days ago. Matter of fact, last week, you said verbatimly that the slave trade happened and that Africans wasn't bought over here in bulk. That was your exact words. You said it happened, but not in bulk, like they claim, like they claim, right? So where did these Africans go? Where were they? Who's related to these people? Where are they? Where were they, and where are they now? Who are they offspring?
Well, didn't Real Rap prove his lineage? He can prove his African. What about y'all? Can you
I
show
ain't
y'all
talking.
West African culture, your tribe, not via by horoscope, spit phlegm quantums? Show me by genealogical record. How far
That
are
don't
you
got
gonna
nothing to
get?
do with what
How
I asked
far
you.
are you
I'm
niggas
asking.
gonna get? How
Hold on,
far are
Ling
you
Ling.
niggas gonna get?
Ling Ling, that's not answering my question. You said that it happened, but not in bulk. So where did these few Africans go? Where are they? Where are their offspring now? You made that claim. You said it happened. So where are these Africans?
Bred out,
Bred out into what?
quote unquote, so-called Zambos. But you have to prove that you're a Zambo. You have to prove the West African in your bloodline.
Oh, so you agree that it's West Africans here?
If you can
cool with
prove
that?
it, which y'all haven't.
So wait, so your argument? Oh wait, I want to understand your full argument. So your argument is that everybody is not what it's West African. West Africans came here, but not everybody is West African. That's your argument.
A very small fraction. Yes.
All right. All right.
So why are you in disbelief about it? Because the historical documents say so. If you
You said
follow the Indian
No,
war,
no.
if
When
you
I'm asking you, what? Because you
You
don't
said
run
no.
disbelief
because
about
if
what?
you
I mean, I'm
follow
going to
the
ask you a question.
Indian wars, if you
I'm going to.
follow,
I should be quiet. I'm going to
don't
ask you a question.
run, don't
I'm
run,
not running.
because I'm
I'm
answering
going to
your
ask you a
question.
question.
So if you follow the Indian wars, you will find out who were being captured as slaves. You will find out that it was Indians enslaving other Indians.
Where's your evidence? Where's your
And
evidence
what
for that?
Indian rolls is this?
You got
Absolutely,
to
I can
post that
show you the
source.
evidence. This is
And no,
from
I don't want
the
no
South
IG source
Carolina
either.
History and
Oh no, no,
Archive
no, 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 no,
Center.
no. Post it.
Would you like
Post
to
it.
read it?
I want you to post it in the back chat.
Would you like to read it? I don't
I want
have
you to
a
post a link in the
laptop or a
back chat.
computer monitor. You're gonna have to pull.
Yes, you can still
Not a
post.
coincidence.
You
It's
can
gonna have to show my
post a link in the
screen.
back chat with a mobile device, bro.
Not a coincidence. It's going to
Yes.
have to show my screen because this is in a museum, part of the Registry of Vital Statistics. I took a
You can't. You
photo
have no
What
links for
Indian
you.
rolls is
Can you
this?
show
I
us
took a
any
photo
link?
of it in
Hold
the
on, hold on, hold on. Wait,
museum
wait.
area. So what are you talking
Wait,
about?
listen to me, bro. Listen.
Would you like the
God
address
damn.
of the place I went to?
Listen. We let you talk. Nobody listen. Can you provide us any link from any? I'm talking about any type of primary source backing up your claim.
Yeah, this is a primary source.
What is it? Post it in the back chat.
Tell not a coincidence to pull up my screen because I took a
I
photo
know.
of
Post
this
it in the
within a
back
museum.
chat first, bro. Post your
What's
link
it
in the
supposed
back
to?
chat
Hold
Okay,
on.
first.
so would you
No,
like
no, hold
an
on,
address to the museum and you go travel there, boots on the ground? Because that's how I obtained this. Would you like to go to South Carolina with me? I'll hold your
I want you to
hand.
post it. You should have more than one source, bro. You should be able to provide more than one source. You
Actually,
should be
I
able to provide
can.
a source. Hold on.
Actually, I
Listen,
can.
you should be. Well, can you post it in the back chat?
All right, I will.
All right,
Thank you. That's all I'm
I'm
asking.
gonna make you cry.
Hold on.
No, I'm
So
not really. You can't make me
Yeah,
cry.
I am.
No,
So
oh, please.
Tyron, so that source is supposed to prove what exactly?
You said what?
What is this source supposed to prove?
My source proves without a shadow of a doubt that there were not that many Africans being brought over here and that Indians were being used majority as chattel slave within the years of 1500s through the 1700s.
Through the 1700s. So what about from the 1700s to 1865? Who was the slaves then?
Still Indians.
So why'd you
They
stop
just
at the
changed.
1700s?
They just made
So
certain.
18. Hold
They
on. 18. Nah, yo, listen.
You ain't
Don't
gonna do that shit to me.
man. Listen, stop, bro. I will do it to you. Fuck is you talking about? I will. So 1865. How come we don't see any anything talking about Indians can join the Civil War? How come they not calling Indians contraband? Can you answer that? How come they don't call Indians contraband? They call Negroes contraband. Can you answer that? Look, you was still talking. That's
All
how.
right.
That's how
So can I
slow
talk?
he is.
Can I talk? Am I
No,
allowed
hold
to
on,
talk?
hold on. I want everybody to notice when I brought him back, he was still talking. He just stopped talking. He didn't hear shit I asked. Nothing I asked him. All he do was talk. So again, you're supposed to be showing us from the 1700s to 1865 that Indians was enslaved. You can talk now.
All right. So I just dropped a link in the back chat. And weren't all Africans taxed at higher rates? Weren't they rare and expensive? Whereas the Indian slave were cheap and in abundance. Explain this shit.
What time period you talking about? What are you talking about?
1500s to the 1700s, buddy boy.
That's not the question, buddy boy. 1700s to 1865.
See how Pan Africans run?
No, because listen.
Now pull up my source.
No. Yo, listen. Stop.
Pull
I'm
up
about
my
to put you to the back. I'm gonna put you to the back. All right. So we all know on this panel that the slave trade didn't pick up to the 1700s. We know this. Yeah, Africans were still coming prior, but that wasn't the main source of work or enslavement. Well, everybody wasn't enslaved, but they was using indentured servitude. They was trying to use Indians. Other people saying don't use Indians. They were still bringing Africans over here in small amounts. We got a couple thousand going to Hispaniola and other places, but this is still the beginnings of America. They're not even everywhere in America yet. You feel what I'm saying? So he's trying to say, he's saying that on purpose. So this is how you know somebody's very deceitful. That's why he keeps saying from the 1500s to the 1700s. Because we all know the African slave trade didn't pick up to the 1700s.
He's so lost, like he don't even realize like why it picked up. They was literally like, if you look at the wars, they're getting rid of the Indians so that they could bring in the Africans. It's mad clear. The Indians are trying to fight to keep their land. They trying, and they getting their ass kicked, and then they start eventually joining these Europeans to enslave the Africans. You can't beat them, join them. If you look at all these wars, AP even showed the wars the other day and show how they was becoming sellouts. I don't understand how Ling doesn't know this.
No, I know he's playing games because of the dates he's giving. That's why I try to get him to go to 1860. Look, he was still talking. Yo, listen, I had him in the back chat all that time. He's still talking. He doesn't care what any of us say. He doesn't even want to listen to actually counter anything we're saying. This is how you know this nigga is just full blown out gone. He's gone.
He sound like he got like some type of agenda. He don't want to be African, and that's cool. That's cool. But it's another thing to just try to deny.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's be honest, bro. He's a grade A coon, bro.
Slave trade happened. I'm confused on why he's still trying to scratch and claw.
What? Yeah, why? But he's back and forth on that. Sometimes the slave trade happened, and sometimes it didn't with him. He's all over the map. His ideal is to keep talking, so you can never get anything out. So we try to say, stop right here. We want to actually challenge that point right there. But he just keeps blabbering on, and so you can't challenge him. And then by the time he's done talking, You forgot about the question you were going to ask him. That's why he does it.
Yeah, that's why you try to give him a chance to talk, but he just keeps going. But what's good is Truth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, once again, like in America, quote unquote America, nothing really is going on in the 1500s.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I was trying to say. They're not even everywhere like that.
You know, they're not in quote unquote America. Yes, they're in Americas, but nothing's really popping here. So that point about bringing Africans here for what when they weren't even here.
Did anybody look at his source yet? It's his source. Like I said, his source is all 1715, 1705.
Yeah.
And then over top of that, it's confirming the African
His source doesn't help him.
Yeah, his source does not help him. It was a deflection, so he could just say he showed something. But his source is not showing it. And then over top of that, you got to explain why every single state got an African slave trade law. So, I mean, like...
But that comes at a specific time, though. Like, so you mentioned that comes after England's consolidation, which is really around 1664. And so that's when all of this shit starts to shift because they take more of the command, and now you got the Catholics and the Spanish and then Portuguese. Those wars are being fought, but that's when you see them going out west and them fighting for what's left or whatever that way. So we not going to see things harden as far as laws, and I think the first ones are called the Kings and the Queens laws. That the Queens laws comes first, but they're for Barbados, and that's when they decide to make it more substantial as far as codified, and then they take those Queen's laws, and then that's what's being used in the colonies. You see what I'm saying? Because the Royal Africa Company took over at that point.
And the population was less than 4 million at that time. So, like, not until about 1790 do you have a population of 3.9 million.
Well, because
so before
this is the little trick is this.
You have,
that's only in the United States.
Well, the trick is this. The trick is this. It wasn't like people have the impression that it was about going somewhere to colonize, and that's not the case at first at all. It was about capitalization and exploiting the products, right?
No, I was making the.
This is why you see them establish factories first, and they learn the system from the Portuguese. Right, and so that's what I'm saying. That so those people are coming here. They're not coming here to we're gonna go over here and then take over these people's lands at first.
No, I was actually supporting your statement in terms of the population assessment. You only have about 3.9 million in 1790 during the first U.S. Census. So you could pretty much decrease the population by half 20 years prior. So at the end of the 1700s, end of the 1600s, you only have a couple 100,000 people here. You don't have a million yet. So it's not even a significant migration that has made it to the Americas, let alone slave migration. So if you follow the actual history, you know that most people came around 1750. So it's disingenuous. His article was at a time when the population was very, very small.
But the point was just that because it's not the intent like a lot of people think to colonize first is what I'm trying to get across.
Right. The Portuguese initially set up trading posts. It was all about trading posts.
They were called the root word or whatever is from factory, and they were called factoriage or whatever. That was factory first.
Put him in the bag.
The British actually had a little different from the the British were actually different from the I'm not sure what he's talking about. No, the British actually did. They unlike the Spanish and French, they actually did do some settling and brought their families here, which is a little different from.
Right. They were late. They were late with that.
But they were late, like you said. They're late. They're pretty late.
Because what it does. Hold on, listen. I'm gonna tell you that switch comes when it becomes a mandate by the Catholic Church. So part of those bulls or whatever comes with stipulations if you're going to claim lands. Like you were given the rights to make, whatever deals or whatever, but for you to then have a claim on it, you had to populate the lands with a number of people. And so this is when they began to look around Europe for the dregs or whatever. What a
crock of shit.
Say what? Just all facts.
Nah, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Nah,
Go
this
ahead.
is all. Nah, we can stop at any
Put
point.
him
And
in the
you can
back.
ask me from where.
Nah,
Truthstorian, he on to something. I want to hear this.
Nah, go ahead, because I remember you talking about before where that's why they would make announcements about children being born in these colonies and stuff
Right.
to like solidify that is growing and you know what I'm saying.
So that tradition initially comes from the Catholic Church. You got to remember the Catholic Church is the sole Lord before all of this Protestant breakout. England does its thing, right? So even England is under that. So the Catholic Church mandates that when you now go and you want to claim colonizers taking over these lands after what? They split up the world, divided up that whole paper bowl right there. That's where that comes into play. Okay, you guys get this and that. But
When you say Catholic Church, you mean the Anglican Church, right?
No. The Catholic Church is completely separate from the Anglican.
So that wouldn't affect Anglophone Americans.
It would not. The Catholic Church would not affect England. No, not at that time.
No, what I'm saying, it would not affect United States either, though.
Because it would affect Florida. It would affect.
It would affect. Like
Alabama,
I said, it would affect
Mississippi,
Anglo.
that region.
Hold on,
But
it would affect
it wouldn't
Anglophone.
affect the 13 colonies. It would affect them because
it's an extension of British. What I'm saying. So in terms of
at that point, it was an extension of
what was
England.
It was the Catholic. Yeah, somebody probably crazy. Anyway, it was the Catholic Church that is the key first. That's what I'm saying. England is doing nothing yet. It's Spain and Portugal.
England late in the game. England late.
And then the Dutch come in, which is really the first Protestants to really do it or whatever. And then the English follow the Dutch because the English it's a longer story, but the English end up learning from the Portuguese and the Dutch, and that's how they get into game with the sea dogs and all that shit. That's when John Hawkins and all of them come in around that 1500s when I'm talking about marker, where they then now can get the Africans to exploit in the New World. That was the point. So now that you have to colonize, they wasn't depending on sending the Europeans there to go do shit because they was all going to what? Exploit the resources that they was trying to get. They was still looking for gold well into the California gold rush.
And they really thought they would find gold in Virginia.
So now that you have to colonize, you have to get people. And so who do you look for, right? You look for all type of people. You look, this is where the Puritans and the Irish and Scots Irish and this one and that one that they kicking out of places or whatever to go and populate those places because those were mandated. It wasn't like, yo, let's leave. Got to think, England and Europe is popping right now. Why would you go somewhere you don't know? They had to sell that to people. Like, yo, go over there and nah, dude. It wasn't like people was lined up to go to some crazy shit, huh?
And that's only the English sold it because the French, they had a hard time getting anybody to come, especially women, and that's why they had to date.
All of them did. That's why the brother asked.
But England was the exception because English had like a lot of permanent settlements, but even with those permanent settlements, the population still didn't flourish into a late chapter of history.
It took about 50 years, like around 1660. Maryland was established. And the beginning parts of North Carolina was established, and you had the Plymouth colony.
Right.
You
So why slow down? So there you go, Kuju. So that's just prove my point. So why is Maryland established?
Because of the Huguenots. The Huguenots who put out
and refuge for the Catholics.
From the Catholics, yeah.
No, it was for the Catholics.
You had the Protestant Huguenots and you had the Catholic Huguenots. It's kind of it gets a
Maryland was the only place you could get the Catholic Church.
Yeah, that's why they still got that ugly ass flag now.
Right. Yeah. That's Lord Baltimore. All that wild shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Big up.
So that what they do now. So now the Catholics who are running away, now they can have refuge in Maryland, and you start to see that those are the first people who inhabit those places, right? That's because of those mandates. But the system that they do is different from what the Dutch do. This is when the English start to use the manor system. And that's how they govern the whole shit where your indentured servant and all that shit comes in because the Lord of the Manor runs all of those lands that they get from those contracts that they get from England now at this point, if we're talking there, right?
Yep.
Calbert gets his and Oglethorpe gets his and this company Massachusetts company gets theirs. And
yeah, I forgot the two people who got North Carolina and South Carolina. Named after King Charles.
The South Carolina people came from, was the Barbados.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to settle it, I'm saying it was originally chartered as one place, and then it ended up getting separated. I
That's
forgot
the
who.
only place, the only state that is established exclusively to exploit the African. The only
Well,
Yep.
South
place.
Carolina, right?
South
No,
Carolina.
Carolina. Period.
Yes, because it was all, but
Yeah.
yes, South Carolina. The
Um,
only.
but, here-
Avos,
but if you
Avos
fast
don't
forward,
like that.
if you fast forward, just in terms of Tyrone, if you fast forward a few years later, but other planet, go and sugar kind of plummet, it becomes the rice capital of the planet. So you have millions and millions and millions of tons of rice in South Carolina. They have to show me who is producing that rice. They have to show some evidence of who is producing and cultivating all these crops. If they could show Indians producing and cultivating all these crops at that late juncture of history, then they got a case. But the
Well,
problem
a
is they won't
good
have any
majority of
evidence.
that rice is going to feed other Africans. That
Okay.
rice is going to feed and becomes an integral part of the now triangular trade between the Caribbean and Americas, right?
Most of
So
that rice
what
is
you
going
what
to
you
Europe.
see in the Sally
It's going to
Struthers
Europe.
and the Feed the Children commercials is some form of some rice, right? That's
Yeah, they
serious.
don't
I'm
remember
being
No,
feed the
100%.
rice,
children.
This
rice
is
is the main
Yeah,
export.
whether the rice going along with the sawfish, right, to feed to Africans that were working the sugarcane.
there you go, my
The
man.
Aki.
The rice and the saltfish. Well,
Yep.
why? Because you can have the saltfish be dried, come from New England, that can stay and won't rot. And then you have the rice, and you take
Yeah.
that, and then what are y'all doing now? So now you got your rice and your fish on the boat. You taking it to Barbados and Jamaica, or whatever. What are you getting?
I'm speaking specifically of the 1700s. So yeah,
Yeah,
if you
what
look
are
at
you
the
getting?
import, no. So in terms of the
What's
import,
up, Sean
if you
P?
look at some of the data, hold on. If you look at some of the data at that time, you can see that it's millions and millions of tons of rice over those decades.
What
And
are
what I'm
you
stating
getting in
in
return
terms of
in America?
and what I'm stating is who is producing all of this labor. You need a extensive labor source to produce that amount of rice in a short
What I'm
duration.
trying to get at is how incestuous this is. We
Um,
know the Africans are okay. So now that we all like forget about it.
so
Let's just
no,
play the
no.
role.
So
Listen,
most of that
listen,
rice.
hear me out. Hear me out. We
No,
all playing the role right now. So
hold
we
on,
done
bro.
got the rice.
I never finished, bro. I will never
Yeah,
finish. You do
no
a lot of
problem.
talking. Let me finish. So no, what I'm stating is,
Because you didn't
in
answer the
terms
question.
of the rice production, no, in terms of the rice production, we have
Trade
a
rice.
large
What do you
quantity,
get?
and
What
I
good?
would rather hold on. I would rather this look at the data because we
Right.
have the import data and export data
Correct.
in the U.S. and you'll see tons of rice at that late juncture of history. It's not just going to exclusively feed a domestic.
What are you getting in return for the rice? It's
I'm
still
not.
the question.
I'm not. I'm just talking about the labor component in terms of his
We
argument.
know that it's Africans.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Yeah, that's it.
expand on what I was
And
saying.
then also I'm stating on the fact that we have a large quantity. If you look at the actual the data sheets in terms of the export
I don't
of
think you're comprehending, True.
I know.
huh?
Just go ahead. It's not
I
this
missed that, Sean.
complicated,
What happened?
brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just talking about in terms of what we're putting out at that duration.
Right, but what are you getting back is the
It's,
question.
I'm not sure. I'm not following your logic on it. I'm just stating in
Right, that's
terms of
okay. That's
the
fair.
output.
So what
The
you're
output.
getting back, which is part of that trade, was I was talking about for the fish that you get from New England and the rice is the runoff from the sugar that is being exploited in places like Jamaica, Barbados, and Cuba, and all that stuff.
Molasses.
But that's the
Right.
domestic component, though. I'm talking about I'm talking
What?
about it's been exported to Europe, and
I'm
most of
trying.
it's been
Yeah,
exported to
we
Europe.
know about basically you just
I'll show
we
some
went
data. I'm a
past the
data guy,
Colombian
so I'll just show the
exchange.
data that supports what I'm stating. It's very, very simple.
What do you?
I'm a
Who?
data
I
guy.
don't think anybody's arguing with you. What is
Yeah,
your? Okay.
we all
I don't
agree with what you're saying, OHF.
got you. So if you agreed, and I'm simply talking about the output at the time. It was predicated in the argument about who was actually performing his labor, and I'm
We
stating
were.
Which we
When
most of that
nobody's
already
arguing
most
against
established.
that.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah, it's
most
African.
of that rice, according to data at the time, because we're keeping track of what's occurring, and I'm saying most of that rice is going back to Europe.
So
Right?
OHF wasn't challenging y'all. He was
Okay,
on his
but
way adding on because the
right on.
question is opposed to the Avos. If
because the Abos like to say is the white people were slaves. You know what I'm saying? So what I did was I played a speech from Henry Highland Garnet in 1843 at the color conventions, and I'm asking them, who is he telling to, rebel?
Rebel, yeah.
Who's he talking to? Is it
Right.
is it the white people? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. So I think he's coming from that angle, saying, who's producing this labor, and like we all know, is Africans. You get what I'm saying?
Facts. And we gonna
So
go
I think
right
that's
back
what
to
he was. That's what he's coming at with it. Good.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with none of that, but we're gonna take it right back to South Carolina because I'm gonna show. I was trying to show how incestuous this shit is, right? So we're gonna take it back. So Henry Highland Garnet makes that speech. That speech is based on events that happened. One we know was Nat Turner and was 30 or 31, right? But before that, in South Carolina is. That's right.
Vesey?
Then Mark Vesey and
Yeah,
amongst
he
them
brings that
Gullah
up too.
people. That happens. That's a free black man. This is why the free black man was a problem. That's going down. But that was still this is going what I was saying earlier about this triangular part. But the point was you were getting the runoff from our people getting exploited in Jamaica, Barbados, and all these other places, right? And they were getting fed by the crops and the shit that we were growing here. And and we were getting exploited growing food for the people here and us, but for them, why? Because you can't grow in that amount on islands like that, right? Just not the land, the proper land to do it on the island. So much sand and all this other shit that you smart niggas know about, right? Yes. So then that shit is going back to New England. Here come the Jews and the other people now, right? To make
alcohol, rum.
Thank you. They make
rum.
Right? So this is where the rum come in, right? So they get paid off for that. Now, where does the rum go?
To West Africa.
Bingo. Hello.
Yep.
Why does
I actually appreciate your use
And there
of
you
the
have your
word
trade.
Thank you.
I dropped some numbers in it. I dropped some numbers in the chat. So it just confirms what I'm stating. 80% of that rice goes to Europe. So by 80% of that rice production that's cultivated in the Americas is being exported to European countries. That's all I was stating. And everybody can just check that data out.
No. We know where it's going, just like the sugar and shit.
It's not mostly a domestic trade. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it is some domestic trade occurring.
Well, neither is the sugar that's being grown in Jamaica and Barbados.
Yep, going to Europe.
But
yeah, absolutely.
We know that most of a lot of that stuff is going back to Europe. So
that's why they call it gold,
at the end of the day, and we know why the alcohol was given to the tribal chiefs. Get them drunk, take advantage, get better deals.
But look, it gets incestuous like this even further. So now we go, here you go, Sean. So now we go over into the spiritual, religious section, right? And now we look at our culture here and see how it gets syncretized, and we have fancy words for mixing all this other stuff, right? Well, look at over there, and you start to look at things, and even stuff that you get back in the Americas, you got two things that show you right there what we just talked about. One being the rum or the spirits, right? Because they ain't had that shit in the jungle, right?
Tobacco.
And number two, there you go, the tobacco. That gets now married into our spiritual systems over there.
Yep. And we began to use that shit to do all kind of little rituals and shit included in the rituals.
Right. So
and
now
then we bring that shit right across the water.
They and then they come back and forth and pop a leg bar here and go looking this way here.
Tobacco was very popular.
It made its way.
The Mandinka and the Wolof.
Well, tobacco was the
they
first
cultivated
rice,
it
right?
themselves.
That's
After a
what
while, you
the
have
pure
African pipes.
Cujo, hold on. That's where we come in. That's where
Tobacco
the
was
pure
often given to
African
slaves.
enslaved come in. The pure slave of America comes in Virginia. You see? That's where
That's right. Let them know.
Before you savage niggas
Here
came
you
and
go.
started
Here you
being in
go.
the field.
Yeah,
It's
say
the
it with your mockery,
Virginia.
but
It's
say
the
it though.
Virginia.
Say it with your mockery, but say it, nigga.
You know, I'm from the root. You see, right
That's right.
there
The root.
down
Let them know.
13, brother.
Let them
Right
know.
there, the pure,
Right.
because that's
The
tobacco.
root.
Yes. No, seriously,
Yes.
but that's tobacco, and
I
that's
work. I'm at Philip Morris right now. That's where I work. I work at Philip Morris, the largest tobacco manufacturer in the world, producer in the world. Yes, that's where I'm right now.
So we got that, and then the next drug come in was sugar, but we got it in Florida and a little bit of places in Louisiana or whatever, but we can't really do that up there. So that's
Can't
what you
really
were saying,
capitalize. Yeah, we can't
right?
have it up here.
Climate's too warm. Too cool.
Yep. Tobacco. John Rolfe bought those seeds back from Barbados. He brought them into what now Henrico County in 1614. A new crop, the what they call it, brown gold.
Yeah,
That's how
man.
England first started making money off it. That was early.
But then that became the poor white man's hustle. Peep it, right?
Yeah.
So
After a
then
while.
you have to have money to do the sugar in Jamaica, Barbados, and what they call the big plantations. So the little ones was getting pushed out, and they was the ones getting mad. They the ones that's the redneck lady. They the ones that got mad, couldn't afford nothing, so they had to do all type of shit. You know how tobacco is. Tobacco grow. You can't grow shit else, can you? Miles might call that shit
But
tobacco road, don't they?
and you're right about the sugar because the sugar had to be refined. So you had these sugar processing
And you needed Africans.
factories.
You needed numbers. You had the
Yeah.
bottom people, right? So they come over this to South Carolina and they can't make it, and then they leave and go further in, and that's the people who start to develop North Carolina. And that's why North Carolina is even more,
It's
you
the most
know.
linguistically diverse place in the United States. North Carolina is
Yeah,
the most
but South
linguistically diverse.
Carolina is the gold, and North Carolina is the moissanite. As far as how the white people saw it, straight up, you
Yeah,
can't
like
grow nothing else but tobacco. So your diversity is done.
the Tobacco Road. That's what it's called. Between Raleigh and Durham, you got it from the entire Piedmont Plateau, from
Done by,
Fredericksburg,
once again,
Virginia to
fellas
Raleigh.
and ladies, Africans.
Yeah, Igbo specifically, yeah. And the thing is that explains migrations too, because when that sugar plummeted, they deliberately, like you said, now they're going to that rice coast to get specific roots that have the expertise in it. So now we got a new migration of people coming in, and then if they push back on slave trade occurring, we can show that they have a higher bid for all those people in the Senegal Gambia. The prices are much higher for a slave of the Windward Coast or a Wolof as opposed to now a person in Angola. So we can
Well,
show
But
that.
Angola,
but much of the trade wasn't going through Angola at the time because by
yeah,
then
Angolans
the,
is
the
gone.
British had taken
So
over.
the Angola train. So Angola is the first chapter of U.S. history.
Yeah,
So most
that's
of
like in the beginning. The
yeah,
majority of the Africans would have come from the Angola region and possibly
Congo,
some from
Angola.
Ghana as well, modern day
yeah. So
Ghana.
Angola's beginning, and then you kind of move towards, like you said, that tobacco. A lot of that tobacco, a lot of that Virginia is an Igbo migration, really heavy. And
Just look at any English speaking country on the West African coast, and that'll give you an idea. Because by what was it, like 1670, Truth, with the
Hmm.
Royal African Company?
Right.
Yeah.
They take over.
So
So the Portuguese have it first, then the Dutch come and fight. Just look at Nzinga's story. The Dutch come and fight them. So you know the Portuguese and the Dutch. Then that's when they start to have the exploits to take it to the Americas. Right? You see them early on. The English come later when Portugal is going through their thing because they now have to. The Catholics are breaking up, and the Protestants are just causing hell and causing money to fight. So that's what's happening right
yeah,
there.
because the Dutch started putting their foot down in the what the Dutch East India Company. So the
Well, the
Dutch
Dutch,
started really
yeah,
fucking with the Portuguese with the trade because
facts.
yeah, when they circumnavigated Africa themselves.
Right,
And then later, like you said, with the English would become the British, and they ran it. They ran it.
right.
They ran it
But the
for
Spanish,
a little more
the,
than 100 years.
right, the Spanish, they go through their things because they have these places, but they can't get Africans. So they got to keep giving out contracts and keep paying the English and the Portuguese or whatever.
Right.
They can't.
Yep.
That's
They
because they
can't.
have no forts. They have nothing in West Africa. That was that going back to the papal bulls and the Pope splitting up the world and all that wild shit, right? You don't
Yeah.
get that.
It's wild because in the beginning it looked like they were the winners of
Asientos,
that.
right?
Yes,
But
and
So
then
they
the
use
Asiento come in. They gotta do
yeah,
the contracts.
yeah. But that gold ran out. That Aztec gold and that Incan gold, it ran out. It was no El Dorado. You know what I'm saying?
Well, at that point, they still trying to get remnants of the fur, and they trying to get with their French brothers, still trying to
Yeah, the
push in
French.
Catholicism and convert.
That's why you didn't have a lot of settlement with the French, because the French were mainly fur trappers.
The Dutch
Well,
too. That's why, no
Dutch,
migration.
In
yes.
the Great Lakes region.
The only reason there is New York, the only reason there is New York, is because of beaver fur. The only reason there is New York is because of beaver fur.
Yep.
Yeah. But it was purely commercial. It was a commercial city, though. It was
All of
nothing.
this,
There was
there
no
you
permanent
go.
settlement.
There wasn't even, no, hold up. Forget about the city. Before that, like I said,
Yeah,
you
what the
established
city?
just the fort. It was that you had it at the base where you had the river to get. It was just a fort. First resident black man, side note, but that's another story. But yes, so that's how that goes. You see what I'm saying? And then the mandates by the Dutch West India Company and the Staten General of the Netherlands says, okay, well, if you want to have these places, you have to have X amount of people there, right? Then you have something called patroonships, and that's how they ran it. When they leave, this is important. The English take over a lot of shit. 1664 with Charles, and Charles come in, blah 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 blah. That's the manor system, and that's the language we more used to with landlord and indentured servant, and you know what I'm saying. That's where that comes in. Those people who are on those manors are the indentured servants that you talk about. And so their whole life is ran by the lord of the manor, who they marry. They used to get like a blanket, a change of clothes, and some shoes every year. That's it.
So, Truth, a lot
Yeah.
of people get confused, and this is kind of side to what y'all was just talking about. But you mentioned
Then
indentured
into the
servant.
servant and chattel slavery. They fucked that up badly.
Right.
It's terrible.
Because it's real intricate or when we talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean that to be all sedity or whatever, but it really is, because it's not really codified into law and like we think until these Queen's laws that I'm talking about was going on in Barbados, primarily because we wilding out over there, right? And so then once Charles come in, they got their money into the Royal Africa Company, him and James or whatever, they then, based on what's happening in Barbados and these other places, because sugar is the cocaine of the day. And so America's shit, like I say, America's an afterthought and we the refuse. We just got more pride than anybody else. But that's what's going on with Charles and that Royal Africa Company. So what that does, yes, they have these lands and these rights or whatever, but now you have to get permission to go on these expeditions. You get what I'm saying? You don't just say, oh, yo, we're going to build a boat and go over there. You have to get permission from whoever's running the country or whatever it is that you're going for. You know what I'm saying? This is why you see the explorers going around in different countries or different, leaders, Ferdinand and Isabella, whatever, to get the right, because all of the rights are based on the rights to the seas and that whole thing, the right to go and get a charter of this land and all that other, intricate, wild shit, whatever. But once you get it, and like I say, now you have to establish colonies. That's something totally different from what you did before. You did not go to establish colonies. You were there just exploiting shit. This is what I explained earlier about the low number of women. Because that wasn't the intent. That's why you don't see mad women. They was, exploiting the Native Americans and the African women that they was doing that to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Truth, I just want to tell you, man, thank you for bringing an adult conversation, man. This has been pleasant to have this conversation. It's mature, no ignorance, no screaming. I just want to say thank you, man, for popping up, man, because we had to. This is about the most normal conversation
Hey
we
man,
have.
don't. He all right. Don't.
No.
His big
I'm trying to
head
get
ass.
to the. I'm trying to get
Nah,
to
go ahead
the
though.
little
Go
bit
on,
of the
bro.
crux of it though. Is the point where this indentured
No, it ain't you. It's them Abros, bro. Cujo, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm just fucking with him. I'm just fucking with him.
Oh, okay.
Nah, but no, seriously, this is why that's important. So where would they even come into this whole colonization, Columbus shit we talking about? It's not until they decide to colonize,
So
right? And there's rules
Yeah, I
to
mean,
it.
because even
with the indentures, they had
the
them.
earliest English colonies, were initially set up by the Virginia Company, in order to be a bait to attack as privateers to attack Spanish ships. You know what I'm saying? That's why they wanted to tuck
So here you
themselves
go.
up.
When
You know,
the
because
English take over, they don't really know what to do or whatever.
yeah,
So
they
what do
don't.
they decide to do? They decide to turn to what? The dregs in their workhouses. This is why you see the Irish and the Scots Irish early on in those places, because they are the dregs in those workhouses. And so now what do? Hey, you know what? Put them on a boat and put their ass over there. But they can't survive it till they die. So then, the Abbo's got one angle where they say, well, look at this. They took sent to Scott. Well, they're right about that part. But they die off or whatever after a couple of years. And then they said, well, look, we got to turn. And then Charles and all of them like, well, you're going to have to do this. But the game changed because somebody mentioned Africans. It's all about marketing and other wild shit that I'm not going to get into. But anyway, they
Yeah,
do
but
their
that's
thing.
where they start going with the white slavery stuff. When
Right,
you were just discussing, that's
because
what.
it's not slavery necessarily, but it's this is what I'm saying. If we understand how the indentured servant system work, oh no, they just put them niggas there. You had to go over there. This dude was your lord and master, and he told you who you could marry, do whatever. You had to be there for 3 or 5 or 9 years or whatever it is. All of this shit is documented with laws and how it came. These are who the laws apply
But
to.
so the
Nah,
indentures with the indentures
I
though.
had a whole debate about white slavery.
But with the indentures, though, my bad.
But it was white slavery, but where Aboriginal power, but he never. But also in it, it was the black and Indians own them. He never proved that, but the point is they just like to compare it. Like when we think of slavery, is you're born into it and you dying. You feel what I'm saying? So
right.
These indentured servants, they're getting up out of it if they can live through the hard work or whatever they was going through. Disease, if you back then you get sick, that could be your last one. You know what I'm saying?
This is
Just
where
by
the
getting
term
sick.
red leg come from.
Yeah,
they were the ones in the fields early, and they were called the red legs. When in America we call them rednecks. It's the same ones. It's that lower class who the workers. This is why they were getting red, because they were doing it. They were dying early. So then
yeah,
they
but let's
turned.
keep in mind though. Let's keep in mind. Don't overplay it, because we're not talking about a whole lot of people. We're not talking about.
No, not at all. You're
We're
right.
not talking about a whole lot of people.
Facts.
You know,
It's not an
we're
Indian.
not. I mean, because a lot of times the way we're fed the narrative is white people came here, they didn't want to do the work, so they imported niggas. No, these things were contemporaneously happening at the same time. You had a period in the early Virginia colony, like around 1610. It's called the starvation time, where people actually dug up dead bodies
and ate them.
Yeah, but those
in order for
indentures.
them to survive. So I mean, I just want to kind of, because we tend to look at it like the United States, where we're talking about this little small ass, crummy ass mosquito filled area around
little settlements.
around the James River. You know what I mean? It's
factory towns.
Exactly.
Yep.
But with the
Based
indentures,
around the
though,
what? Based around the fort.
Yeah.
and with the, hear me? Hold on. So I was saying with the indentures, the thing is they're all governed by very specific ordinances too. So you can always consult the ordinance at the time. So a lot of those indentures actually occur around 1650. You'll see the slave trade numbers, they dip around 1650 because it's a new law, it's an ordinance that's being passed pertaining to specifically to indentured servants. And then
but
in
even
17,
1650, like,
hold on, bro, please.
Chill out. You got it.
Relax.
No, yeah, but you just talking though. Like every time I'm talking, he interrupt me.
Nah, but hold on. I got it. Listen, OHF, me and you, we good, bread. But you know what I'm saying? Truthstorian, he like it's the first time he's here, And I appreciate that he's here. He shouldn't have.
I just don't want him to interrupt me mid sentence. That's all. That's all. He can interject.
I get it, but everybody, you know, everybody going back and forth. We all on the same team, bro. We don't gotta react
I got
like
you,
that.
bro.
You get what I'm saying?
I got you. I just want him to stop doing it. That's all. I hear you, bro. Yeah, no, I was just let me land it because
he left now.
Did he? I don't want that either though. Yeah, it wasn't meant to be but he interrupted me like 3 times. I talk like every time I'm talking, he just interrupts like right while I'm in the middle of the joint. Like, no, I was just literally saying the indentured servant systems are literally governed by specific transactions. So 1717, we have something called the Transportation Act of 1717, and it's a specific document pertaining to indentured servants. So if somebody's has that document, they can literally look at the document and see who what Parliament did, and it's specifically pertaining to felons. So it's not like it's this vague thing. They're all being done under a specific governance. And I just don't want the man to interrupt me. That's all. I'm gonna land it though.
Nah, but OHF, I feel you. Like, you know, we all know history. We all know our shit. But for me, when I see Truthstorian come up here, I'm gonna give him the floor. Right?
I got you. I just don't want him to just like like I'm in the middle of like saying it. He just comes in. He did it 3 times already. You notice he did it 3 times still. He didn't do it once. He did it 3 times.
But everybody, you know, going in back and forth, bro. Like, it shouldn't be personal. But like I'm trying to say, I would like to highlight the things he say. OHF, I know you know your shit. No disrespect. You feel what I'm saying? But
oh no.
Like, but Truthstorian, he's a different breed. I want to hear what he got to say. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, ofo or mofo.
He's not in the middle of me talking. Though, that's all.
Nah, but bro, ego aside though, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Huh?
I said, if we all men, just put the ego aside, because it wasn't like he's attacking you. We all jumping in.
No, it's not.
But it's all good. Listen, we spent too much time on it already. It's all good. You know I fuck with you, bro. It ain't nothing serious.
That nigga can teach you, bro. That nigga can teach you. That's his shit.
That's what I'm saying.
It ain't a motherfucker smarter than that nigga on that shit.
He's one of the specialists when it comes to this history on America.
Well, he wasn't right about. So he wasn't right about the exportation.
It's not about being right.
He wasn't right about the exportation.
It's not about being right.
No, but he wasn't trying to correct you on exportation.
But he's summarizing a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? So
he wasn't right about that.
What you mean he wasn't right about
every single thing?
He wasn't right specifically about the exportation of rice cultivation in the U.S.
I mean, so what?
Well, what was he wrong at? Where was he?
The majority of the rice, I put that in the back.
It was
showing the majority of the rice. I don't know if I don't know what it's put.
No, his argument ain't never about 80% of the rice going to fucking Europe. We all
it sounded like it was. It sounded like
we know. Listen, bro.
It sounded like that, and he also interjected.
This nigga know.
That's not where he was going.
Exactly where the motherfuckers was from in West Africa. They got to America. They even do the goddamn rice.
And I do too. I mean, and I do too.
I'm talking this 10 years ago. Really long.
I know 10 years ago, but I know it now.
So, yeah, honestly, bro. I mean, dude is a beast. I mean, seriously, he is a beast. I mean, seriously.
Yeah,
I teach American history in real life, and he's good to me. So I mean, just let it go. It ain't about who knew what.
No, it was a specific occurrence.
I have a question for you, Cujo.
I got a phone call, so I ain't even hear what was just happening last.
It's all good, ain't it?
We shouldn't even still be talking about. That's my
I know. Leave that shit alone, man.
But
the fact that everybody's merging is good.
Yeah, we was having a good conversation. It didn't have to go like that, OJ. But nothing against you. You know I fuck with you. We've been, you know what I'm saying? We good. But I'm just gonna say this: if y'all see Danny up here next time, if he ever comes around again, I'm telling you, I'm passing the mic. You know what I'm saying? So if
he interject, don't take it personal, bro. That's all, man. Yeah, he might want to stop you at a certain point.
Now,
he don't do it to try to disrespect you.
Yeah,
he usually stop you up for to interject on a certain point, like slow down. He's like, let's talk about this one little point right here. That's why he does. He's not doing it to be disrespectful.
Okay, all right. Well, I took it disrespectfully, but maybe
it's all good, bro. But now we know now.
Nah, when you trying to say like 10,000 things, that ain't how this shit happen. If we slow it all the way down, then we iron out all the wrinkles. So these niggas ain't got nothing to argue about. We ain't arguing over the facts that we got. We got the facts. It's the process. It's the process of disseminating the facts. So if we slow it all the way down, that's why I wasn't trying. That's why I was trying to slow fucking what's the name of down. Like slow down, bro. Understand what's actually happening. Because if we do that, then we fix all of that. It ain't nothing else. Ain't nothing. No getting around the truth. There's no getting around the truth. Right? When these niggas don't understand simple shit, we got to slow it all the way down.
Yeah,
Then we
slowing
got to
it
talk to
down
them
is
like they're
like dealing
remedial,
with a
but we got to remember
scalpel.
it's people that don't understand that shit in the chat.
Yeah.
Instead of dealing with a sword, dealing with a scalpel. A lot of us, you know what I mean? We just put the swords down, deal with scalpels. Just slow the whole conversation down, dissect it. It's a real knife.
And that's what discourse is all about, to be quite honest. I mean, you're going to say things that someone didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Because we're sharing information, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times people get on their high horse and think it's about being a lecturer or being a teacher. You know, your student call you a teacher. You don't make the shit up yourself. But we're learning from each other. That's what it's all about. You know what
But
I'm
listen,
saying?
like I was trying to do, we should have been moved past that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Nothing, no harm, no foul. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Word.
But I'm glad he brought that up, you know what I'm saying? Because we can notice the process and notice that how it was done. You know, again, we look at it like white people just came here and then they brought niggas here and yada yada yada. No, this thing was real. This thing was time. You know, we know the narrative. We don't really know the history.
Yeah, it was I like to say it was an evolution to it. It didn't
Definitely. I
just
hate
happen
using that word.
overnight. It was
Yeah.
I know, but
Certainly.
I
Yeah.
like to say it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah.
process.
Definitely a process. A process that took hundreds of years to develop. You know, no one had any idea what was going to happen, you know, in 1619 or 1607. No one knew 1776 was going to become a thing. You know what I mean? No one could have imagined it. You know, we have the you know, we can look at it now and see it like that because you can write history in a few pages, but we need to understand it contextually. And that's what, you know, I think we were getting to that point. We were breaking that down, which I think is very important.
Trying to do it. It's talking about the Transportation Act of 1717 and the specific occurrence and the amount of people. I was just saying the thing about it is we can go into a lot of those very specific details. Everything is very, very specific if you actually follow the history. So that Transportation Act of 1717 and a migration of young white men that they're gathering off the streets of London, that they're gathering off the street of Bristol, and they're looking, and it's sort of like what they're doing in the at the close of the slavery, where they're just getting idle men off the street who look like they could potentially cause crime, and they're bringing them over. But
That's where we
that
get the term kidnap from.
had a specific contract. So the thing is, it was in no way merged with slavery, and almost all of those indentures had a 7-year duration, almost all of them. So it wasn't some obscure number. Almost every indenture had a 7-year duration, especially after 1650. So you have that 7-year duration. So the thing is, these people, if they're arguing, you can argue with those details. Those fine details really separate what is an indentured servant, which is a 7-year duration in a specific document under a specific time, under a specific ordinance, as opposed to just broad slavery, which also had its own acts. And every single state had its own specific policies regarding slavery. So a lot of it, you can be broken down in that manner as well.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, people who have wrote volumes on this history.
Can we bring him back up? I mean, honestly, I was enjoying him. I don't want him to take any.
He dropped down himself. He good though. He good. He dropped down himself.
Right. It wasn't on a good note though.
Nah, he an asshole for real. But
so what?
Nah, if he was trying to be funny. Now listen, if he was trying to be funny, you would know it.
Yeah.
You would definitely know it. It was just all in conversation. You feel what I'm saying? It wasn't.
Like I think he just left. I don't even think he's in here at all anymore.
Nah, he gone.
Yeah, he left.
He just left it. He's like, he just felt like, okay, dudes. He know. Hold on a second. He left. He felt like you was about to get confrontation. Sometimes he just don't feel like dealing with the BS. He just wants to come in and have it. If he's having a dialogue, he wants to have an adult dialogue. And if he feels like if it's gonna head in the wrong direction, he'll just won't waste his time with it. So yeah, you get if you don't know who he is and you never been around, then I guess maybe you. Because I think what happens in these spaces sometimes we're so used to dealing with aboriginals that we look at everybody as trying to be confrontational. Everybody's trying to be an asshole. And when everybody on the panel is in agreement on what happened in history, so you got to understand. So there was no reason to even be a little bit confrontational. You know what I'm saying? Like he was just trying to interject just to try to slow the conversation down, so we can go point by point. That's it.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like an interjection to me. That's all. It seemed like I know y'all
I
ready
mean,
to move on. I'm gonna let them move
overall,
on.
yeah, overall, it's a misunderstanding. That's it. No harm, no
Yeah, you
foul.
never dealt with him before.
That's all.
Can I
That's
ask
all, bro.
OHF a question?
Just ask the question, Andy. You don't gotta ask. Can you ask a damn question? The hell?
OHF, are you a professor in a university or a college?
He doesn't have to be to have good information. Just study.
What about you, Cujo?
I've taught, but no. As of now, no. I don't have any tenure position. That is the goal, though. But yeah, I've been a teacher, professional, I guess I should say. But I specialize in history because I actually enjoy it. You know, it's a passion of mine. So I understand OHF's passion, you know, when discussing these things, you know. But I think Sean has said, it's important that we understand the details and the intricacies of our history, especially when talking about it, especially because that's what they do. Like the Abo people, all they do is they bring up some obscurity and think you don't know anything about it. You know what I'm saying? But even if you don't know anything about it, if you know anything about the context in which it happens, that's like I'm always asking, when did that happen? Because I can know what was going on around the world at that time, you know, or in the Atlantic world, or in, you know, the transatlantic world, however you want to look
Oh,
at
wait,
it.
Jeff, he made Dane Calloway run, bro. Just so you know. That's the motherfucker that made Dane Calloway run.
Oh,
He the
you
reason
don't
why
want
Dane Calloway won't talk to nobody.
Okay, good, man. Listen, I build with people like that. I do videos. I consult people like that to do my videos and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not taking it the wrong way. I was enjoying them.
But that being said, we can all be wrong. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's the thing. We're a consummate student. You always learning. That's the objective, I think. You always learning. So, you know, to be petty and point out like somebody wrong about, so what? You know what I'm saying? But that's why we here. That's why we having these discussions. You
Well,
know
it's
what I'm
not
saying? So we can correct each
petty,
other.
but it's part of the discourse. That's part of the discourse.
Exactly.
Correction is part of the discourse. It's not.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. But yes, it is important.
Yeah,
It
man.
is
So
important.
what would y'all talk about next before I joined though?
Go ahead. I think what's the name?
What? South America, won't it? I mean, South
Lucky was
Carolina.
trying to say something. What you trying to
Go
say,
ahead,
Lucky?
Lucky.
Henry Highland Garnet.
I'm trying to see what. Yeah, I was trying to. He asked my question too. I'm trying to see what happened before all of that. All that shit.
Earlier, I just had a little. I was just talking about Henry Highland Garnet, his address.
Nah, that ain't what they talking about, nigga.
No, he asked. They just
He
asked
talking about the
about
lie.
that.
He talking about the lie, yo. He talking about the goddamn lie, yo.
What lie?
Them two niggas, wherever the fuck they at, them two niggas.
Tyron and Real Rap. Oh,
You
that's
goddamn
what they
right.
was asking about.
Hey, yeah. So what's going on? What y'all miss?
So
that nigga, I told you, Lucky wasn't trying to hear none of that other shit you were talking about, nigga. What's up with that shit, nigga?
Yeah, because I'm gonna catch that on the clock. You know, I'm a you know, not a coincidence. I'm gonna get in my not a coincidence bag when I'm on the clock. You know what I'm saying? So I'm right now. I'm ready for the other shit.
Not a
So
second,
Lucky.
take you all the way back, yo.
Nah, I got him. I'm gonna pick him up right where he need to be. So yo, Lucky, you know how we all heard Real Rap's slave narratives, right?
Yeah.
All right, so he was on Q Butter, and you know, he was bringing that up. He said some bullshit with that, but we're gonna focus on what Tyron said.
Tyron got on there and said that real rap's people came over here as slave masters and was enslaving people in America when they got here. Fucked up the whole story. So that's what we're talking about with real rap. Like, so real rap came up here, and then it went to they was indentured servants. Like, nothing in this shit says anything about indentured servants, but yeah.
So I ain't gonna hold you, right? So I feel kind of guilty right now, right? So it's a lady. It's a lady, right? She be doing videos on YouTube. She from Louisiana. She's a Creole lady. She do
You the
pretty
one who
good.
set this nigga up.
Hey, I talked to the lady. She said I could use her videos. So I'm like, you know, I'm telling real rap like she a real Creole lady from Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? But her story is her people came over. They was in 1720. They was from Africa, indentured servitude. They might have even been Senegalese. I don't know. But I gotta
So that's where he got the shit from.
I gotta finish with at least Tyron got that shit from, because that nigga Tyron, he a YouTube scholar. That motherfucker watched 30 YouTube videos and quote everything straight out the video.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
him. That's him. Or he put up what he said?
They was beefing back and forth about it because you said he fucked the shit up.
Yeah, nah, I tried to get real rap didn't even want to ask him the question because I'm like, real rap, he telling your whole history all wrong. Why are you accepting that? You feel what I'm saying? Like,
but he was mad at us
because he keeps bringing up, oh, we disrespecting his ancestors and we fucking up the story. But when it comes to Tyron, it's all good. He can say whatever he wants. It's all good. Like, yeah, so that's really what it was. Like, and they just bounced around with that. Finally, we all came to the conclusion. What the hell?
Hey, yo, not a C. Yo.
And then this nigga do this right here. You know, he be working on the clock and shit.
Can you hear me?
You'll be talking, and then this nigga just come in and say that right there.
Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
What up, Cass? What up, Cass?
Hey, no, my bad. No, I was trying to see if he can pull up this link I just put in the back.
Cass, I'm mopping the floor, yo.
Now, it's a funny link when y'all see it, but no, what do y'all? Cause I just like chimed in because I was doing some stuff, man.
Yeah, we know you did.
Oh, bad.
So they catching me up, right?
We got that understood. We got that understood. You just got it.
Hey, yo, Cass, I can't pull it up right now. I just switched to my phone because I got to run somewhere real quick.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. It's funny, y'all. When y'all see it, it's funny. When you get a chance, it's funny as shit.
This nigga always got some funny shit to post.
Oh yeah.
Mean too.
No, it's about the Hebrew Israelites getting ran off of Lakota Sioux land or whatever. They was up there telling them that they the real Israelites or some crazy
Hey, bro,
shit.
get off that shit, man. Why you be fucking with the people, man?
I told you, he didn't change the whole topic, nigga. We were talking about these niggas lying on goddamn. He done sent us to the Hebrews.
Yeah, but you know, they was up there saying they was Aboriginal too. I guess they got into an argument because at first, you know, they was saying we all the same tribe, but then somebody was like, yo, we the real Aboriginals. And then they got ran off and they lied and said that the police was called on them, but they were the ones that called the police because the Native Americans was about to get at them.
You know, they all Hebraic Aboriginal Moorish Nagas. So
the NGAs.
Yeah, man. So you know, it's the description.
That's a real thing.
These niggas cultures in conflict with each other. How you gonna be a pagan, a Muslim, and the Jewish person? The Jews and the Muslims was beefing back in the day.
That's why they got so much beef within themselves, man.
They gotta pay the tax, yo. Don't forget the tax they had to pay.
The demi.
Oh yeah, what they call it? Jizya, the Jizya tax.
The Jizya tax. Yeah.
And Berbers.
He's talking about Arabs and shit now.
Nah, we ain't talking about that nigga brought that shit up. That's why I said you gotta watch it what that nigga post. It changes. We beating up Abos, but he was talking about the Hebrews being Abos.
But the Native
No,
Americans
he
beat
real
them up.
about that though, Sean. They is though. They all elbows. They all
Big
elbows.
Chief, no, I am a West African descendant, just like
That's
you
right.
probably are.
That's right.
No, Sean, I didn't know that
You went
so-called
mute, bro.
prophecy.
You broke up.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm about to
mind
look
saying
into
I
that.
descend from some people. You know what I'm talking about?
These niggas about 8 or 9 different cultures.
Stop.
Y'all but them brought rap out. When it came out the bushes.
With that old lying ass nigga. I ain't got no
I'm
respect
wondering, is
for him,
Real
bro.
Rap getting all that out of a book, bro? Is he getting all
No,
that out of
yeah,
a book, or is that
he
his
is
actual?
getting it out of a book, bro. And then he didn't want to. He don't want us to. You know what I mean? Come up on it the right way. It's from a slave narrative, but it ain't Booker T. Well, I'm thinking it's Booker T, but it ain't the right page. Cause I went there.
Yeah, because he's not showing us the DNA. He's not showing us the DNA test like you have a DNA test that would link
He
you
ain't got
back
no
to that
DNA
people.
test. He lied. It's count.
Yeah, that's
Until Cali come on here and say he seen the shit, it's count.
Man, you can
Cause he'll show
find people.
Cali that shit.
Well, at
You
least
can
he's
find.
saying the African. At least he's saying the African. He's just saying.
Yeah, now he's saying he East African now. Hey, how you know I'm the West African? I could be East African. I'm like, get out of
This
here with
nigga
that
crazy, yo.
nonsense, man.
I'm so confused like a motherfucker.
All them niggas came from West Africa, but you just happen to be the one who family over all these generations maintain their East African pedigree. That makes sense.
No disrespect. You know, I fuck with my East African brothers, but you know what East African head when you see one. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah, no motherfucker head funny as hell.
You ain't got no East African head, Real Rap. Don't say that.
Yeah, we are.
And I fuck with my East African brother. I got a nigga named Ben King. That was my boy growing up. You know, so he was from King. But that nigga had a funny head, boy. Real
Big
shit.
up Nairobi. Big up
Yo,
Nairobi.
y'all niggas crazy. Yo, hold on real quick. Yo, Big Chief, Indian River. Yeah, you can join the pattern. Pull up. I've been telling you from the top of the show. You could have think. He said he want to debate Cujo. Who is that? Who is
They don't want no smoke.
That is
They
actually
don't want no
hilarious.
smoke with Cujo, bro.
I don't think so.
That nigga delusional.
Debate what?
So why was Tyron talking about Real Rap people and we still don't know Tyron people? How he get away with that?
We do know Tyron people. That nigga whole family in New York.
Uh-huh.
We know his mama.
Oh
We know
yeah,
his
I
sister.
forgot about that. Y'all funny. Yeah,
You know
you
what I'm
funny.
saying?
Well,
We
his
know
sister
his
sounded like she
cousin.
knew more than he knew. Shit.
We know his cousin. She
Yeah,
fine. We know her.
See, I ain't even go that deep. I got to see the rest of them now. Like, oh shit.
Nah, what you mean? We ain't finna play no games. They got the same last name. She in New York. She even in a picture with that nigga on one of them joints. She liked one of the posts and commented on his post.
Yeah,
That's how I found it. That's how I found it. I mean, just a little detective work. Just they call niggas CIA and shit. Yeah.
That
I'm
nigga
about to tap
Tyron
his
tried to
cousin.
troll me. He tried to troll me from another page, and then I'm like, hold on, this sound like Tyron, bro. Like, I know this nigga. This nigga type like he talk. Come on, bro.
He say some shit like Mongo centric. You like, oh, God is stupid ass.
Right.
Did
He
y'all
got
see
all
them
that old man.
drawings
He got
he
all
made
that
of
old
us?
Mac shit on his Facebook page, yo. Nothing but some pseudo ass old Mac shit, yo.
Yeah, then he made a bunch of drawings of us too. He got like all of us on these pictures, superimposed on
I
these
seen
pictures and
half
stuff.
of it. I ain't see all of it.
Big
He
Chief.
always trying
That's
to
him
share
because
from
he
the
a
Big Chief,
artist.
the
Because that's
link
him.
is
That's
in the
him.
chat, bro. The link is
Hold
in
up.
the
How the
chat.
fuck y'all get in here? Get out.
Hey,
No.
Kaz, you say he draws some shit.
Hey,
He
get
an
out.
artist, so
Out.
that you probably did find that nigga for real.
Nigga
Go.
puppies done broke free.
Look, I'm trying to clean up in these niggas and go, Kane. Out. man, them niggas ain't listen, bro. I mean, this bitch cleaning up. Yeah, they just came up in this bitch. Like for real, they in here for real. Come on. My bad, y'all. Fucking up the show.
Come
Come
on,
on,
Big
Water.
Chief. The link is pinned in the
Come
chat,
on.
bro. All you gotta do is
Lil'
look
Mama,
on the
come on.
top of the chat, click that link,
Lil' Mama.
boom, you're there.
Lil' Mama, come on. Let me mute myself. Shit.
He might be in the back already. I think
Hey,
not a
I know that
coincidence.
nigga
Step away.
Lotus, boy, I know you ain't talking about somebody locks. I know you ain't talking about somebody locks now, Lotus.
Hey, Lotus got a whole Jerry curl.
That nigga, that's what I said. I
Oh
know you
man,
ain't talking about somebody locked. That nigga Goldie locks.
I ain't worry about that nigga. So
That motherfucker shit like he just got hit with a hot cone.
you know that nigga
Nah,
use Murray's.
Indian,
You know that nigga
Indian,
use Murray's.
You
that
talking
dude
about
Indian, he
Murs.
not in the back.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Aboriginals
Big
though.
Chief, bro, I thought you was in the back.
What's up, good Chief Big Slick back?
Oh damn, it's a bunch of bees, y'all. Look at this
Chief
crazy
Fat
shit.
Nose, Slick back.
Look at that shit. That's all bees.
What that
God
is
damn.
SoCal?
That shit crazy as hell, man. That only happens because this is the most ancient land on planet Earth.
You put all that
Oh
goddamn
yeah,
honey in your hair, nigga. That's why they pulling up.
God damn, look at all the bees, man. God damn.
you know you sweet. They pull right up on your sweet ass.
Oh, we got gay jokes today. I got a lot of them. Got a lot of them.
We bet you do.
Yeah, a lot of pans. What's up with that pan culture, y'all? Hey, when are y'all? Never mind, because 8 years
Right.
strong and
Right.
nobody
Yeah,
done
never
anything.
mind.
So,
Lying ass
so
nigga.
Hey,
how did
Lotus.
y'all feel that Real Rap showed and proved that he actually has an ancestor from Africa in the story, but all y'all show is some spit? Testing, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Pseudo African alert. Ah! Wild rice came from America. What happened with that too? Oh man, maybe my shit too hot or something.
He said wild rice. Nobody says nothing about wild. You know, wild rice and the rice that you eat, white rice is not the same rice, right?
Yeah, I know. White rice is some old bleached hybrid bullshit.
I'm not talking about just white rice. I'm talking about the rice that you talking about itself is a completely different grain, bro. So I don't
Yeah, I
know
know. I
why
just
y'all
left
elbows be
Sprouts.
doing that.
I
Why
just
y'all
left
be doing that?
Sprouts.
Why y'all be doing that little shit, bro?
Because you know the story. 600 of the 640 foods in Africa come from America. You know the story.
Oh, that's what y'all going with?
That's old. That's old. I had people from Africa tell me that. Like, oh yeah, we get that from there and this from there. And then I'm like, so what do you guys eat from over there? It's like rat. We eat bugs. They eat all kind of crazy stuff, man.
Damn. So you said so somebody told you they eat rats and bugs over there.
Yeah,
Who
in
told you that?
Nigeria, bro, they be eating all
Who
kind of
told
rodents
you? No,
and
who
stuff in
told
the
I want to
bush.
know who told you that, Loaded. You said
A
specific
shitload of
somebody told
Africans
you.
told me that.
Who told you that? What's his name?
His name is hold on. Ukukaka. No, it's fine.
Right,
Nah,
nigga. That shit's a bunch of horse
Olabisi
shit.
broke it down in details that
That's
they've
a
even
bunch of
that
horse
you know what I'm
shit, right?
saying that they eat
You sound like
that they eat rats over
Simon
there.
Webb, Lotus. You sound like Simon Webb right now.
No, they my mic messing up. Man, damn. Hold on. Yeah, I got my AC on. You know what I'm saying 2022 AC blowing like that. So there's videos you can watch and see Nigerians eating rats. So I mean, we gonna act like they don't do it because they like make delicacies out of it.
Bro, every time you go to the China Walk, you eating rat, bro.
I don't eat Chinese food, and I'm vegetarian. I eat fish occasionally. I don't even eat shrimp and any of that shit.
Notice went from saying Nigerians told him to a YouTube videos to referring to YouTube videos saying that there's videos showing that they do this, that, and the third. No, nigga. Who are the Nigerians who told you this shit? He asked you a specific question,
I just told you,
and you tried to dance around it. No, nigga. What's their
his name
name?
was that's his name.
Yeah, so you don't know a name.
Nah, I'm just joking, man. Ole Lacan told me that they eat rat.
Ole Lacan. Don't bring no motherfucking pseudo ass nigga.
Yep. Nah, y'all pseudo.
Nah, you
Y'all
lying
pseudo.
now. You lying now.
Pseudo.
Because now what you trying to do is appeal to someone else's ignorance.
Nah, that's what they do, bro. That's why people eat bushmeat. They don't even cook it.
Ain't nothing honest about
They don't
you,
even
bro.
cook it, man. They go
Ain't
kill a
nothing honest about
monkey.
you, bro.
They kill a monkey. They cut it
Ain't nothing
open with
honest about you, bro.
some bootleg
Nothing.
knife, and they eat the brains, flesh out the damn monkey head, bro. That's what they do. That's their culture.
Ain't nothing honest about you, bro.
And the Sanusi San Goma, they drink cow blood for a ceremony. The Maasai and the Maasai poke cows in the throat and mix the blood with the milk and drink that too. And everything I just said, they got video.
Still lying. No, nigga. When motherfuckers is talking to you, you should be able to refer to those people. They ain't talking to you.
Yep. In Liberia, you got children soldiers running around eating people organs live on camera. You got General Butt Naked was running around eating motherfuckers. You got the Mongbetu people. They eat people and they elongate the skull to the child. You want me to show you what they look like?
Right now, Lotus, where you at right now?
Zeus. I'm in the Zeus. Asuksanga. Zeus.
Okay, right. So you in a state that got the highest homeless population. Why
it's a whole lot of bums coming from all over.
Nigeria, and the whole time y'all got the most bums in the world in y'all state.
Yeah, I mean it's a Democrat state. The Democrats love having bums and depriving the people and creating impoverished. That's a Democrat thing. You're absolutely correct.
Light on some shit. You try to put some light on some shit that ain't got nothing to do with you. I want to say you sound like Simon Webb, bro. Like you too fair skinned to be having that type of dialogue or that type of reflection on Africa. You see what I'm saying? Like that shit is it's a real
and so what if you're African group?
You talking that CIA shit again?
No, I'm talking
CIA shit.
Hey, so what
that's
they
CIA? That's that CIA.
I'm saying, bro, you look like a Berber, but you be talking crazy about
what's wrong with eating rat? Who told you that eating rat was wrong?
Yeah, man, they got rat kebabs.
So
what you talking about?
So what?
You know what I'm saying? You eat that shit too.
So what? Nope, I've never eaten a rat. I've never eaten a pig.
Yeah, you do. You eat that shit.
But
crushed roaches for a pepper. You eat dry roaches for pepper.
So what, bro?
Cause y'all some Democrats. That's what the Democrats want to do.
Yeah, you sound like a stupid white person, not just a white person.
He got a whole hat cone.
Yeah, I mean,
talking like
I mean, seriously, bro. You got
American.
Well, at least I know I'm free. Yeah, okay. I'm proud to be an American as well. Let's go from there.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm a remix
I'm
that.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. See, that's why I can fuck with you, Cujo.
Yeah.
And you got the Ethiopian forehead. That's what I'm talking about, man. Represent.
Nah, I have a fairly prominent goddamn nigga forehead. You damn right. You damn right. Ain't no shame, man. Ain't no got nothing to do. Nigga. I'm from Virginia, nigga. Big up Virginia.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm
not way West Island.
Now, what island you from, Lucky?
Bitch, I'm from Florida. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, that's just basically an island too, but all right.
Now you believe California was an island too, don't you?
No, I know California was an island.
No, you do not know that.
I know California was an
island.
No,
you do not. No, you do not.
And a lot of Virginia was underwater too. Cluster.
During
20 years ago. 200 years ago.
No, it was not.
That's why they got all them dams up there.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
That's why all them dams is up there to keep that shit from
There's
flooding.
not a whole lot
they
of
can't.
no. I live on what's called the Piedmont Plateau. A plateau is actually above sea level. Richmond is built on 13 hills. I'm presently on top of one of them. So when you go down into the Chaco bottom and Chaco slip, yes, where the canals are, yes, that area floods. But Virginia, come on, bro. 200 years ago, get out of here with that nonsense.
Yeah, water was 50 to 500 feet higher. But
that's story for another day. No,
yeah,
tell me.
300 years ago.
1824 or 1724? Which one?
Oh, 1724. A lot of this shit was
none of that shit. You know what? But none of your people were in California. We know that. We know none of your people were in California.
It wasn't
there were human beings. There were human beings in California. You can find them from the archaeological records.
You pseudo as hell believing that shit.
I'm false because I.
You said one of the humans in California in the 1700s?
Hell no, it wasn't.
Who told you that?
Oh my God.
Who told you that?
I got my sources.
Who told you though? I mean, what's this source?
We got the park rangers.
What park rangers?
California
what park rangers are you talking about? Why was it drawn on the map? Why was it drawn on the map by the Spanish? Why did they incorrectly draw it as an island? And then later on they figured out.
Are you talking about the story where they magically found it in the 20th century?
They didn't magically find California. What are you talking about?
No, that story about Spanish in California, man, they found that in the 20th century.
What you talking about? That bullshit ass Khalifa story that y'all like to talk about? No one cares about
I'm not
that.
talking about Khalifa. I'm not talking about Khalifa.
Well, what are you blabbering about?
I'm talking about Esplandia. I'm talking about Montalvo.
Tell me about it.
He ridiculous.
That shit, they found that shit in the 20th century. Just like they found the Paganino Quran in the 20th century.
Bro, they found California when they found the
fake ass.
This nigga dumb, yo.
Fake history.
Every show we gotta listen to this dumb shit.
You're not even dumb. You just a whole retard. What you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you just make ridiculous claims about people not living in California.
Nah. I gave my source. California Park Rangers. California Park Rangers.
I mean,
that's what he do.
No, California Park Rangers. When they got here, nothing.
California.
They gonna tell you, oh, and we had some Shoshone with us, and now them motherfuckers came with their ass over here.
What are you talking about? When Lewis and Clark, they weren't park rangers. What the hell are you talking about, park rangers?
No, I'm not talking about Lewis and Clark.
They went to California.
Hey, no, Lewis and Clark were way up north, like
Oregon,
and towards Reno.
Yeah,
but the whole area at that time was called California. There was no Oregon.
It was not called California.
Yes, it was about it.
Bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. You stay in California. How that shit go?
They call the whole entire California.
Yeah, I know it's not called
California. You repping Cali and you don't know nothing about
the West Coast.
That's crazy.
Y'all don't know anything about America, period. So I don't even know what y'all talk to me about some.
You don't even know where your family from before California, man.
This nigga just said the park rangers discovered California. We don't know nothing.
I didn't say they discovered California. I said majority of California was underwater until they built all them damn dams.
That's not true.
And when they first started building over here, the first time it fucking rained, everything flooded.
Do y'all know who y'all talking
all
to?
this shit was flooded out.
Do y'all know who y'all talking to? He's a proponent of alternate history. We talked about that, me and not a C the other day.
Oh, you're
Put it up on the screen.
A proponent of alternate history.
You're
He's one of those. He's a proponent. He pushes that. He pushes that.
Horace Butler is your boy.
Yeah, you are. You know, you are correct. I'm anti-Royal Society. I'm anti-Alliance Israelite University. So you are absolutely correct. And they created the history that y'all believe. I don't believe shit they say. So you
believe A1 right. And Anatoly Fomenko and all that.
I do not believe. Anatoly Fomenko information is all right, man. He was biased and had an agenda, but his shit is all right. I mean, he's exposing his people.
You got.
Nah. He was what all he did was expose that his his
The
people
same
made up
agenda you
shit,
got.
and his people were not that good at math, so he was
The
able to
same
find the
agenda you
gaps
got.
in errors in all of history.
The
So
same
Anatoly
agenda you
Fomenko,
got. Y'all on the same.
Let's not
no,
really have a
no, he
Y'all
look
doing the
into
doesn't.
his.
same dumb
Do you know
shit.
what the
You
difference
didn't even
between
look
me and
into his
Anatoly
claim.
Fomenko?
You
I
didn't even
use
look
my
into his claim.
ancestors.
You didn't even look
You
into
don't
his claim.
use
You just
shit,
made
nigga.
that shit up.
You make up some goddamn ancestor.
That wasn't
Fake
even his
ass nigga
I
claim.
didn't
talking
look
about
up
you
to
got some
what?
ancestors.
Hold on. I
Fake
got
ass
two
motherfucking
pseudos at one
ancestor.
time.
Nigga, you ain't got
I
no
can't, two
goddamn
pseudos at one
ancestor.
time.
Don't nobody recognize your motherfucking ass. Your mom and your dad. The only
Okay.
two motherfuckers recognize your stupid ass.
All right.
Yeah,
That's the
what?
guy that
But
was
that shit, but
inoculated in his
what that is a
nuts.
loose
All right.
ass. But that, I hope that ain't that loose ass. Who that is, a swisher?
What?
Real rap like he rolling them little loose ass swishers.
Real rap got y'all information in that blunt right there. He's smoking that shit.
Loose ass swish. What you talking about? Loose ass swish. I got plenty of
Yeah, he
weed, bro. What
hating.
you talking about?
He hating. He be
I
smoking
got
that
plenty of
Jamaican
weed.
weed.
That's a half ounce.
Lucky,
That's a half ounce right there. I don't know what you talking about.
Nah, we
Lucky
smoking that
smoked that gas
A1.
tank.
We smoking that A1, Lotus. We don't know what you talking about. We smoking that A1.
He smoking
Man,
that A1.
I'm smoking.
A1 gonna get you, Lucky.
I'm
Watch.
smoking gelato. I'm smoking gelato 45, 41. Pardon me. I don't smoke nothing that A1 smoke.
Oh,
He's what you call it eater. You know what I'm saying? He's a
damn.
COCK eater. Like we don't smoke
Oh
nothing
shit.
that they smoke at all.
They smoking
It's
that boo
gay.
boo
It's
backwards.
gay one. Gay
And
one.
damn.
It's gay one. Gay one.
Oh man. Damn.
What?
That nigga said
What the hell not
they
cheating?
found bones 30 feet
By
under the
coincidence
ground,
said he
300
tired of
million
y'all.
years old.
Nah,
Nigga do
A
this
one
shit
Lotus
said
every
co-signed
year.
that.
What?
Lotus co-signed that.
A1 said that they found bones 300 million years old, 30 feet under the ground. That nigga is crazy. A1 is crazy.
Yeah,
Salute
that's
to
dope.
everybody watching
I
my
mean, like,
broadcast.
so
Kids.
you think A1 crazy, but this Matthew Craig character said that 200 years ago, California was flooded, and some people had the type of technology that could draw back a deluge over
Come on,
land
girl.
and build California
No,
200 years
I
ago.
said they built
Who had that
dams.
technology? I know, but you would
Built
still have to
dams.
remove the water to build a dam. You gonna build a dam in the
This is
water?
crazy.
You're gonna have to do
No, you
something.
build a
You
Hey,
gotta
they
dam
were
in the
underwater
mountain.
welders. Cujo, they were
huh?
underwater welders.
You
Yeah, I'm saying,
you
but
build
like,
a
who had
dam
that technology?
in the
Where's
mountain.
evidence of that technology? You built it in the mountain.
Go look at the dams all around, bro. 88,000 dams in this motherfucker. This guy
In
don't
the
understand.
mountain? No,
They
damn,
were making these dams
water
in
flows
the late
through
19th century,
where?
in early 20th century.
Who was
Boy,
doing it?
you
Where?
sound like Chief
Name me
Janice,
one.
boy.
I told
Name
y'all
one.
what he was. Y'all didn't
Yeah, I mean,
believe me.
come on, man.
I mean,
And
it
then
was
Hey, boy, you sound like
Mormons. It was
Mormons,
Mormons and
Mormons,
what's the other
Mormons,
group?
you sound like
Mormons.
Chief
Mormons
Janice, boy.
and
Who? Brigham Young?
fuck, I can't remember the other group.
Brigham
Your
Young?
babble is getting in my direction.
Brigham Young, bro? Are you telling me that Brigham Young?
Mormons and goddamn, I can't. Your pseudo babble is distracting me.
Yeah, the Abos, they worship the Mormons, Cujo. They worship the Mormons.
This guy.
So Brigham Young, right? You telling me Brigham Young built
They
Yeah,
in
that's
Salt Lake
Brigham Young
City?
is your peoples.
No,
the
he's a
Hebrews, they
Mormon.
from
He's a Mormon.
Utah.
Yeah, he's a Mormon, bro. Come on, you talking about Mormons? You don't know who Brigham Young is? See, that's why
Nah,
I question
that's
your
your slave
acumen.
master. That's
No, I
your
don't
slave
have. I'm
master.
not a slave, bro. I mean, why
What's the
the
other
ego?
group? I cannot think of the other group,
It
man.
doesn't matter because it's all false. That's nonsense. You know, goddamn Mormons build no
Right,
fucking
nigga, all that shit you saying
dams
is
in
crap.
California. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they were building in the 20th century, early
For
20th
what?
century,
Early 20th century? Where?
with
In
rocks and
Salt Lake
concrete.
City? In Salt Lake City?
Rocks and concrete.
Yeah. The Mormons didn't build a damn dam at all.
Yep. Sure.
The federal government built those
Only
dams in
Mormon you know
California in
about
the
is
20th
Brigham
century.
Young.
No, I also know Joseph Smith and a whole host of others, actually. But
Oh
what
shit.
difference does that make?
And you see how he said,
Okay.
"Oh,
Yeah, when you
This
said
guy.
that shit, you see how, you know what I'm saying? Dumbass nigga.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Joseph Smith. Man,
Yeah,
get that shit out of
Hey,
here.
man.
So
Hey,
he's the
Sean.
it
founder
was
of Mormonism, man. So what the
Sean.
hell are you talking about?
Worry
Get the
about
hell
the
out of
it
here.
rats
was
and
the
gerbils that
U.S.
you training in the
military
vet.
Quit talking to me.
Worry
and
about
the
the
U.S.
rats.
Quit
military
talking to me.
Shut up, Sean.
You
Shut up, Sean.
disingenuous
all right,
piece of
little
shit.
pseudo babblers, hold
Quit
on.
talking to me.
They
Shut up,
had
Sean.
Irish,
Shut
Quit
up,
talking to
Sean.
me.
You big man. You
Mormon,
big
breath,
man. Hey,
motherfucker.
Louis, hold on. Hey,
gay
Louis, hold on,
man.
Ass
Louis.
eating ass nigga, shut up.
Sean, big man. You
Quit
big man,
talking.
Sean.
Big
You
man of what?
training
Cause you a
rats right
liar?
now.
Cause you a liar?
Rats and little gerbils.
Cause you a
Rats and
liar?
little gerbils. You big
You a
man.
liar?
Nigga, we can hear them
You a
little
liar?
rats on the floor scratching the
You a little
floor.
liar?
Them little rats that you training. Them little mixed breed
You a little
mutts.
liar?
That's
Yeah.
some rats and
They worth
gerbils.
more than your whole
You
life.
mad. You big
They worth
man.
more than your
You
whole
big
life,
man
nigga.
right now. You big man.
army of gerbils.
You big man right now. I got a truck
Yeah.
outside that's
They
worth
worth more than your
than
whole
the
life,
entire
nigga.
bloodline. I
Just
got a
one
truck that's
dog
worth
worth more than
than
your
your
truck.
entire bloodline. It's worth
Yeah,
more than your bloodline. It's
yeah,
worth
you
more than your
also.
bloodline.
Yep, that's
It's
how you
worth
know.
more than your
That's how we
bloodline.
know you
You
lying.
went sacrilegious on
One truck. I got one truck that's worth more than
That's
your
how we know
bloodline.
you lying.
Your entire bloodline. I'm talking about your
The
human
dogs know.
bloodline.
The dogs know you lying, nigga.
Your
This
human
dude
bloodline.
said that the Mormons built dams in California.
Now look, I got some. Hey, if not a coincidence, share my screen real quick. I got
Yeah, it
something
was
for
the
you.
Mormons and it's another group that was with
Not a
them.
coincidence. Ain't even by the
And they were
computer,
digging
yo.
for
He
gold
outside
and stacking
smoking,
them
and
out.
he ain't even come off mute because he don't want y'all to know that he outside smoking.
Sean,
I'm
And he on
really
the way back.
confused.
I hear
He on the
you,
way
bro.
back. He took a whole
Smoking that
motherfucking
buku
Stop,
smoke
Bama
break.
I'm
Y'all
coming
smoke
back
that buku
real
stop
Bama
telling,
He
Lee.
ain't
Sean.
come. He ain't
Sean,
come.
Y'all get
stop
y'all weed
telling.
from
God damn,
Africa.
this nigga,
Sean.
hey yo, I ain't even
You're
gonna
a
lie,
mutual
yo.
of mine,
When you
and
said
Sean,
when you
stop
said that
telling.
you was a weird ass, two-spirit ass nigga,
However, I tried to
you was
visit on this
expressing
Sean,
yourself
stop
before,
like that.
telling.
but I guess it
Cause
wasn't
I ain't
Sean,
never
stop
seen a
translating.
telling.
nigga say
You a
another
99.
man's name as much
You
as
a
this
99
motherfucker.
Applying
spirit.
science
This
You
nigga
a
to
say my
prove
99
that
goddamn
spirit,
belief
name
can
Sean.
so
be
much,
wrong.
man.
You a
Got started.
99. You a
This
99
tells me
You a
that
spirit, Sean.
belief
goddamn,
and
You got
god
99.
damn.
You got
has no
99
shape to
faults.
you.
Keep your
A
gay
lot of
ass
people
somewhere
You
else,
got
use
yo.
it
99.
complicated.
Sean
You
get
a
his
We
99
weed
spirit.
Americans as
from
a whole
Malawi.
do not
99 spirit.
descend from the Egyptians.
You
You
mad.
gay as fuck.
We have a
You a
direct
whole ass nigga,
familial
Sean. Cock
path to
eater.
them.
Yeah, you
You a
won't treat me
Their
goddamn
like one.
ass nigga.
ancestors
You
may
won't
I'm
treat
have
me
not,
like
bro.
one.
I beat you
you
up
don't
in real
descend
You won't
life.
do
from
shit.
anybody.
You won't do
No
shit
group
with
of
what
Pull
you
up
people
doing
on
right now,
Tyron.
nigga. Saying my
Pull,
name
descend
80
from a
you
times
ain't
member
gonna
like a
pull
little
up on
bitch.
Tyron.
what
You ain't gonna
occurred
pull up
is
on
You say
Tyron
my
migrating
like a
name
little
more
hoe.
than a gun,
Pull up on
motherfucker.
me.
Yo,
this
hold on,
means
Pull up
that
on
you
me.
have
somebody
You
two
playing
gonna
or
pull
something.
up
more
on
groups
Tyron.
of a
Pull
Yo,
up on
hold
me, you
on,
single
little
real
bitch.
rap.
Come on,
that
bro.
You a
Bro.
hoe.
Sean be
individual.
eating them rat
You a,
So,
kebabs.
you a
for
hoe,
example,
sassy
you have
P.
a
Real
group of
rap.
people
Sassy
Chill
P,
out.
you a hoe.
Okay,
start
everybody
off in
chill
one
out, bro. Chill
area,
out.
and then
Sassy.
part of that group of people separate themselves and migrate to an area. That group of people then
Who is
adapt
that?
to their environment and mutations.
That nigga,
And the
What
DNA
kind of bush meat philosophy is that?
What does bushmeat mean, Lotus?
Let me heard from Simon Webb.
Bull, bro, you go
What
look
does
at
bushmeat
animals
mean?
while they still alive and just bite their neck and shit. That's
No,
what buffalo
that
is.
you seen the Hadzabi people do that. Whom I descend from. You seen them. That doesn't mean that every single African group does that. Man, get out of here sounding like a white person
Hey
and looking
man.
like one innocent.
Hey, put the mutts up, Sean. God damn, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. Go put the mutts up.
that nigga said a nigga name more than a
Hey,
bitch.
hey, real rap. He over
Yeah,
there
because
selling
everybody trying
poodles,
to hear
On
the
some
mutts.
real
chihuahuas,
shit.
bro.
On some
Yeah,
real shit.
that's what I'm
On some
saying.
real shit.
Nah.
Red-nosed
We
poodles.
seen Sean dogs. Those ain't no poodles.
Poodles are very intelligent dogs. I had one.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
me
about to
Yeah,
say,
tell
let me
but
you.
take the poodles back
Yeah,
then.
we
I had
seen
a
Sean
poodle.
dogs.
He's
We
selling
seen his
African
dogs.
chihuahuas.
Let me put
Poodles
these
are Awesome.
not
Those are making jokes, not hating.
He
Like
got the
nigga,
real deal over
you
there.
tell a joke and not hate.
A lot of early Americans, they used to chihuahua for food.
Sean probably named his dog Ramses. He probably named him a little much.
Right.
Ramses the first, Ramses
Hold
the
on.
second.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Where we at in the conversation? What's going on?
We were
What
talking about
So he was
John
talking about
P.
California, right? And he was talking about when California had a population and when it didn't. And I was trying to
Man, y'all not even
tie some
qualified to
things
have this
down. We was
conversation with
dancing
me, man.
around. That's what was going on.
Y'all gotta come check